events had unfolded differently in the MCU. Welcome back, my fellow watchers, to the complete Season 1 of MissedThePart. I will have all 21 episodes in this video, plus the prologue to the Multiversal War, the complete story that sets this up with Season 1. It's been one hell of a ride this year, and I cannot believe that I was able to do 21 episodes. I know that there was a lot of feedback where a lot of people wanted me to not combine Season 2, and that's something that I'm not doing right now. With Season 2, there's 28 Spider-Man related episodes, but that will be out way later in 2023. I'm not rushing any of the stories. I'm going to be really taking my time. But this year, I also took my time writing all of these ones out. I even sat down last year and planned everything out, but although that this was planned out, I do think things could have done a lot better because a lot of people were really confused on different episodes. So I think having this complete fanfic movie on the channel will really showcase what I was trying to show at the beginning, and maybe I should have had everything all in one episode. But then again, you live and learn. Season 2 is not connected at all, so those episodes will be coming out later at the end of this year and 2023. But thank you so much for supporting this channel this year. It's been insane. I can't thank you enough. I hope you have a happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, whatever. You know, I really hope that you have an amazing time and a great 2023. I'm going to be working very closely on a ton of new things like Avengers 2004. So many different stories are coming about, but that being said, I hope you enjoy this entire series. It was worth the wait. That being said, enjoy the video. Tony stared at the footage in disbelief. Steve stood a few meters away from him, shielding his face. He desperately did not want to look into Tony's face at this moment, for he knew that if he did, his eyes would betray everything. Tony turned to Steve and asked if he knew. When Steve did not give a response, Tony asked the question again, only this time, he raised his voice. Steve did not respond. His silence had given Tony the answer he required. Tony could not believe it. He would have never thought that a man he called his friend would have stood so low that he would hide something so important from him. Worse still, Tony could not believe Steve would go as far as protecting Barnes after knowing what Barnes had done. Steve had always known Barnes killed Tony's parents, and he hid that from Tony. Now Tony was going to make him pay. Tony's suit began to glow, and his face was quickly covered by the suit. He was ready to take on Steve. Steve took up his shield in a fighting stance. This was going to be a long fight. When all of the chaos broke loose, Tony could still not hold back his feelings. At this point, Barnes had emerged out of hiding and joined in the fight. Barnes and Steve worked together to put down a pissed off Tony. However, their combined efforts could not go through his rage. Tony blasted the duo with his energy projections, flying towards them and hitting them hard with his armor. Steve threw his shield towards Tony, which Tony deflected without much effort. Barnes came up from behind him, attempting to land him an uppercut. However, Tony quickly blocked his attack and counterattacked. He was gaining the upper hand in the fight. The three men continued to war at each other. Soon enough, it was all three of them on the floor. Tony got up first and Steve next. Barnes remained on the floor, unconscious. Steve immediately told Tony that he wasn't a killer and he would always regret whatever actions he was about to take. Tony quickly replied that he did not care anymore, and Steve had no right to dictate what he would regret or not. With a sign, Steve threw his shield towards Tony. Tony held his breath and quickly used his magnetic arms to deflect the shield. As he took that step, he let his anger take over. Little did he know that the force he applied was way too much, and Steve was too weak to block it. The shield pierced his abdomen, and his wide eye became wide open. Blood trickled down his nose as he fell to the floor, gasping. Tony looked in shock as Steve began to choke. Tony ran to Steve, immediately realizing what he had done. As he held Steve's bloodied body, he began to shed tears. He could not believe it. Steve smiled at Tony and told him that it wasn't his fault. With that out, Steve closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then the sad reality hit Tony immediately. He had just killed Steve. He had just murdered his friend. When Tony opened his eyes, he was in some kind of containment unit. He looked around, wondering how he had gotten to this place. The last thing he remembered was holding Steve's dead body. What on earth was going on? The containment unit doors opened, and Tony was surprised to see a woman dressed in a rather ridiculous armor stepped into the room. Seeing her, Tony attempted to attack her, realizing to his shock that his suit was gone. He tried to make contact, but he could only hear a voice. The woman chuckled and informed him not to bother trying to contact any of his gadgets. She laughed that the area they resided was far from home, and he would not be able to reach to his little toys, even if he wanted to. Tony looked at the woman in the eye and asked where he was. She identified herself as Hunter B-15, which Tony only found as amusing. When he did realize that she had no smile on her face, he knew immediately not to push his luck. B-15 informed him that he was in an organization known as the Time Variance Authority, and he was here to answer for a crime against time. Confused, Tony asked her what crime he had committed against time. B-15 signed and informed him that he had caused a mighty death by killing off Steve Rogers, who was meant to live in the original timeline. Fortunately, the timeline was now pruned, thanks to her soldiers. When Tony inquired what pruning meant, she noted that it was a system where the new timeline would be isolated and prevented from any expanding. As for Tony, he was going to answer for his crime immediately. A confused Tony watched in shock as Hunter B-15 left the room. In my time as the Watcher, I am bound by one rule. The rule of non-interference, for if I interfere in the workings of the timeline, I shall defeat the very purpose of my existence. However, in the existing reality, the very fabric of space and time was ruined when the rather vengeful Sylvie took the life of He Who Remains. In order for me to prevent the impending Multiversal War from taking place, I must intervene in the slightest capacity. One interference allowed by the imminent destruction of time itself. Mobius woke up from his slumber, trembling. He could not understand the flashes that he had just seen. It seemed unbelievable, as if it was a dream, but deep down, Mobius could understand that there was something that felt real about this dream. It was the beginning of a war. A multiversal war. He could see the various realities clashing into one another. Men and women dying as the energy released from this mighty war wiped out civilizations. At this point, Mobius knew he had to do something. He reached underneath his bed and picked up his time stick. There was a new prisoner in the headquarters. It was time to have a little chat with Tony Stark. Tony was surprised when another seemingly elderly man stepped into the containment unit. The man held a weapon, and Tony put himself in a fighting stance. The man immediately spat, telling Tony that he didn't need to try fighting him, as it would only end badly for Tony. Tony asked what he wanted, and the man introduced himself as Mobius. He said that he kept on getting flashes of a multiversal war that was coming, and he needed Tony's help to stop it. When Tony asked why he should trust him, Mobius noted that the next few hours, Tony would appear before Ravana, and she would most likely sentence him to be pruned. When Tony inquired on what it's like being pruned, Mobius said that he would be transported to a world of nothingness, known to others as the Void. Tony immediately coughed and snorting that he wished he didn't ask. Tony asked what Mobius would require of him to do, and Mobius noted that for now, he didn't have any idea first. And first off, he needed Tony to escape. As Mobius stepped out of the containment unit, he winked, and Tony smiled, knowing he would strike soon. From what Tony could gather, Mobius had left 2 gadgets in the containment unit. It was a large stick and a pad-like gadget. Tony picked up the items and looked into the pad. It was some sort of tempad. From what he could gather, Tony manipulated a few buttons, and in a few seconds, a time door opened. He quickly went through, running as fast as he could. B-15 could not believe her ears as Mobius told her what he had done. She could not understand how he would have the guts to set Tony Stark free, even when the man had clearly attempted to corrupt the sacred timeline. Mobius held his breath and told her that what he was doing was for the better. He knew that if Tony Stark was pruned, then he would not be able to stop the incoming Multiverse War. B-15 bit her lips, cursing at the mention of the Multiversal War. She couldn't understand. As the Timekeepers existed, there would be nothing like that. Mobius noted that in his vision, there was something off about the Timekeepers. Holding her hands, he begged that she gave him this chance to prove that he wasn't insane. As far as Tony was concerned, he still had unfinished business. Now he was going back for Barnes, and he was going to make sure the man paid for his sins. Right now, Tony was at the phone booth, carefully watching Barnes slip through the crowd. The smart Tony Stark had calculated that if he went back in time and pruned Barnes, he would prevent his fight with Steve. If Steve didn't die, the TVA wasn't going to come for him. He was creating another reality to end another. He believed it was the right step to take. He kept on following Barnes, smiling when the man had entered an isolated area, as the trained assassin Barnes must have already figured out somebody was following him. Tony entered a street corner and suddenly realized Barnes was nowhere in sight. Before he could utter a word, he felt a fist on his face and fell to the floor. On getting up, he chuckled to see Barnes looking as dead as ever. Barnes grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the nearest wall. However, Tony wasn't going to stay down for long. He wasn't with a suit, and that didn't mean he couldn't win this fight. He got up from the ground and charged towards Barnes. Barnes advanced and grabbed Tony by the neck. Stark immediately kicked him into the gut, stunning him, and prepared to blast Barnes into nothingness. However, he should have remembered that Barnes was a trained assassin. Barnes immediately pulled out Tony's tempad and touched it. The next thing Tony saw was a huge flash of light. B-15 stepped into the chambers, dragging Mobius by the collar. Ravonna followed, trying very hard to conceal her breath. B-15 pushed Mobius to the floor and let Ravonna do the talking. Ravonna noted that Mobius had just released a variant who was bound to wreak more havoc in the timeline. When the Timekeepers inquired of Mobius why he took such a drastic step, Mobius snarled that he was fighting for the truth, immediately throwing a sword in the direction of the Timekeepers. For in his vision, he had seen Sylvie attempt the same. Ravonna, B-15, and Mobius opened their mouths in awe as they stared forward. When the light faded, Tony could tell that he was in a crowded area. He could hear the screams of innocent civilians as he flew in his suit. Suddenly, he recognized the figures fighting on the ground. It was Loki and Steve. Tony immediately blasted Loki, only to be blinded by another flash of light. Then he realized he was flying again. A time loop. Tony had been cursed. Apparently, he was in some sort of time cell, if that was even a thing. Tony repeated the exercise several times, ensuring that things happened the same way that they happened in the original timeline. But what was the issue? Why could he not overcome this stupid loop? Upset, he immediately flew to Steve and grabbed him by the collar, cursing on why he wouldn't let him be. Steve looked confused, wondering why someone he had never met before was being so rude to him. Suddenly, Tony realized that the Time Loop had not caught up to them. He needed to do something right now. He needed to fix things with Steve. He looked at Steve and informed him that doing the right thing would get him killed eventually. Steve was still in shock, wondering why Tony would say such a thing, given that they just met. Tony continued saying that he just wished that he had the good heart Steve had. If he did, Steve wouldn't be dead. Of course, Steve remained confused. Tony stared at Steve and smiled, noting that his father made that shield Steve used. And as far as he was concerned, and Steve was totally worthy of it. Then the light came again. When Tony opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself with Mobius and B-15 in the same corner he had been fighting with Barnes a while ago. B-15 told him that Barnes had been safely taken away from the scene and that Tony was lucky that he did not do something stupid. Tony smiled and admitted that he had learned his lesson. Mobius went further to add that the beliefs that the Time Variance Authority had built their principles on now obsolete, as the Timekeepers were mere androids. Tony was confused, and B-15 noted that he would understand as they talked. Right now, they had to ensure that they prevented the Multiversal War, which was fast upon them. I looked at the man who sat in his well-hidden world. He wore purple robes and laughed as he was pleased, which annoyed me. He knew that I could see him, and he could see me. "You were not meant to interfere," he said. "Your death in the sacred reality is the reason I had to interfere," I blurred out. "I could not have the multiverse be destroyed." "Well, all damned anyways," the man said. He was known as He Who Remains. His story tied to the war in more ways than one could ever fathom. A frantic Chavez looked at Strange and coughed. She seemed to be tired and frustrated at her recent encounters. Her counterpart did not look any different from her. In fact, he seemed more in trouble than she seemed. In desperation, Chavez inquired from Strange why his friend Wanda was madly after her abilities despite knowing that absorbing them would kill her. An annoyed Strange replied that he had no idea and insisted that they paid keen attention to the mission at hand. But of course, Chavez only seemed irritated at the suggestion and wondered what they would do at that moment. As Chavez continued to press him further, Strange quickly lashed out on her, noting that she had no control over her abilities. He said that he would be able to control better than she did, for he thought he meant well by the correction. But one look from Chavez showed Strange that he had brought some memories she not wanted to recall. How could he forget soon that his counterpart from another universe had tried to steal Chavez's powers? It only seemed fit if Chavez described him as being the same with his counterpart. Strange looked at Chavez and apologized, saying that he was wrong to have made such a statement, knowing her past. Chavez shrugged off his comments. The duo turned to the road and began to walk, only for Chavez to comment that she was hungry. In response, Strange told her that they were not with any money and would have to calm down. However, Chavez responded by noting that food was free in other worlds in the multiverse. Before Strange could stop her, Chavez had already grabbed a pizza papa, forcing Strange to roll his eyes, as he knew what to do next. Wanda sat in the darkness, her dark beams of mystical energy flowing through her veins. She had the Darkhold in hand, carefully savoring its contents as she surrendered deep into her magic. Strange and Chavez had escaped her, and now she was more than determined to find them. She was going to meet her kids in any way possible. She could finally have the life she has always wanted. She could finally be a mother, and the only way she was going to do that was if she obtained Chavez's powers, and she was going to do this by any means necessary, even if it meant getting rid of Strange himself. If only Vision could see her now. Strange and Chavez walked towards the New York Sanctum, bickering as they walked. They seemed to work just fine together, despite their differences. Right now, they were bickering about the spell Strange had performed a few minutes back, how he had used his magic to make the pizza man punch himself in the face repeatedly. As they reached the Sanctum, the man who stepped out brought shock. It was evident that he had seen this man before and had not intended to see him again, but fate brings us shocking twists, doesn't it?
What happened to you? You will see.
Carl, Strange had said. Surprised, the young traveler turned to look at Strange, her eyes carrying questions. In a matter of seconds, Strange informed her that he never really had a good relationship with Mordo, as the principled sorcerer feared that Strange's ambitions and affiliations with the dark arts would destroy the world and everything they held dear. But I believe that the resistance on Mordo's part came from a place of betrayal. One cannot fathom the look of shock on Strange's face when Mordo pulled him into a hug, welcoming him into the Sanctum. Apparently Chavez was more shocked than she could ever admit. One would not imagine their further shock when he invited them for tea. After hours of working, Wanda smiled as she finally achieved her goals. She had successfully used her magic to mentally project herself to Earth 838. The counterpart. With a little check on her magic, Wanda smiled as she knew she was ready to make chaos. She needed to get an ally, and she was going to meet a very familiar face. Strange had not wanted to let his guard down, but how could he refuse a tea offer from Mordo? Besides, Mordo's jokes were sweet to any man or woman. Even America Chavez fell for them, laughing as they dined. Something about Chavez attracted Mordo. He asked her if she had control over her extremely powerful abilities. To that she replied that she did not, despite being able to travel through the multiverse. Such power was not easily controlled. Perhaps she had no control because she was younger. But a man who had a sweet tongue always hides a sharp knife. The moment Strange began to feel dizzy, he knew that he had been set up. In seconds, he gave into the darkness. Wanda stepped into the room, smiling as she let her magic search the entire room. She was in the right place, but she had not found what she was looking for. She kept on searching, her patience ticking. A coarse voice immediately commanded her to stop. Moving, threatening to shoot, a smiling Wanda quickly raised her hands, and the being was brought in front of her. It was a robot, mechanical in all ways, but having the same essence she had encountered years ago. "Hello, Ultron," she said. Another robot stood behind her, its palms pointed at her. She knew that if she made a move, other robots would emerge out of the blue and beat her. She could take them out, but she needed her energy for something else. She did not flinch, but managed to keep her wicked smile. She taunted that Tony Stark had succeeded in his latest invention. Tony Stark had built me years ago to protect the Avengers from possible annihilations, Ultron said. He noted that he had been an ally to Tony, assisting him in the 5 years of the blip to undo the madness the Mad Titan had caused. Wanda proceeded to mention that her world's Ultron was built by Tony, but unlike the version she beheld, her world's Ultron understood that Tony would never offer him anything good and betray him. As expected, Ultron retorted that he would never betray Tony. Wanda smiled and informed him that he was just a machine, and the moment he went against Tony's wishes, Tony would end him, just as he ended her world's Ultron. But with the powers of Chavez, she could liberate him, Wanda said. She intended to get to his mind the same way her world's Ultron had gotten to hers, but deep down she intended to break his heart the same way he broke hers. Looking at the members of the Illuminati, Strange could only help but curse at his current predicament. He stood before 5 of the greatest heroes he could ever think of. As Mordo noted, seated there was Tony, a man he never thought that he would see again. Deep down, Strange hated that he had to foretell Tony's death, for he wished he could have done something to prevent it. And what was this? He was hearing about Ultron being a success. The name sounded rather childish to him. Also seated was another man Strange had not thought he would see. It was Peter Parker, but he looked so wrinkled and gray. He had met a similar version of this Peter Parker when his world's Peter had caused him to use a memory-wiping spell which broke the boundaries of the multiverse. This Spider-Man was the Peter Parker Ned referred to as Peter 2, a man who could actually shoot organic webs from his hands. And as Mordo introduced, seated, there was the most powerful telepath in the universe, the crippled Charles Xavier. Strange only wondered if his mind was invaded at that moment. And finally, there was Reed Richards, a man who had the ability to rapidly elongate his muscles. Mordo described him as the smartest man to ever live. That was a theory Strange found rather amusing. Strange knew at that moment that he was standing trial. However, he began asking for what crime he was being punished for. Reed Richards began to speak, noting that he had engaged in a multiverse travel, carrying a living breach with him. That was more than enough for him to be tried and punished. Strange began to question the Illuminati's judgment, noting that all he wanted to do was help the young woman. However, he was cut short by Mordo, who informed him that their world Strange said the same thing when he destroyed an entire universe. And then the story was told of how he had astral projected to find a way to defeat Thanos, creating an incursion that destroyed an entire universe. But Strange was not willing to give up. He said that projecting the ones he loved involved in taking risks and manipulating things one would never imagined he would manipulate. Strange looked at Mordo in the eye and asked if Mordo would not risk all to protect the ones that he loved. And to that, Mordo responded that he was not like Strange. In his defeat, Strange asked what they were doing to Chavez. Stark replied that they were going to test her abilities using Christine Palmer's help. Stark added that they should take out Strange just like as they did the last time. One look in his eye, and Strange knew that Tony was the one who executed his 838 counterpart. Even in another one, the connection he had with Stark was not understood. Mordo stood ready to make the final call, only for Xavier to quickly gasp in that moment. He knew there was trouble. Strange did not know when he elevated from the floor and landed on the pillar beside him. All he knew was immediate darkness. In front of the Illuminati stood a determined Wanda, her eyes glowing red in full glory as she took a menacing step forward. She was quite amused to see Spider-Man step forward as well. Her world Spider-Man was a child, so the age of this man impressed her, but why was he so old? Reed Richards came out to the rescue. He noted that Peter Parker had snapped the Infinity Gauntlet and had successfully defeated Thanos. His extraordinary body helped him survive the ordeal, but not without consequences. With a smile, Wanda asked how did it feel? Before Peter Parker could respond, he felt a huge wave of energy flow through his spine. He could feel his veins burning and his brain splitting. He had felt this power once before. This was how he felt when he snapped the gauntlet. Apparently, he was not ready for a second dose. He fell to the floor, dead. Reed retaliated, stretching to attack Wanda. To his surprise, with a wave of her fingers, Wanda ensured he was divided into a million bits. But the moment of truth was yet to arrive, for as Tony Stark prepared to charge, a blast of energy caught him off guard. When he came to, he saw that his creation, standing before him, its wrists fully charged. Mordo watched the confrontation from a distance and quickly hid in the ongoing chaos. He watched carefully as Wanda approached Xavier, and in seconds, Xavier was dead. It did not take long for the Sorcerer Supreme to realize that Wanda countered Xavier's attacks. He had to do something immediately. At the moment, he remembered the words of Strange. It was time for him to do something. He pulled out the time stone, which he had carefully kept hidden. Then he closed his eyes, and Mordo had used the time stone. Tony Stark could not hide his pain as Ultron had him surrounded by multiple robots. He asked why Ultron would betray him. In response, Ultron informed him that he was tired of being controlled by a mad scientist. Wanda came into view, noting that she was in the league with artificial intelligence, and it was time they made the impact they needed to make. How shocked Wanda was when the robots turned and attacked her instead. She roared, noting that she should never have trusted Ultron. Ultron said that he would never betray Tony, earning an unnoticed smile from his master. But that was not the only shock Wanda witnessed. As she turned, she realized Reed, Peter Parker, Strange, and Charles Xavier had all been elevated from their respected positions and were now breathing. They were alive. They all charged at Wanda, hitting her at places she could not have anticipated. Indeed, they showed resistance, knowing that Wanda was simply possessing her Earth 838 counterpart, but they ensured she got a thorough beating. And as a fabled ending, Ultron ended the fight with a supercharged blast at Wanda, knocking her out. From the situation, her Earth 838 counterpart was safe now. Mordo turned to look at Strange and noted, "We were all dead, and you used the time stone, didn't you?" Strange found himself asking. "I asked myself what you would have done," Mordo noted, with smiles. The heroes gave each other a nod of recognition, for they were ready for Wanda's next move. Wanda threw the Darkhold across the room, and she would never have believed she could have been defeated so easily. She desperately wanted to see her children again. How could she lose? A sound from behind her forced her to put a fighting stance on. The chuckle she heard made her calm down. "Did they buy it?" Wanda asked. The superior Tony Stark stepped into the view, smiling with a grin. He admitted that now he was certain Mordo had the time stone. He would deliver both Chavez and the time stone to Wanda when necessary, and they were going to make Strange take the fall. Indeed, there is no atoms of kindness in Tony Stark's human heart. It was one of the most intense fights Peter Parker had ever engaged in. He was battling his friend Harry as they clashed on different nuts and bolts in the Watchtower. A distance away from them was Gwen, who struggled on her own, hanging onto a web, desperately praying for her life. Parker continued to engage Harry, but he could not keep his mind off Gwen. He was wise to not keep his mind off of her, as their fight kept on damaging the clock tower in the way they could not understand. At some point, they both got stuck on the clock mechanics. It was then Peter 3 realized the harsh truth. If the mechanics cut loose, they would destroy the web in which he had Gwen hanging on. She would fall subsequently if he did not do something now. To prevent that outcome, Peter 3 immediately began to hold the mechanics tight, as his combined efforts ended up restraining Harry as well, who looked at him, weak of course. However, as seconds passed, holding onto the mechanics was getting tougher and tougher. From where she was, Gwen could see that Peter was not doing so well, holding the mechanics in place. She held her breath as she considered the possibility at that moment being her last moment on this earth. Just as she had predicted, the mechanics cut loose, immediately cutting the web she was almost hanging on to. Peter and Harry fell to the side, with Harry falling unconscious immediately. Peter 3 turned and realized Gwen was falling several meters to the ground. The impact of such a fall would kill her for sure. He quickly jumped off, praying that he would reach her on time. At that very moment, I could only hold my breath and witness the moment once again, questioning my oath of non-interference. Peter 3 had shot a web at Gwen, who closed her eyes and smiled. Already resigned to her fate, Peter immediately caught a large rod. However, he was too late. His efforts were in vain. Gwen's head landed to the floor with a loud bash as she began to hang on the web, which had caught up to her. Peter 3 jumped down and looked at her. He touched her face, shocked at the fact she was unresponsive. He called out to her to wake up. However, she was completely deaf to his calls. It was then Peter realized the sad truth. He held on to Gwen, crying as he begged her to open her eyes, saying that he could not continue this journey without her. However, the death had been done, and there was nothing Peter could do. Gwen Stacy was dead. Peter Parker sat in his room. With tears in his eyes, he had not eaten anything for a while, and he did not plan on eating. Harry Osborn has been sent to Ravencroft, and now Peter just wanted to be alone. For a long time now, the news reports carried that Spider-Man had given up, and he was no longer active, which worried the citizens, but Peter 3 could not care less. As he sat in the room, he looked at the flash drive that Gwen had given him some time ago. He plugged it into the flash drive into his laptop, and was surprised to see Gwen's face pop up on the screen. It was her graduation message, and Peter contemplated whether he should watch the message. In a minute, he pulled out the drive and discarded it. If he watched the message, it would only force him to admit that Gwen was really gone. He wasn't ready for that. He needed to do something else. He needed to find a way to bring Gwen back. However, how could he do that? He thought of a million possibilities, but none seemed feasible in his head. Right now, he decided to blow off some steam, and he knew exactly how to do it. The little boy stood before the large mechanical rhino and pulled his Spider-Man mask. Behind the line, the police tried to restrain his mother. They didn't make any attempt to come and save the boy. Deep down, they knew that the boy was screwed, as the humans in multiple realities would say. Rhino laughed, approaching the boy. He was really going to enjoy ending the kid's life. He was surprised to notice Spider-Man had come to the scene. Standing behind the boy, Peter 3 looked at the boy's eyes and informed him to go protect his mother while he was going to deal with the Rhino. The boy did as he was told, leaving Spider-Man to face Rhino. Peter immediately warned Rhino to retreat or he was done, but of course, the Rhino was not going to say no. He immediately charged towards Peter 3. Peter 3 used webs to pick up the metal plates and began to swing it towards the Rhino. In a few seconds, the Rhino was on the floor, his mechanicalized suit destroyed. Peter 3 quickly picked up the man and asked him who sent him, as he knew such tech wasn't available to just anyone. The man begged for his life, identifying himself as Alexei. He muttered that he met with a guy named Gustave, and with that, Peter gave a punch in the face, knocking him out. Gustave walked around, admiring the several machines they had stored in the glass cells. He knew deep down that Harry would be very upset now that Spider-Man had returned, and throughout his plans, he hoped to go to Ravencroft Institution and try to reason with Harry not to flare up. He only hoped that Harry wouldn't go goblin again. "You never take off that disguise." He heard a voice sighing behind him. He turned around, shocked to see Spider-Man. Peter 3 pulled out of his mask and informed him that he knew that he was the gentleman and that he sent out the Rhino, and judging from the fact that there was a secret lair in the Oscorp company, Peter knew that Harry was involved in all of this. The gentleman smiled and began to speak about how he required balance. It needed people to live in fear of the unknown, now cowering at the mention of heroes such as Spider-Man. Casualties like of Gwen Stacy should have been a clear proof that heroes were not worthy of worship. But at this point, Peter's attention was on the alien life form, moving around in the glass containment unit. When Peter asked what it was, the gentleman noted that it was the next phase in human evolution. Peter 3 turned to the gentleman and told him that he had a counteroffer for him, one that he knew he wouldn't be unable to refuse. The gentleman smiled on hearing the turn of events. Harry was quite unsurprised to see the gentleman enter his cell. He had already heard of the Rhino's failure and Spider-Man's return. Now he needed to do something new. As he spoke, the gentleman cut him off sharply and informed him that he had things covered. He was going to find another person ready to take the mantle of killing Spider-Man. However, the gentleman asked if the symbiote in the containment unit was for a higher project or something. Harry noted that the symbiote needed to merge with someone to become what he dubbed Carnage. However, all test subjects died during the merge. With that, the gentleman handed over a cookie to him to eat and celebrate Spider-Man's demise in advance. Harry smiled, immediately stuffing the cookie into his mouth. The gentleman stood up and walked to the door. Stopping midway, he said, "You know, you once thought I could save you from your illness. However, unfortunately, I ended up being the one to end you." And with that, Harry suddenly realized the man in the cloak was not the gentleman. It was Peter Parker. Harry looked at the cookie and began to hold his throat. Coughing, the cell doors opened, and the guards rushed to check on him, allowing Peter 3 the only opportunity to escape into the night. Parker continued testing every theory he could think of. However, as he struggled to do so, he noticed it was only getting worse. There was no solution or experiment that he could think of to bring back Gwen Stacy. As he sat in Oscorp's laboratory and turned to look at the symbiote, admiring it for a split second before returning to his work, the gentleman stepped into the room. Moments after, dressed in his usual black coat, he immediately informed Parker that he had changed his mind on the terms of their deal, and he needed to kick Peter 3 out of Oscorp. Peter flared up, noting that he had kept the terms of their deal and killed Osborn, allowing the gentleman to have all the rights to the Sinister Six project. The gentleman countered by noting that Peter had been killing criminals in his Spider-Man suit, and this had an effect on his potential clients. Therefore, he needed to determine if Peter was one way or another. The gentleman threw a knife towards Peter, and Peter ducked the knife, landing on the glass containment unit behind him. The glass had shattered immediately, and Peter 3 was shocked. The symbiote was free.
Some other dimension. It appeared. Peter's hatred, it bonded with him somehow and drove him completely insane.
It jumped on Peter 3, instantly merging with his anger and all of his emotions. The gentleman could not believe his eyes. Before him stood Spider-Carnage, but he was different. He was in a suit, but he looked different. He looked determined and ready to kill the gentleman. The gentleman took out a gun. Before he could react, Peter 3 sent a large sharp-pointed hand into his chest. The gentleman fell to the floor, motionless after that. Peter 3 smiled at the power he now possessed with his web shooters, agility, spider sense, and this new ability he would be unstoppable. He was now Spider-Carnage. Time with the Carnage symbiote was one of the best things Peter could ever ask for. Peter could hear the Carnage symbiote speaking to him, telling him to take a step back as he took a seat in the driver's seat. He had spent the past years visiting several criminals and taking equipment from them, killing them in the process. He would do anything to get Gwen back, and the Carnage symbiote had given him a solution. Right now, Peter 3 was working on a multiverse portal that would help him construct and help him enter the very fabric of space-time, allowing Peter 3 to go to another universe and find his Gwen Stacy. At this moment, the machine was finished. Parker pressed a button, and to his amazement, a portal opened. He stepped through it. Gwen smiled as she drank her smoothie. However, her smile faded once she saw Peter 2 and Mary Jane together. Gwen coughed a bit, immediately hating herself for being so vain. Peter 2 and Mary Jane were an amazing couple, and she had to accept that even if she liked Peter 2, and he didn't feel the same way. She was not going to let that be the reason she became a jealous thorn in their relationship. She was about to walk away when she immediately noticed Spider-Man swinging into the scene with people clapping. He felt his hands swoop over her and carried her into the air. Back on the ground, Mary Jane and Peter 2 were shocked at what just happened. Who was this other Spider-Man, and why would they need Gwen? Peter 2 immediately ran to the corner and slipped into his Spider-Man suit. He was going after this imposter. Peter 3 dropped Gwen on the floor and removed his mask. Gwen was surprised at the gesture, asking if she knew him from somewhere. She was more shocked when he kissed her. She pushed him back, upset and ranting that just because he was Spider-Man did not give him the right to harass another woman. However, she noted that his face began to shift a bit with the push she gave him. Who was this man? Just because he was Spider-Man. Or sort of. Peter 3 approached her, but immediately Peter 2 swung into the scene and began to fight with Peter 3, with Gwen watching in shock. During the fight, Peter 2 could not help but notice similarities to Peter 3, and that he had similarities to the Venom symbiote, an adversary that Peter had faced a long time ago. What on earth was going on? They fought for a pretty long time, with Peter 3 overpowering Peter 2. As he was prepared to land the final killing blow, a man called out to him, asking him to stop. Peter 2 immediately yelled for Ben to get out of the way, grabbing Peter 3's attention. Uncle Ben was alive in this universe. Peter 3 walked towards Ben Parker and pulled off his mask, breaking down into tears as he hugged the confused old man. After Peter 3 had explained everything, Peter 2 and Uncle Ben had volunteered to save Peter 3 in the next few weeks. They had gotten rid of the Carnage symbiote with great difficulty. Finally, it was time for Peter 3 to return home. As he prepared to step through the portal, he looked down from the buildings. He stood out to see Gwen entering a cab. He knew at that moment that he would always love her, but he had become a monster, and he had to make up for that in his home reality. He stepped into the portal, making plans to destroy the multiverse time-traveling machine. Gwen sat in the cab as it moved quietly. She didn't know why, but she still thought about the monstrous spider carnage that she had encountered some weeks back. She didn't know why, but she felt as if she knew him. Destiny works in mysterious ways, the driver said as he drove. When Gwen inquired why he said so, the man noted that he's seen so many timelines to understand that. When he noticed Gwen's confusion, he identified himself as he who remains, and he needed Gwen for something important. It is my fear that the Multiverse War is still brewing. Deep down, I do not know if I must break my oath of non-interference again to protect the very fabric of reality itself. For if I do, I will need the help of Peter 3, and I will be forced to return him to the Spider Carnage monster he once was. Loki coughed as Mjolnir rested on his chest. As he was unworthy to move the weapon, he found himself rather incapacitated. However, he felt a pang of gladness as his brother Thor seemed to be in a fix. The Bifrost was wide open, and Loki's intentions to bring forth his armies to attack other realms seemed to be succeeding. Right now, it would have taken only a miracle to stop his genius plan, Loki thought. Little did he know that it would require a sacrifice, one he thought Thor would be unwilling to pay. To his greatest surprise, he felt Mjolnir leave him and enter Thor's palms. Thor began to hit the gate with all of the amount of energy, and Loki knew that Thor did not intend to scratch the gate, he intended to destroy it. Loki screamed out as Thor's foolishness reminding him that he would never be able to see Jane again if he went ahead to destroy the Bifrost. However, from the look of things, Thor had already ran that possibility in his head, and he had accepted it. It was evident that he was willing to lose Jane Foster, because it was the right thing to do. Loki couldn't let that happen. He couldn't let his brilliant plans scatter. He immediately carried up his weapon and charged, hoping that he would incapacitate Thor, preventing him from committing such madness. However, he was too late. A huge force pushed him and Thor backwards as the Bifrost shattered into a million bits. As they struggled in the air, Loki suddenly realized that he was hanging in midair. Turning, he realized that Thor was also hanging in midair. Standing before them was their father, Odin, who looked healthy as opposed to the last time Loki saw him. Had the destruction of the Bifrost woken him up from his slumber? As Odin attempted to help him up, Loki stared into his father's eyes. He could not control his mouth, which began to blab out all of his efforts were for Odin. However, he was not heartbroken to receive a dismiss no from Odin. Apparently, whatever he did was not recognizable at all and deserved to be punished. With a sign, Loki knew that he would never be better than Thor. With a smile, he let go of his weapon, ignoring Thor's screams as he fell into the blackness of the abyss. When Loki opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself in a rather warm environment. He had expected turmoil and possible torment, but here he was, in an Asian-inspired temple. He stood up, realizing that a woman had stepped into the room. She was bald and kept a stern expression. Loki wondered if his magic was still intact. He would be able to use his illusions to escape from her sight, emitting her along the way if possible. The woman chuckled and informed him that he would be wise if he refrained from using his illusionist abilities, as she would just see through them. Loki was shocked. He asked the woman if she knew who he was. She responded by telling him that she was well aware of his identity, calling him by his first name. She mentioned that he knew he was a god and he did not belong in their world. However, who was she to question the devices of nature? Loki looked around and asked her where he was and who she was. The woman identified herself as the Ancient One, responsible for teaching diversing people in the mystic arts. She noted that Loki had fallen into a wormhole, and which teleported him here in Kamar Taj. The Ancient One's voice dimmed as she noted that Loki's teleportation through the wormhole had some unexpected consequences. It was then Loki realized that he could not feel his connection to his godlike magic, or of course he had to lose the one thing that made him feel special. The Ancient One assured him that there was no wound which could not be mended. However, she had fulfilled her scarred duties and helped a man in need. However, she advised him to find his own path, one devoid of his past, and this, Loki had no clue where to begin. Loki walked out of the chambers where the Ancient One resided, staring in awe as several men and women practiced the mystic arts and a few meters away from him. The energy they manipulated fascinated him. It was a form of magic he did not understand. However, he was willing to learn it. He did not realize when a man had stood beside him. The man spoke, drawing Loki out of his thoughts. Loki responded by pinning the man to the wall immediately. However, the man did not react. Loki immediately realized his actions were uncalled for and retreated, bowing his head in shame. Without his magic, he did not even have the dignity in his attacks. He was a god, but now he was a sport before mere mortals. The man introduced himself as Baron Mordo and noted that he had seen men like Loki before. When Loki asked what description best suited these men, Mordo admitted that these men who had their lives taken away from them. Loki signed as he knew that he was the perfect match for Mordo's description. He was a god, but now he was a mere mortal, and he would not be held in the esteem he once cringed to. However, Mordo continued. Mordo noted that these people, despite losing the best part of their lives, never stopped living. They pushed forward and ensured that they were not beaten down by these circumstances. Many of them have found solitary in their magic of the mystic arts. They had moved on. Loki smiled. He had no godlike magic anymore, but he could manipulate the mystic arts. It would be amazing to learn the arts of magic. This way, he would not worry about his family. Years passed and Loki became adept in the new arts, growing to the point of being recognized by the Ancient One herself. During his time studying the mystic arts, he also became good friends with Wong and Mordo. He had the life he wanted, or so he thought. A man like Loki was hungry for more power and skill, and just as it had to happen in the other reality, Loki knew that obtaining this power, he would have to go to the books. Thus, he visited the library on a certain day to get the books, only to be informed by Wong that he wasn't ready to that extent. Loki cursed and returned to his room. However, no one was going to tell the trickster god how to live his life. For the next few weeks, Loki practiced the arts of astral projection, using his new gift to watch his family in Asgard and study the books in the library as he stole them quite often. Loki dodged the punch, a feat that surprised Mordo. Mordo attempted to attack the left side of Loki, but Loki quickly defended himself with a swift twirl. Mordo was on the floor. Mordo stood up and complimented Loki's skill set. Loki informed Mordo that he was a former god and he was a part of the warriors' family. Learning the ways of the warriors was a normal thing for him, especially as he spent most of his life trying to prove himself to his father. Mordo asked Loki if he missed his godlike powers. Loki admitted that he missed his godlike abilities, if only there was a way to get them back. Mordo smiled and told Loki that he needed to realize that his powers may not eventually return. Loki heaved a sigh and reluctantly agreed that it was mostly the case. A thought crossed Loki's mind and he proceeded to question Mordo. He asked what age was the Ancient One, as it seemed she had been existing for the foundation of the sanctum. Mordo responded that he did not know and he was not concerned with such information. Loki chuckled and noted that many Asgardians had foolishly and blindly followed their leaders in the past, and they ended up losing their lives. Also, as a former god of deception, he knew a thing or two about trickery. Mordo frowned and cautioned Loki never to question the Ancient One. If he did, he would end up making a foolish mistake eventually. Loki nodded, however deep down he knew he intended to get to the bottom of this. As soon as Loki entered the library, he smiled, realizing that Wong was no longer around. He entered the library and approached a certain section. He took up the book of Cagliostro and began to read it. As soon as he read a part, he decided to use the Eye of Agamotto. As he utilized the green gem, he realized that he could recreate an already eaten power. He was shocked to discover this sort of power. Then he immediately had thought he could contrast hard and began to chant. Then he heard a noise. In a few seconds, Mordo and Wong stepped into the room. Mordo commented that he thought he heard someone in here. Wong noted that he thought so too. Together, they stepped out of the room. It was at that moment that Loki realized that they had not seen him. And that was only possible if his illusionist powers were activated, if his godlike abilities were back. He was using the Eye of Agamotto to bring back his godlike abilities. The Ancient One sat on the floor with her eyes closed. As soon as Loki stepped into the room, she opened her eyes, commenting on his lack of stealth. Loki noted that he had not needed to be stealthy. Loki also said that he needed to have a very serious talk with the Ancient One. The Ancient One gestured for him to continue, and Loki admitted that he has stayed in the Camartage to ensure he forgot about his past, especially his lost magic. He had wanted to follow Mordo's advice and move on. However, he could not move on no matter how hard he tried. The Ancient One asked Loki how he intended to reconcile everything now, and Loki noted that he couldn't move on if he found that someone hadn't moved on yet. When the Ancient One inquired on what he meant by that statement, Loki noted that he knew the Ancient One was using the Eye of Agamotto to keep herself alive, bending the rules of time, and she swore to protect. Apparently, she was a cheat like him. The Ancient One immediately cautioned him, informing him that she was nothing like him. Everything she had done was for a purpose. However, she did not expect him to actually understand. Loki nodded and admitted that he would not understand. Loki immediately asked how the Ancient One was going to explain her heinous actions to her followers. The Ancient One immediately noted that they didn't need to know, and Loki needed to do her a favor of not telling them. Loki admitted that he wouldn't tell them anything. However, he would need her to support him in raising an army and returning to Asgard. Paying Thor a rather painful visit, the Ancient One immediately said she would not do so, and Loki smiled, admitting that he knew she would give this reply. That is why he had contacted someone dangerous. Loki, dressed in his armor, stood at the balcony, watching Caecilius attack the Sanctum. They intended to bring Dormammu to Earth, and Loki had promised them that he would help them activate this goal. From what he could gather, Daniel Drummer, Mordo, and Wong were already dead in their battle against Caecilius. The Ancient One came and stood by him. Being horrified by what he had done, she immediately asked him if he knew the consequences of bringing Dormammu to Earth. Loki smiled and said that he knew the consequences, which was why he would not let Dormammu come to Earth. With the Eye of Agamotto, he had a specific plan to put that into action. However, he had not needed a distraction to carry out his remaining plan. The Ancient One noted that Loki was better than this, and that he had proven in years of training there was no need for him to abandon all that he had learned for more power. Loki bent his face and said that he was done living for people now. He was going to be the ruler he knew he was. And with that, Loki immediately plunged a sword into the Ancient One's heart. He whispered that the people would believe Caecilius was responsible. The truth would die with her. Thor sat in his bedchambers, his eyes looking outside his window. He could not believe that he still missed Loki. For years now, he had searched for his brother, but had found nothing. He wondered if Loki was alright, or dead. Loki had committed a lot of sins, but he was still his brother. Little did he know that Loki was monitoring him. Astral projection, of course. As Loki ended the projection, he signaled to a follower to bring him the Cloak of Levitation. It was time for the Sorcerer Supreme to go to war. Peter sat in his house, biting his lip as he looked out of the window. He could not believe that he had been outed as Spider-Man. He could not believe that he was an infamous superhero now. Of course, his past deeds of heroism had brought him into the spotlight. However, a certain villain named Mysterio had ensured the opposite happened when he framed Peter for his death. He had previously gone to meet Ned and MJ, hoping they had gotten acceptance letters into their colleges. However, just like him, they had been rejected. It was evident that this rejection was a result of their affiliations with Spider-Man. Peter knew that he needed to change everything. He would be able to endure everything that happened to him, but he would not be able to endure the pain and the circumstances inflicted on his friends. Now it was time to meet a friend. On spotting Strange cleaning up the snow-filled tower with Wong, Peter instantly hoped that his prayers were now answered. He smiled as he approached the former Sorcerer Supreme, requesting a favor from him. Of course, this favor was a huge one. Strange had to cast a forbidden spell, erasing the memories who knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man. It was a spell that even Wong advised against. It was a surprising turn of events. Strange looked into Peter's eyes and told him that he would be unable to cast the spell, as he now respected the laws of nature and balance. Peter would have to find another way to salvage his current predicament. A frustrated Peter walked out of the tower, cursing beneath his breath. Wanda sat on her chair, eyes buried into the deepness of the Darkhold. She could feel her magic expanding as red expressions of energy shadowed the entire room. She knew what she needed, the power of the multiverse. With the power, she would find a world her children were alive in and be with them. But she could not find the power she sought, a situation which frustrated her even more as her mind wandered in the deep trenches of the Darkhold. She began to sense feelings of frustration digging deeper. She realized that she had felt these feelings before, coming from a certain young man and she had once befriended, a man who had fought against her when she assisted Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes. She would have to find Peter Parker, and she would have to render assistance to him. Peter sat on his couch, hoping his door was locked properly. He would not have another person coming to see him to comfort him. Aunt May had done her very best, but she could see that it was not working. Nothing could change the truth. Peter had ruined the lives of his friends. If only Peter knew, he would ruin the lives of several others. A knock on the door, and May opened it. Surprised to see, it was a red-haired woman stepping into the building. She had a wonderful smile and some gorgeous eyes. She also had a cake in her hand. May knew she had seen this woman before. Then it hit her. "You are the woman who blew up that building in Lagos, right?" May asked. Wanda smiled, ensuring she kept her magic in check. If she wanted to win Peter's trust, she would have to play nice. Wanda responded positively, saying that she had assisted Peter in the fight against Thanos. She added that she had seen on the news and wanted to make sure if Peter was alright. May smiled and pointed her hands to Peter's room. But May felt that something was amiss. She could not place it. The human heart is as weak as it is confused in some circumstances. Peter was surprised to see his door opened, and Wanda stepped in, smiling as she approached him. He jerked up from his bed, embarrassed, as he only had his underwear on. With a flicker of her fingers, Peter found himself fully dressed. Wanda immediately asked him how he was feeling, as she had heard the news. A frustrated Peter went ahead to spell out the recent events, allowing his mind to be opened to Wanda. She could see the fear and guilt he had in his heart. He was susceptible enough for her. Before Peter could realize he had talked too much, he had noted that the fact that he had gone to obtain assistance from Doctor Strange, which Wanda chuckled to Peter. Peter seemed surprised to see that Wanda possessed no harbor of anger at his last concluded act. Then it hit him. He could ask her for assistance, as she was a sorcerer too, sort of, if only he knew that she was counting on his desperation. Of course, Wanda tried to play the safe witch, noting that performing such a spell would be too dangerous, and she did not want her powers to get out of hand. Peter responded by telling her there was no need for her to worry, ensuring he included every possible expectation he needed to do. All Wanda needed was the spell to perform, and he had to get it for her. Peter knew he would have to steal it from Strange. Peter arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum, pleased that Strange was nowhere in sight. He hoped that he would be able to access the library he had spotted earlier on and get that spell for Wanda. As he moved, he was quietly surprised to bump into Wong. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Stuttering, Peter said that he came to apologize to Strange for his earlier actions, and that he really needed a friend to talk to. Something about how he said this made Wong smile, and Wong moved to get them a drink so that they would talk. Of course, Peter used the moment to access the library. When Wanda inquired why Peter returned so late, he appealed that they shouldn't talk about it, which seemed fine by her. Peter handed over the pages to her, which was engraved in a rather old piece of paper. Wanda collected the spell, smiling to herself as she prepared to perform her magic. "Are you ready for this?" Wanda inquired of Peter. A hint of concern showed instantly in her eyes. Peter noted he would do anything to help MJ and Ned. Wanda smiled and began to cast the spell. Fortunately, Peter was no sorcerer. He would not know the changes she had made to the spell, and she just made enough changes to shatter the very fabric of space and time. Strange sat in his chamber, closing his eyes while he let his mind wander. He was engaged in a meditation exercise that the Ancient One had once taught him before she passed away. Suddenly, he felt chills go up his spine as he opened his eyes in shock. At that moment, he knew something was wrong somewhere. The first name popped into his head as he heaved a frustrating sigh. "Peter, what have you done?" he said in his head. Ned and MJ could not believe their ears as Peter narrated everything to them, including how Wanda had successfully made everyone in the entire universe forget he was Spider-Man, except the expectations he had mentioned to her. Ned made a comment about getting married to this Wanda eventually, and Peter replied that she was not his type. As Peter turned to MJ, he could not help but notice that MJ was definitely uncomfortable with the situation. "Are you okay?" he asked her, hoping she was indeed alright. MJ noted that while she was glad at the extent of the sacrifice he made, she would have preferred he had met with the colleague administrators. Peter stopped her mid-sentence and promised that everything would be alright now, that everyone had forgotten about the events with Mysterio. However, MJ was not finished. Apparently, she had already contacted the college, and after a few favors, the administrator agreed to put them on the consideration list. Shocked at MJ's lack of trust in him, Peter looked at Ned and realized Ned was fully aware of MJ's plans. Hurt by his friends, he stepped out of the restaurant, only to be knocked down by a large tentacle. Before Peter could recover from his brutal attack, the tentacle came again, striking him down with force. Then the tentacle grabbed him and lifted him up, apparently applying a lot of force, crushing his bones. Only then did Peter have a good look at his attacker. This was a man who had a lot of machines attached to his body. He seemed dangerous. Moreover, he seemed ready to kill Parker. The surrounding civilians had already fled with MJ and Ned, taking a hiding position. As the tentacled man prepared to strike again, a piece of metal flung towards his neck. The metal had made contact with that soft spot, causing the being to fall crashing down. Ned and MJ looked in shock as the famous Wanda Maximoff came out of a corner and carried Peter's unconscious body away. Strange could not hide his surprise when his attempt to teleport the madman who had attacked the restaurant ended up bringing two high school kids to him. They had clung to the already deceased man, appearing in the sanctum with him. Strange listened in shock as he heard everything. The kids said that if Wanda had taken Peter, then there was something very wrong. Truly, he intended to send these beings back to their dimensions, but right now, he had a priority. He had to bring Peter home. But as he thought about Wanda, he knew that he couldn't be too careful. With the kind of magic she possessed, he was going to have to bring backup. He closed his eyes and began to chant. Wanda smiled as she let her magic flow out of her system. With the multiverse now broken, thanks to the spell that Peter had given her, she could manipulate this to get what she wanted. But inside she knew she would need another source of power. And she would do everything possible to find that power and use it to her advantage. For now, she celebrated as the broken multiverse only made it much easier. Then, she began to sense a strange presence in her room. She lifted up herself as preparing herself for battle. The former Sorcerer Supreme came to have a little chat. Seeing her fighting stance, Strange assured Wanda that he was just here to talk. Wanda laughed as she knew that their conversation would most likely end in a more than just a talk. When Strange asked her why she casted the spell for Peter, she said that she did it for a personal reason and he would not understand, being too busy protecting the balance of the universe. Strange assured her that whatever was the issue, they could fix it together. However, what did she gain in casting the spell and abducting Parker? Wanda chuckled and noted that she had met Dr. Octopus few minutes after he appeared in their world. Using her magic, she spelled him to attack Peter, ensuring Peter was weakened enough. Of course, Peter would think she tried to save him, and after the amount of anger just read from her mind, it made the spell that she could cast a lot easier. Strange was shocked to see a red-eyed Peter step out of the shadows. He looked vile and ready to kill. At that moment, Strange placed himself in a fighting stance. To Wanda's shock, she saw two new Spider-Men drop beside Strange. Strange snorted, noting that Wanda was not the only one who could ignore the rules of space-time to suit her agenda. Wanda snapped her fingers, forcing Peter to attack his fellow counterparts. Peter 2 and Peter 3 shot webs at Parker, occasionally hoping to circle him eventually and put him down. However, Peter seemed like he was stronger and faster than the two of them combined. Of course, he had been boosted by Wanda's dark magic. Strange, on the other hand, battled Wanda, and they fought viciously, until Wanda used her magic to pin him to the floor. Wanda turned to see that Peter 2 and Peter 3 were having a hard time with her minion. With a smile, she waved her hands and pinned the two Spider-Men to the floor as well. She smiled to Peter, and he smiled back, his red eyes still glowing. As Strange laid on the floor, he casted one more spell. There was a pin drop of silence. Aunt May's voice echoed in the chamber, mentioning that Peter had more than enough goodness to fight off Wanda's spell. He was a hero, no matter what the world tried to think of him, and it was time he started acting like one. He had a responsibility that he had to fulfill, and he had to save his friends. Peter's eyes got wet as a teardrop fell. Aunt May had always known the right things to say. Wanda was mad as she turned to Peter. She was shocked when the young man shot a web flying towards her. In response, she used her magic to fling him across the room. Peter landed on a sharp piece of metal, crying out loud in the process. Wanda yelled in frustration, with Peter injured. The spell that shattered the multiverse would be broken. She quickly used her magic to fly anyways. Strange got up from the floor and rushed towards Peter. He looked up at Strange and apologized for everything. Indeed, he should have trusted his friends more. MJ kneeled beside Peter's grave, her eyes showing no emotion. She had been like this for the past 2 hours, and she had no intentions of leaving. Strange stood beside her, and she held her breath. She was going to avenge Peter's death. She would join Strange and search for the Scarlet Witch. As Peter sighted the elderly man in his highly advanced suit, he growled in anger. The memory of his Aunt May's death continued to plague his mind. He could still see flashes of her death. The memory of the glider shattering the glass wall, its sharp edges making contact with her skin. Another flash, and Peter remembered the sight of Aunt May falling on the floor, her body failing. He could remember how she told him that with great power comes great responsibility. He could remember her finally closing her eyes and death. Perhaps what made him boil with hatred was the laughter that emerged from Green Goblin's mouth. Who would have believed that this was an alternate personality of the so kind Norman Osborn? Nevertheless, as Peter approached him, he got ready to give him one hell of a beating. Peter charged towards the Goblin, ensuring he traded some good blows to the villain. The Goblin returned the favor, bringing out the blades from his suit to the party. With a shot from his web, Peter incapacitated the Goblin by trapping his legs. The Goblin tried to counterattack, but Peter was faster. A punch and the Goblin was down. The memory of May dying clouded Peter's judgment as he began to send a several amount of punches to the Goblin's face. The villain only laughed as Spider-Man continued to beat him up mercilessly. From afar, Peter 2 and Peter 3 watched in horror as the original Peter lost his senses, beating up the Green Goblin. Ned and MJ watched from a distance, their mouths widened with shock. Deep down, they believed that Peter would not strike a killing blow, but what they saw told them otherwise. As soon as the Goblin was completely down, Peter took a deep breath and stared at the monster that killed his Aunt May. he picked up the goblin's glider, his eyes carefully examining the sharp edges of the glider. This was the weapon that killed May. Now, this was the weapon that Peter was going to use to end the life of Norman. He raised the glider and prepared to strike. To his surprise, Peter 2 immediately jumped in the way, holding back the board with all of his might. He looked into Peter's eyes, hoping that Peter would get the message. Fortunately, Peter got the message and dropped the glider. Peter 2 heaved a sign of relief. However, he had heaved too soon. He felt a sharp pain in his back, falling to the floor immediately. The goblin laughed, and as he had sent the blade into Peter 2's back, the goblin began to taunt Peter. He said that while he struck the killing blow, Peter had actually killed May. His actions were what led to the death of his Aunt May. Deep down, Peter could feel the anger boiling within him. He didn't understand the rage at all. Meanwhile, Peter 3 immediately threw the serum containing the Green Goblin cure towards Peter.
Blow. But you... You are the one that killed her.
Parker caught it, immediately stopping, a while looking at the syringe and the man who laughed in front of him. He was not going to let Aunt May's death go not unavenged. He immediately tossed the cure aside and placed his palms on the head of the goblin. Without wasting any time, he forcefully moved the head to the right direction, snapping the neck of the goblin. On the floor, Peter 2 gasped from his standpoint. Peter 3 also gasped. Ameneje also gasped as well. Peter had just killed somebody. Of course, for a decision a man takes, he must pay for it. For unwittingly causing a near destruction of the multiverse, Peter Parker had decided that Stephen Strange should erase the memory of him from every mind. Perhaps this was Peter's way of living with the sin that he had committed, and not being blamed for it. Of course, the spell by Strange had ended up resorting the multiverse, sort of. The various variants did not belong in Peter's world, and has been transported back to where they belong. But even after an injury, this is a scar, and the wise one knows to look for these scars before they open to form other wounds. America Chavez runs as fast as she could with Stephen Strange, also known as Defender Strange, holding her hand as they ran. They wondered if they could stop to catch their breath. However, this was not an option. Apparently, if they did not, they would end up dead. They approached the Book of Vishanti, celebrating within their minds briefly as they ribboned the creature stepping in front of them. Defender Strange began to hold back the creature with his magic, creating a force field to hold back the monster. However, his shield was not going to last for very long. Turning to Chavez, he signed and began to use his magic to absorb her energy. With a horrified expression, Chavez asked him what he was doing. Defender Strange replied that whatever he was doing, it was best for all. Chavez had no idea on how to control her abilities. His attempt to take her powers was stopped abruptly as the Reban creature's arms ran through his chest, incapacitating him instantly. Chavez immediately ran towards the book, hoping she could slide underneath the creature and get the book. However, it caught her before she could attempt such. With a scream, Chavez's eyes turned blue as a star-shaped portal opened behind her, its force drawing her and the monster towards it. Defender Strange closed his eyes and whispered a spell, using his magic to blast the monster away. As he fell through the portal with Chavez, he used his dying breath to cast one final spell, powered by his death itself. Chavez paid her final respects to Defender Strange. As she closed his wide and open eyes, despite his recent actions, she could clearly tell that he was only looking out for her. She stood up and wondered where she would go. From this rooftop, from what she could gather, she landed in Dimension 616 and was going to have to get some help. She continued to walk on the street, her hands in her pocket as she moved. She suddenly noticed two men walking towards her. She quickened her pace, hoping that they weren't after her powers as well. However, one of these men, and she knew that it wasn't the power that they were after. Then what was it? She stopped and immediately faced the men. telling them to stay where they were or she would attack them. The men looked at each other and informed her that she had stepped into their territory, and now they needed all of her cash. Chavez signed, knowing that at least these were regular people. However, she was still in a lot of trouble. She turned, attempting to flee, only for one of the men to pull his gun out and pull the trigger. As the bullet approached Chavez, she closed her eyes in shock, only for a dark figure to emerge out of the shadows and carry her to safety. She opened her eyes to find herself in the figure's arms. He was wearing a dark hoodie, moving ridiculously as traveling around with a web. How was this even possible? Soon enough, they were in another corner and he dropped them on the floor. He attempted to leave, but Chavez quickly stood in his way. She mentioned that he saved her life, and she needed to know who he was. The figure looked squarely at her and tried to evade her. However, one touch from Chavez immediately stopped in his tracks, looking shocked. Then he pulled his hoodie, and he was a teenager with some pretty rough hair and a deep frown. When Chavez asked who he was, he introduced himself as Peter Parker, or as many once knew him, the Spider-Man. Peter felt weird inviting this strange lady over to his apartment. Technically, this was the first time he invited someone over to his house ever since the world forgot about him. He did not bother to making friends and didn't equate with any new people. What was the point when he was different now? Chavez asked him how he knew where she would be, and Peter replied that he found her by chance. As he spoke, Chavez looked at his pink underwear scattered all over the room and chuckled. Embarrassed, Peter quickly rushed and put them aside. He then proceeded to ask her more about her origins. Chavez continued to speak, informing him of her powers to travel the multiverse, although she had difficulty controlling it. Moreover, she noted that her friend, Stephen Strange, had tried to steal her powers, but died before he could do so. As she mentioned Strange, Peter frowned. Chavez immediately noted that Strange of his universe may not have been that evil. Peter noted that his frown didn't have anything to do with Stephen Strange of his world. It had to do with Defender Strange. To Chavez's shock, Peter noted that he saw a vision of Defender Strange dying when he touched Chavez. Chavez wondered what sort of spell Defender Strange would have casted that allowed Peter to experience that vision. She turned to see a picture of Aunt May. She asked Peter who that pretty lady was, and Peter told her that it was his aunt before she passed away. As Chavez apologized, Peter noted that he had already taken care of May's killer. Before Chavez could inquire, Peter clarified that he had killed May's killer. He further noted that certain evil people needed to be punished differently. With a gulp, Chavez asked him if he killed criminals now. Peter signed and said he would do what was necessary to protect the public. After all, the Spider-Man was gone now. He was now something else, and something darker. At that moment, Chavez bit her lip. From the look on her face, she clearly felt uncomfortable. She knew the spell Defender Strange had casted. As Chavez stepped into Aunt May's old room, she hoped that for once she would be able to control her abilities. She really needed to do this now, or she would be screwed. Fortunately, some parts of Peter's crazy multiverse story could assist her now. Closing her eyes, she concentrated deeply, and when she opened them, a portal had opened. She smiled as Peter too stepped out of the portal. Peter too looked surprised at where he was. He turned to Chavez, and before he could ask, she noted that Peter was in some deep trouble. Chavez quickly informed him that she had the power to travel the multiverse, which explained how she brought him here. She also explained that she had a partner who was a powerful sorcerer. Before he passed, Defender Strange had told her of some of his most powerful spells. One of them was a cloaking spell, which required much power to maintain. Eventually, his death had powered up the cloaking spell. At least, this explained why no interdimensional beings had come after her. Peter too proceeded to ask how a cloaking spell affected Peter. Chavez noted that it wasn't a cloaking spell used on Peter, it was a transferring spell. Defender Strange had told her of a spell that would transfer his consciousness to another body. However, this body must have been battling with darkness already, and judging by Peter's new killing streak, he was dark enough enough for Defender Strange to possess and complete his tasks of taking Chavez's powers. When Peter had touched Chavez, the spell had taken effect. When Peter 2 asked what they would do, she noted that only Peter could break the spell by overcoming the darkness within him. However, he didn't have long. The spell was about to be fully fulfilled and activated 3 hours after Defender Strange found a host, and Peter had only 2 hours to go. Peter stood over the city wearing his black hoodie. He decided to retire for the night, protecting Chavez from anything that would come after her. However, he couldn't stay at home anymore. Something in him was desperate to find someone who needed to be taught a lesson. Flashes of Aunt May's death continued to haunt him. He could remember how he had chose to either save Norman or kill the goblin. He remembered snapping the goblin's neck. After all, evil people deserve to die. Anyone who oppressed another person didn't deserve the light of the day. He looked down, and his anger rising as he noticed a young man attacking an elderly lady. The man pointed the gun at the lady and demanded for her cash. Peter thought he could hear Strange's voice telling him to go down there and teach the man a lesson. Peter immediately jumps from the roof, shooting a web towards the man's gun. Shocked, the man charged towards Peter but was greeted by blows. Soon enough, he was on the floor and Peter grabbed him by the neck. Strange's voice became louder now. He was screaming for Peter to end the man. "Peter, don't," a voice called out, and Peter turned around to see Peter 2 coming forward, in his suit of course. Before Peter could question how he got here, Chavez came into the view. She immediately told him that he was under a spell by a version of Stephen Strange, and if he killed this man, Strange would possess his body permanently. Peter groaned, noting that the urge to kill this man was high. What was the point nevertheless? He had changed, and it was better off to do this and end it all. Peter 2 immediately spoke, noting that while Peter had made the mistake by killing the Green Goblin, he made a bigger mistake by letting his guilt determine his every move. He needed to move on from the past and forgive himself truly for killing the goblin. Peter looked at Peter 2, red in his eyes. He struggled to reconcile. The voices in his head were louder now, and he screamed, his hands on the neck of the man. A neck snap could end this one soon. "Forgive yourself," Peter 2 said. Suddenly, Peter recalled May's final words. "With great power comes great responsibility." With a sign, he dropped the man on the floor unharmed. Peter closed his eyes and a tear dropped. Hugging Peter, Peter said his farewell and stepped through the Chavez-generated portal back home. When Peter asked Chavez how she was able to be controlled, she noted that she wanted to help Peter and thought that it would inspire her. However, she noted that by using her powers, she had reduced the effect of the cloaking spell that was covering her. She could still be hunted now. Besides, Defender Strange was not gone. If Peter surrendered to his dark emotions again, he would emerge. At that juncture, Peter noted that they needed help. They needed to find Stephen Strange of this universe. On board the Dark Aster sat Ronan, after promptly dispatching a Xandarin, along with the 2 daughters of the Mad Titan, Thanos. In a few minutes, Koroth would return, bearing the news that would displease the accuser of Kree. Greatly, the orb which held the key to Thanos annihilating the planet Xandar had been stolen by an outlaw called Star-Lord. In the timeline, which we all know, Gamora is sent to retrieve this orb from the outlaw, but things do not often go as planned. Ronan gritted his teeth at Koroth. He thought of how to remedy the current situation of him losing the orb. However, hope was not lost. We have information that he headed to the planet Xandar, capital of the Nova Empire, to meet with a buyer called the Broker. Koroth muttered, eyes downcast as he hoped to make up for his lapses. Nebula swiftly volunteered to go, and as Ronan accepted, Gamora made a counteroffer of her sister going instead of Nebula. She stated that she was more versed with the culture and landscape of the planet than Nebula. Ronan weighed the 2 sisters. Gamora was more skilled and experienced than Nebula, but he had recently heard a whisper of Gamora's suspicions, activities, and that silver of a doubt was more than enough for him. "Nebula, you are selected for the mission. Do not fail me," said Ronan, as he turned away to attend to more pressing matters, but not before he caught the expression of surprise on both of the sisters' faces. As Nebula prepared her weapons in her assigned cabin, Gamora entered with a sense of urgency and conflict vividly etched on her face. Nebula looked at her with ice-cold hatred as Gamora attempted in cajoling her to swap places for the mission. As Nebula looked at Gamora and her flawless body, she got reminded of the countless times she sparred with Gamora in order to win the favor of her dad. Those countless times all resulted in defeat, and thus her cybernetic body. Anger had dampened Nebula's ears even more so than everything that Gamora said was left to the wind. The only thing that got her attention was Gamora's mention of the orb, which contained an Infinity Stone, and if in Ronan's hands, can be used to destroy planets and even Thanos. Even then, she had not shown any emotion. She just waited, and eventually Gamora signed in frustration and left. There was a time when she could have done anything for her father, but all she felt was hate and anger towards him and Gamora. A plan took place in her head to make them pay. On the planet Xandar, Rocket and Groot, two bounty hunters, had just discovered a target that would make them 40,000 units richer. Well, Rocket mostly did the discovering. Groot spent most of the scouting time messing around. They spent most of their afternoon tracking and stalking him, waiting for the right moment, which they would apprehend him. This was to avoid any scuffle with the authorities, given their present criminal records. Rocket himself begged for the glory of escaping 22 jails, but he was not keen on getting back into one. "I am Groot," Groot muttered, as he pointed to the target. It seemed like their waiting time was going to soon pay off, as Peter Quill stepped into an office, which Rocket faintly recalled belonged to someone called the Broker. Before they could hatch out a plan, Quill stepped out as fast as he stepped in. Thrown out would be more accurate than the question by whom was quickly answered, as a purplish cybernetic creature jumped after him. Rocket slapped his head and signed, as he mused why earning money had to be so difficult. "I am Groot" was the only reply he received. Nebula's battle with Quill almost went according to plan. Her plan, she snickered, as she kicked away his jet blasters, which he attempted using to flee, and stunned him with her electricity batons. She could not imagine that this was the Star-Lord that gave Koroth so much trouble. She picked him up, and before she had a chance to demand the orb, a branch, Groot's hand, came out of nowhere and slammed into her abdomen, sending her spiraling into a building. Quill immediately sidestepped as the other of Groot's hand reached for him. He used the momentum and grabbed one of his quad blasters, aimed and fired, leaving Groot shaken. As he turned to evade his chasers, thousands of electro volts passed through him, which swiftly downed him. Rocket sprinted to claim his target along with Groot when they were immediately cut off by Gamora. Nebula's vision returned to her more quickly than her senses. She could see Gamora with a raccoon and a tree-like creature squaring off near the unconscious body of Star-Lord, but could not make sense of it. When her senses finally caught up with her, she screamed in raw anger at the realization that Gamora was sabotaging her mission. It was this anger that made her throw her energy dagger right at Gamora, who had made short work of both Rocket and now an armless Groot. The dagger did not miss as Nebula walked to the dying Gamora, and as she snatched the orb from her hand, she did not feel any remorse. There is only so much robotic part you can add to your body before your heart becomes as cold as iron. As Gamora laid there beside Star-Lord, her life ended. As she closed her eyes in the immortal sleep, Peter Quill emerged from his. He was afraid that he was going to be handed over to Yondu by Rocket and Groot in the next hour and killed. It is quite sad that in this universe, Peter Quill and Gamora never met, but that is not even compared to the tragedies that are yet to come. Follow me. Nebula arrived at the Dark Aster, and presented the orb to Ronan. She was given a ghost of a smile, the highest appreciation one can only hope to get from the accuser of Kree. Ronan contacted Thanos to inform him of his possession of the orb, all thanks to Nebula. When Thanos discovered the absence of Gamora and asked about her, Nebula admitted to having killed Gamora. This infuriated Thanos, but before he lashed out, Nebula revealed to Ronan that the orb contained an Infinity Stone, the Power Stone. Nebula made Ronan see that Thanos was no longer needed for the destruction of Xandar's civilization. He, Ronan, could use the Power Stone for his own purpose and be greater than Thanos himself. I am the most powerful being in the universe. You cannot beat me, Thanos screamed at Ronan. Not anymore, Ronan replied, as he took the Power Stone from the orb, which made him cry out in agony as he tried to absorb all of its power. His Kree physique was the only thing that stopped the stone from consuming him at once. Ronan quickly used his weapon, the universal weapon, and embedded the Power Stone in it, as the energy was too great, even for him. Even as Thanos ended his transmission to the Dark Aster, Ronan's threats still haunted him. There was war coming, and for once, this was not one he was confident of winning. He casted such vile thoughts out of his head and gave orders to the other to prepare for battle from his space throne. Meanwhile, in Dark Aster, Nebula pledged her alliance to Ronan, only if he would kill her father, Thanos, to which Ronan accepted. The Dark Astra swiftly changed course to the planet of Xandar. They killed my father and my people. They shall pay dearly, Ronan proclaimed, as the ship drew nearer to its destination as time passed. At Xandar's military headquarters, they spotted an intruding ship, and when the ship was identified to Xandar's dark astral fleets of military vessels were being sent to ward him off. Hundreds of ships operated by Sakarans were also being sent off by the Dark Aster. This resulted to a full-fledged war, as destroyed ships rained havoc on the city and hundreds of innocent lives gone. It is moments like this that really makes me question my oath of non-interference. So many innocent lives being lost, and all you can do is watch. Garth and Saul of the Nova Corps came up with an idea, disabling the engine motors of the ship so it can crash land and destroy, or weaken their opposition. Under different circumstances, this idea would be optimal, but even though he did not know it yet, this would be the decision that will make the destruction of the planet Xandar inevitable. As he goes to discuss this idea with the Nova Prime, I realize that just a whisper and I could change everything. But alas, I am the Watcher and I cannot interfere. The Nova military fleet tried their very best to destroy the engines powering the Dark Aster, amidst the odds stacked against them, and unfortunately their best was enough. Shouts of jubilation filled the headquarters and streets as an unevacuated civilians screamed in joy, but this quickly turned into that horror and confusion as Ronan walked from his damaged ship unscraped. As he looked around at the confusion and terrified faces of the people around him who thought him dead, an amused expression took place on his face, and this soon gave way to laughter. As he laughed, multiple Nova ships surrounded him, prepared to open fire when suddenly his laughter disappeared and was replaced with a grim mode. I am Ronan, the accuser of Kree, and I find all of you citizens of Xandar guilty, Ronan proclaimed as he slammed his cosmic rod, carrying the Power Stone on the ground. This unleashed massive destruction on the planet Xandar. Within seconds, the planet of Xandar existed no more in this universe. Thanos' mangled head laid unrecognizable on the floor of his ship, the sanctuary more than 100 feet from his body. When one looks closely, one would see the imprint of a hammer made on his skull. Not just any hammer, but the universal weapon of Ronan, bearing the Power Stone. The sanctuary still bears marks of the battle that happened here not long ago. Surprisingly, the battle of Ronan with Thanos was a very brief one. Ebony Maw floated, the double-edged sword to Thanos as they got prepared for war. The sword was made from Uru, one of the strongest metals in the universe. As the Dark Aster descended, Thanos stood up from his space throne, ready to battle Ronan once and for all. But Nebula emerged from the ship. She came with a proposition of peace or slavery as Thanos saw it. Nebula's head rolled into the Dark Aster in response. This was war. The Sakaran soldiers flooded the sanctuary, destroying everything in their path and emerging in their path and engaging Thanos' minions in combat. Thanos, impatient, created a path of blood and bones towards the Dark Aster. Still, much of a coward for someone with the Power Stone taunted Thanos. That seemed to do the trick as Ronan came bragging out like a bull on steroids, cosmic rod in hand, aiming a blow for Thanos' head. Thanos quickly sidestepped and delivered a blow of his own with his double-edged sword, but this was blocked by the universal weapon, and Thanos was thrown back by the force wave it generated, and Ronan unscratched. If Thanos was phased, he didn't show it. This time, he charged first, and it was rewarded as he drew first blood. It was this act that gave him overconfidence, and he charged again, but this time Ronan was prepared. As Thanos brought his double-edged sword down on Ronan to behead him, Ronan twisted around with his universal weapon and brought it in a clash with Thanos' sword. The result included the hammer driving the blade of the double-edged sword through Thanos' neck, and the universal hammer bashing Thanos' head in and sending it far away from his body. Ronan stood there, all of his goals accomplished, but he still needed more. Like a wise man in one of the most ignorant universes said, "Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." I had feared that this would happen. This is his quest for blood, and it was insatiable. This universe will soon be at an end. There is no hope for them. Wait, I see something. A glimmer of hope. Well, it would take an Infinity Stone to beat an Infinity Stone. Let's watch and see what happens. After all, that's all we can do. Watch. Captain Marvel had felt something, a disturbance, and she had just checked it out. As she landed on the sanctuary, she spotted Ronan, the accuser, in the mist of dead bodies. Hands lifted up and eyes closed, as if he was literally feeding off the souls of the dead. "The last time we met, you ran away," she said, interrupting his trance. Ronan's gaze fell off Ver as he searched for the creature that so dared interrupted him. If it was years ago, he knew, he would not have stood a chance against her, but everything was different now. He pointed his cosmic rod at her, grinned, and charged. Captain Marvel slammed into the space throne of the late Thanos. As she struggled to regain her bearings, Ronan followed up with a swing of his universal weapon, which she dodged by a hair's length, but was not enough as she was thrown away by the force wave created by the impact. The fight had been going on for so long, the Denver knew that she was slowly but definitely getting to her limit. She had underestimated him, but not anymore as Ronan rushed at her again. A shadow of a plan formed in her head, and she threw herself to the path of the universal weapon. Ronan was only eager to obliterate her as he added more power to the hammer to end the Ver once and for all. He was getting bored of the fight. His aim was true and the hammer struck and blasted Captain Marvel away, but something was not quite right. She was not dead. The power in that blast could have destroyed a planet. How is this possible? He was confused. Then he saw it, the Power Stone in the hand of Ver, and within a twinkle of an eye, he was blasted into nothingness. It seems that even I, the Watcher, does not know it all. Just when I had written off a universe to be consumed by darkness, that fate of Glimmer and Night was enough to save it. Years ago, I witnessed a rather controversial and destructive war, which broke out amongst the realities, the Multiversal War. They called it, in this war, the He Who Remains. Of the various realities, had suddenly realized the existence of the multiverse, and they intended to use it to their advantage by attacking each other. Spearheading this attempt was the mighty Kang the Conqueror. This is a story that tells another destiny, another multiversal war breaking out of the blue. The destruction of lives, the impending end of the world as we know it. In one reality, Gwen Stacy opened her eyes, surprised to see herself in a rather dark chamber. When she looked at the man in front of her, she began to fidget. Where was she, and what was she doing here? The last thing she remembered was being abducted by this man, who had posed to be a cab driver. Gwen took a deep gulp, knowing that she was in a lot of trouble. The man smiled at her and introduced himself to her as the One Who Remains. He informed her that he was from a different reality, and he was fed up with one of his copies, trying to create a sacred timeline. He missed the days of war and sought to revert the multiverse to the chaotic state. Gwen did not understand what he was saying, but she managed to ask why he needed her. He Who Remains said that to wake up the other copies and begin the war, he would have to branch several timelines, which would cause a several rift, allowing the timelines to change and the war to happen. Abducting Gwen Stacy from her particular timeline was one step closer to victory on his end. Gwen pleaded that she just wanted to go home. He Who Remains noted that strangely her fate was different in several timelines, but they almost had similar patterns. It was either she was the lover of Peter Parker, or she was a fling of Peter Parker, the later having fallen in love with Mary Jane. Despite all his revelations, Gwen still wanted to go home. He Who Remains immediately noted that in her reality, she was just a fling of Peter too, because he was in love with Mary Jane, and intended to change that. He looked at Gwen Stacy and immediately laughed, noting that she was going to help him fulfill his purpose. As he made the statement, Gwen gulped. If you recall correctly, there was indeed one reality where Tony Stark had been abducted by the Time Variance Authority after he accidentally killed Captain America in Civil War. In that reality, Tony Stark had successfully escaped the TVA, but later partnered up with Mobius and Hunter B-15 to find a way to end the impending multiversal war. They had not given up their fight. The trio discussed trying to figure out a way to prevent the multiversal war that they knew was coming. Tony, who was not well versed with time travel matters, remained silent as Mobius and B-15 brought out a lot of theories. As they spoke, Mobius immediately gasped. The gasp caught Tony's attention. He questioned Mobius immediately. Mobius noted that he had found out about the multiversal war through visions, inspired by a celestial being. Of course, the celestial being was I, the Watcher. Mobius noted that the interference of the Watcher had caused him to have memories he shouldn't have, and also, it caused him to know things that he shouldn't have known. That was how he knew that there was supposed to only be one person who could have caused the multiversal war. He Who Remains was his name. But in many other realities, he had an alternate version known as Kang the Conqueror. He Who Remains walked with Gwen into a park. He held her hands and smiled at her. Gwen turned to smile at him too. She had no choice but to do his every desire. Using his devices, he had successfully mind-controlled Gwen to do whatever he wanted her to do, and now he wanted to find Peter too. Gwen walked into the park, spotting Mary Jane and Peter too in the park. She walked up to Peter and kissed him softly on the lips, an act that generated a look of disgust from Mary Jane. Mary Jane made to push her away, but before she could make a move, she realized she could not feel her legs. Who was doing this? At that moment, Peter too stopped kissing Gwen and smiled. He took her hand and walked out of the park, leaving a shocked Mary Jane. From his hiding spot, He Who Remains began to laugh as he knew that he had successfully branched the timeline by ruining Peter 2's relationship with Mary Jane in this timeline. He had successfully changed the entire timeline now, and he had more timelines to change. Tony, B-15, and Mobius continued to discuss a way to find He Who Remains. However, as they discussed, they realized that there was absolutely no way to track such a celestial being. At this point, they needed a miracle to be able to prevent the impending doom that the Multiversal War would bring. Suddenly, a star-like shaped portal opened, and the trio found themselves getting sucked into the portal. They fell through a huge wave of space-time before finally landing on safe ground. They discovered that they were in New York City's Sanctum Sanctorum, a place Mobius confirmed was reserved for wizards. This was the place that housed the powerful Time Stone. B-15 continued that they were still in the same year, but different universe. It meant that whoever transported them here had the ability to bridge the gap between the multiverse. That was indeed so much power for one person. They were shocked to see a teenage girl step out of the shadows. She confirmed herself to be America Chavez, a girl who had the power to open portals to different universes. However, her abilities were limited to the timeline she operated within. Therefore, she could not access other realities, but she could access other universes. But that was not the only surprise they had received, for as they looked, they suddenly realized someone else had stepped into the room. He seemed young with a red and black costume. He had two swords at his backs, and his face was scarred. He introduced himself as Deadpool, and said that this variant of him was recruited by the Watcher 2 to combat He Who Remains. In the reality he was from, Deadpool had undergone several experiments to cure his terminal cancer. However, in return, he was scarred permanently. However, in his universe, he had worked with his captors and became their official assassin, until he retired and went into hiding. He only wore the mask again when he was recruited to save the world. This was a sort of redemption for him now. America explained that her abilities allowed her to reach the Watcher, and she got wind of the Multiversal War incoming. Thus, with the help of Deadpool, she had mastered her abilities enough to get an extra help, and now they had work to do. When Mobius asked what the plan was, Chavez noted that He Who Remains was traveling from reality to reality and was changing the timelines fast, thus waking up other versions of himself. If Kang the Conqueror awoken, then the Multiversal War would happen, and time itself would be in jeopardy. Tony asked them if they had a plan, and Chavez noted that while she had a plan, it was a rather dangerous one, and to achieve her plan, she would need to go to Asgard. Tony immediately recalled that as of this moment, during the events of his fallout with Steve Rogers, Asgard had not been destroyed. B-15 had filled him up on the future destruction of Asgard. Anyway, that was a matter for Thor to worry about. Right now, they needed to get to Asgard and get help. Deadpool noted that there was one more person that the Watcher needed on their team, and he would have to travel to another universe to get that person. Thus, he would partner with B-15 and Mobius. With a sign, Mobius agreed to do what seemed like a completely dangerous plan. He Who Remains sat on his chair at the end of time, crossing his legs as he sat on his throne. As he sat, he began to imagine the numerous things he could do, destroy the timeline. Several ideas came to mind, and he could not wait to try out each one. It was then I, the Watcher, began communicating clearly with him. I clearly asked him why he was doing all of this. Other variants of him were happy with the piece that had existed. However, he noted that this piece was only a shard, delaying us from reaching the inevitable point. He was of the opinion that the Multiversal War would still happen, and every attempt to delay it was just useless. He was trying to bring it to the past. It was at this moment that I knew that the one who remains on this reality was officially a certified sociopath, as the humans would say. Recall that in one universe, Peter 3 had been greatly affected by the death of Gwen Stacy, and thus he eventually became Spider Carnage to avenge her. Eventually, with the help of Uncle Ben from another universe, he was saved.
Very bad time, but in this dimension, I'm here for you. And no matter what,
I love you.
However, at this moment, Mobius, B-15, and Deadpool stepped into his room, with Deadpool carrying a suitcase. Peter 3 immediately acted on his instincts and began to battle these strange visitors. However, after a while of several battles, Deadpool was able to pin him down, and then Deadpool injured Peter 3 with the Carnage symbiote, which was contained by the suitcase. Peter 3 screamed as he transformed. Chavez successfully teleported into the throne room of Asgard. Of course, this drastic entrance earned her and Tony the attention of the Royal Battalion. Tony immediately screamed that he was a friend of Thor and Odin, seated majestically on his throne, ordered his men to stand down. Odin asked Tony what he needed in Asgard, and Chavez responded by asking Odin that they all have to talk in private. Odin suspiciously ordered his servants to leave, then Chavez went ahead to call Odin Loki. Chavez quickly revealed that she knew Loki had sent his father to Earth, and he was impersonating him. She also noted that while they needed Thor's help, he was far too away to assist, thus they needed Loki. Loki moved his chair and considered all this girl had said. He considered having them executed, or even throwing them in the dungeon. However, this girl's ability fascinated him. Loki was going to see what she wanted. Chavez turned to Tony and noted that he needed to gather all of the technology he could gather. When Tony asked why, Chavez noted that they were going to meet the gatekeeper of the Bifrost now. When Loki asked why, Chavez noted that there was a powerful celestial being they needed to see, and he had the power to grant any wish they brought to him. Chavez looked at the gatekeeper of the Bifrost and shook her head in disgust. He was in some unserious dude with multiple females by his side. For this task, she did not just need the gatekeeper of the Bifrost just to be anyone, she needed a resourceful person. She turned to Loki and let her eyes do the asking. Loki immediately figured that she was asking Heimdall, that Heimdall was banished and in hiding. Therefore, Heimdall would not be available. Chavez went ahead to note that she needed Heimdall for this task, and it was either Heimdall or no one. A furious Loki advanced towards Chavez, questioning who gave her the right to talk to him in such a disrespectful manner. Tony Stark stepped in front of Chavez, the time stick. He ordered Loki to rethink his every action wisely, or he would have to suffer dire consequences. Chavez immediately scrolled the two men, noting that the fate of the entire multiverse was at stake, and that they were acting like children. Loki noted that he did not particularly care for the entire multiverse. Chavez agreed that Loki did not care about the multiverse. However, he cannot deny that he cared for Asgard in his own messed up way. If the Multiversal War broke out, then this Asgard would be destroyed. And with that, Loki gave a heavy sign. I, one of the Watchers, decided that it was time to make a minor interference again. I quickly sent a sudden flash of memory to Mobius. Mobius did not know when he fell to the floor. Deadpool and Hunter B-15 rushed to him and asked if he was okay. Mobius noted that while he was fine, he just had another vision. He knew that they could find the one who remains and stop him for good. When B-15 asked how, Mobius noted that he didn't know how, but he figured it out. But first of all, he needed to be pruned. B-15 was shocked at Mobius's request, especially as he knew how dangerous it was to be pruned. It was like a one-way journey, with no hope of survival. However, Mobius said that he was ready for it. With a sign, B-15 immediately pointed her time stick at Mobius and pruned him. A tear dropped from her eye as she did this. Deadpool did not fail to note that everything that had just happened was extremely intense. B-15 noted that it was none of his damn business, and he would leave her alone. However, Deadpool said that his real name was Wade Wilson. B-15 paused for a moment to address him with her eyes. Thereafter, she turned to focus on the unconscious body of Spider-Man. Tony, Chavez, and Loki walked carefully in the Asgardian woods. At that moment, Loki was not assuming his Odin form if he was discovered. he would immediately be arrested. Chavez and Tony might as well have been arrested for being his accomplices. Tony heard a branch break and turned sharply. He quickly asked if the others heard what he heard. However, they quickly dismissed it. Something just didn't feel right to Tony at all. Suddenly, a hooded figure jumped down from the trees and began to attack the trio. He was so focused on attacking Loki, but stopped on seeing Tony. He removed his hood and identified himself as Heimdall. An excited Chavez noted that all the gods she knew, Heimdall was her favorite, an act which disgusted Loki immediately. However, he let the little girl have her show. When Heimdall asked what the matter was, that they had visitors from a world he could not see, Tony noted that the fate of the world was in Heimdall's hands. When Peter 3 woke up, he immediately screamed in agony. He began to hear voices in his head, immediately realizing that the Carnage symbiote was inside him again. He turned to B-15 and screamed, transforming immediately into Spider Carnage to attack her. Deadpool quickly pushed her away, but got impaled by the large alien-like hands on the Carnage symbiote. B-15 screamed in horror on witnessing this. She quickly picked up a large energy gun on the floor and fired it at Spider Carnage. The figure reverted to Spider-Man, but was unconscious one more time. B-15 ran to the lifeless body of Deadpool and began to shake in horror. However, the man began to laugh, noting that he had superhuman healing, thus making him invulnerable. B-15 frowned and spanked his chest, warning him that he should never ever do that again. Deadpool only noted that under her hard shell there was a person who cared deeply about people. Parker opened his eyes and began to stand up. B-15 looked at him and asked if he was ready to talk peacefully. Peter had no choice, but he noted yes. When Mobius arrived at the Citadel at the end of time wasn't a pleasant place to be in, and it was a stormy nature, made it navigating it a lot worse. Mobius was only glad he was here in one piece. Now, he could proceed with his plan. Chavez had instructed Heimdall to use the power of the Bifrost to take them to the chamber of the celestial being, Eternity. This being was reverted because it could grant one wish from whoever visited it. Apparently, Chavez wanted to wish that the Multiversal War would never happen. As she approached Eternity, her head began to hurt, and she fell to the floor. Heimdall and Tony followed suit. In agony, Chavez realized he who remains was standing in the middle of the chamber with them. The Time, being quickly, explained that he had enough tools to mind control a god, even from another Earth. All he did was use Loki's shape-shifting abilities to assume his true form. He who remains turned to Eternity and made his wish amidst Chavez's cries. He wished that Kang the Conqueror was released from his confinement. 3 years after the Multiversal War broke out, Mobius continued to do his research. As he went through several books, he continued to read. As he went through the books, around, and carried more books. As he was doing his research, he heard a sound and immediately stopped moving. To his horror, he who remains walked into the room. To his surprise, the powerful Time Being was not dressed in his royal appeal, but a sweatshirt and pants. As he who remains stepped into view, Mobius held his breath. He who remains looked around and shrugged, and walked out of the room, allowing Mobius to take a deep breath. He was relieved he wasn't caught. He had been made invisible by the powers as the Watcher. I needed Mobius concealed for as long as possible, so that we could proceed with our plans to end the war. Mobius spat and asked why he had to keep on suffering like this, when it was pointless. I informed Mobius that having hope was not a pointless scheme, and he should never give up. Thus, he had to focus on finding the solution to our current predicament. With a sign, Mobius continued his research. Nathaniel, Kang the Conqueror, called as he stepped into the room. His footsteps were rather majestic, and he commanded a striking aurora of authority as he moved around. He who remains was shocked that he had a variant that was like this. Nathaniel, Kang called again, and He Who Remains was forced to answer. It had been so long since someone had called him by his real name. Kang noted that he would always appreciate Nathaniel for being the reason he was standing there today. However, he needed Nathaniel's weapon to make the war go in his favor. Nathaniel noted that the weapon he held was the only thing that prevented Kang from killing him, and he was not a fool to let it go just like that. However, Kang appealed that he should reconsider, noting that he would be back to ask for the weapon. As Kang walked away, Nathaniel heaved a sigh and returned to his seat. Tony laid on his bed motionless. Someone would have looked at him and thought he was dead. However, Tony was far from dead, but he could not go outside or do anything. As far as he was concerned, he had lost. Kang the Conqueror had been released from confinement, and he had wasted no time eliminating all of those who stood in his way. Tony had not heard anything from Mobius since then. Hunter B-15 and Heimdall had been killed, and Chavez had been missing since. Now, it seemed all hope has been lost. Suddenly, Tony felt a surge of hope flow through him, and he wondered why he felt like that. He immediately eradicated himself and looked around, trying to figure out who was messing with his emotions. "Whoever you are, I'm not in the mood for games," Tony roared. "And neither am I," a female voice answered. For a moment, Tony thought he was facing the reverted Wanda Maximoff, a witch with whom he was well pleased. However, he realized that it was not Maximoff, but someone else entirely. "My name is Argartha," the woman said. Chavez struggled to free herself from the chains that held her confinement. However, her powers could not work. As long as these chains were on, they were too strong for her to break. She began to scream for help, but nobody had answered. She stopped screaming when Nathaniel Richards walked into the room, still wearing his sweatshirt and pants. Chavez immediately began to curse him, asking him why he hadn't killed her yet. Nathaniel responded by saying that Chavez was a prized weapon to him, as she could access the multiverse. If Kang had Chavez in his grip, Nathaniel knew that Kang would be unstoppable. Chavez laughed and asked if that wasn't what Nathaniel wanted, and he wanted a Multiversal War, of course. He knew that Kang would do everything to completely eliminate his other variants in the other multiverses. Nathaniel said that he knew, which was why he had captured her. She was the key to staying alive, and to that, Chavez spat. She mentioned that there was still hope, and that Kang would be defeated, somehow. Argartha Harkness continued to speak to Tony, noting that there was a way to end this dangerous war once and for all. Tony noted that she was a dreamer, and there was absolutely no way to end the war. However, Argartha disagreed, noting that the world she came from was destroyed because there was a battle there between Kang the Conqueror and another variant of his. Of course, Kang the Conqueror did emerge victorious. Argartha mentioned that she did not come all this way to meet Tony Stark, only to be rejected. Tony mentioned that they once had a plan to stop the Multiversal War, and that plan completely fell apart. Right now, there was no hope. Argartha asked Tony why the Watcher had selected different heroes and villains, assigning them with different roles that they did not understand. Mobius had gotten himself sent to the Void. The Watcher had Spider Carnage created. Argartha believed that the Watcher had a backup plan, just in case their first plan had failed, and their first technically failed miserably. Tony smiled slightly, knowing that there was some truth in everything she had to say. He asked her what he could do now, as the war had already happened. Argartha smiled and asked him to follow her. Tony had not known them for very long, but he was pleasantly surprised to see Deadpool and Spider Carnage. They were both in red and black suits, which amused Tony, but he refused to talk about it. Argartha stood with them, briefing them on the next step they were all most likely going to have to take. Argartha noted that she had been studying some of the TVA's documents since the destruction of her world, and she realized that the first ever Multiversal War was stopped by a being known as Alioth. He was a shadow-like monster that existed in the void. Argartha was on the firm belief that Alioth could help them end the war, which was why Mobius had gotten himself sentenced to the void. Spider-Carnage asked why they were going to do this with the new information, and Argartha noted that all they had to do was find a way to utilize Alioth to end the Multiversal War. But first of all, they needed to get themselves pruned. Kang the Conqueror continued to sit in his battleship, contemplating his next move. By his side, he saw multiple variants of the god, Loki, as he had gathered them from different timelines to form his council of advisors. These gods were pretty much easy to convince. After all, they had all feared death. The council continued to deliberate and decided that it was time for Kang to attack his variant. If Kang could use America Chavez in his grasp, the war would completely be in his favor. Kang immediately questioned the sensibility of such a plan, as Alioth, the beast, guarded where his variant resided. Going after Chavez with a full battalion would only awaken the dreaded beast. However, the Council of Lokis decided that they would combine their god magic to restrain Alioth long enough for Kang to step into battle. Smiling at his previous victory, Kang moved to prepare his army. Damn it, Nathaniel cursed when he noticed a large battalion of soldiers outside. He did not know why Alioth had not come to intervene, but he knew something was fishy going on. He quickly moved to his prison cells, hoping to grab America Chavez and run away. However, when he arrived, the girl was gone. Mobius had earlier rescued America, and they continued to run. When Chavez asked why Mobius was here, Mobius noted that he had been here for the past 10 years, searching for a spell that could manipulate Alioth. He had realized that such a spell did not exist, and he had to invent it. Before Chavez could ask, Mobius noted that Nathaniel had used raw power to manipulate Alioth, none of which any mortal being could use. Chavez further asked who would cast the spell, and Mobius smiled, noting that they had just arrived at the void. One of the Watchers, had sent a message, noting that Argartha had gotten herself Tony Stark, Deadpool, and Spider-Carnage pruned. As soon as Argartha, Tony, Deadpool, and Spider-Carnage arrived at the void, they were surprised to see a star-shaped portal open, and Chavez alongside Mobius jumped out of it. Tony could not help but sigh in relief as he set his eyes on Mobius. For some reason, he had missed the man. They were all standing at a distance, observing Kang's army marching towards the Citadel at the end of time. Mobius noted that it was possible that magic was restraining Alioth, and that they needed people to take out ones responsible for it. Deadpool and Spider-Carnage were immediately nominated, and Chavez used her abilities to send them to Kang's starship, where they began to battle the various variants of Loki. Mobius quickly handed over the spell to Argartha, and she began to chant. As she was casting the spell, Chavez noted that Argartha was getting weaker, with blood spilling down her nose. Meanwhile, Kang's army had already started raining destruction on the Citadel. Mobius noted that he knew what was happening, and immediately used a pocket knife to slit his own throat. Tony came running to him as he fell. Mobius noted that the spell needed a sacrificial power, and Mobius was giving his life for Argartha to channel Alioth and protect them. Mobius breathed his last, as Argartha suddenly became empowered and began to channel Alioth. With Alioth at her command, she immediately wiped out all of Kang's forces. Kang walked into the throne room, searching for Nathaniel. He called his variant a coward for causing war and not even participating fully in it. Immediately, Nathaniel stepped out of the shadows and battled Kang. Kang defeated Nathaniel by stabbing him with a spear. However, Nathaniel responded by shooting Kang with a device. Kang instantly disappeared into a million pieces. And so the war was over. Tony signed. From what he could gather, Kang the Conqueror had been sent back to his prison. Nathaniel, aka He Who Remains, was dead. Every other person he could think of had returned to their regular lives. Tony didn't know if the multiverse could ever recover from such a war. However, it didn't matter to him anymore. Now, he was the guardian of the Citadel at the end of time, and his new ability gave him access to talk to me, one of the Watchers. Trajectory. It is 1943, and hopes are high for Team America to have their very own super soldier. Today, Steve Rogers becomes Captain America. What if the Hydra agent, Heinz Kruger, was a little edgy and impatient that day? What if he did not want to wait for the experiment to be over before he attempted stealing the serum, because he had a generalized anxiety disorder? Let us watch and discover how the slightest change in the timing of Heinz Kruger's choice affects the future of Steve Rogers. Today was a dream come true for Steve, the day he became a super soldier. As Peggy Carter drove him to the laboratory for the experiment, he thought of how far he had come as a small, skinny man. This would be the day he finally achieved his dreams of being able to fight for America, and he would have Peggy by his side while doing it. All this was dependent on the success of the experiment, but he had enough to trust Abraham Erskine. He was even putting his life on the line for him. When they arrived at the lab, which was well disguised as a shop front, Abraham Erskine wasted no time in getting Steve Rogers ready. A few minutes later, and everything was set. Steve Rogers was strapped in pretty well to the machine, and the process to make the world's first super soldier began. In the midst of the spectators was Heinz Kruger, a Hydra agent. He would have fitted in perfectly well with the spectators of the experiment, only that he was fidgety and sweating profusely, which attracted some suspicious glances. Even though all of his attention was on the experiment, he was sent by Jonathan Schmidt to kill Abraham Erskine and steal the super serum, but all the anticipation and anxiety was getting to him. He had a generalized anxiety disorder as a result of the incident in his childhood. He tried breathing evenly to slow this heartbeat and calm his nerves, but it was not working. He could not take any more of it. Halfway through the experiment, Heinz Kruger busted through the crowd and with the trembling and shaking fingers pulled the trigger of the gun he pointed to Abraham Erskine. He missed. The bullet penetrated the control panel of the machine and caused a spark reaction, which did not only stop the experiment, it went on to electrocute Steve Rogers. Heinz Kruger had been more lucky in his next shot as he killed Abraham Erskine. But his luck immediately ended when Peggy Carter gunned him down. As Peggy turned along with the spectators to witness what had happened to Steve Rogers, the horror in her face questioned whether it was Heinz Kruger's luck that ran out of hers. Steve Rogers finally woke up from what seemed to be an eternal sleep. His vision was the first sense that came back to him. Though blurred, he could make out that he was in a hospital with a weird bracelet around his hand. He also vaguely noticed that the clock by the right-hand side of the room read that the year was 2009, but he could not make sense of it yet. When his other senses returned to him, he saw a group of men around him. When he noticed that they had Hydra symbols, he charged at them, but they immediately injected something into his body. Steve noted with a mild amusement as he faded from reality. That was when he charged. Electricity seemed to be bouncing off of his body. For several days, Steve Rogers faded in and out of consciousness as the Hydra agents worked on him. They were brainwashing him, training him to become their own super soldier. When Steve Rogers finally awoken, he was no longer Steve Rogers. "His name shall be Shocker," said the main Hydra scientist as he beamed down on his creation. Time was not a factor to Steve Rogers anymore. He could not remember where he came from, who he was, and who his loved ones were. The only thing that mattered to him currently was the mission. He was to kill a government official and his entire family. No witnesses. Steve Rogers waited patiently on the rooftop without moving a muscle. He had been waiting for 8 hours, but it took a toll on him. He did not show it. He remained rigid as a statue under a camouflage of leaves with a sniper in his grasp. Suddenly, the car he had been told to target turned the corner. He aimed and fired. His aim was perfect. The driver was eliminated, and without him, the car tumbled till it came to a halt when it collided with a tree. Steve Rogers jumped off of the roof with a jolt and slowly descended with his electrical volts. He sucked up the energy from the streetlights as he went to complete the mission. As Steve was ready to go, a shield came out of nowhere to catch him off guard, but his brainwaves were so much faster than the average man. Steve Rogers caught that shield and threw it back at his attacker, with a little bonus, 1,000 volts of electricity. When Steve saw who was attacking him, he had a sudden flashback. When Captain Carter recovered from her parole, the assassin was long gone. Something about him looked weirdly familiar to her. It was a full moon, and Steve Rogers was in Egypt for a very important mission. He was to retrieve an ancient artifact to strengthen Hydra's arsenal. He had been having strange flashbacks ever since seeing Captain Carter's face. The flashbacks occurred as agonizing fits for Steve, as his sanity was threatened each time they occurred. By the time Steve made it back to the Temple of Khonshu, he was in deep agonizing pain as he had flashbacks, with his sanity slowly slipping away. He could feel his brain burning up from the inside, and he cried. Then a bright light shined, and he closed his eyes to defend himself. When he opened them, he beheld an amazing sight. The god of the moon suddenly appeared and offered to cure Steve if he accepted to becoming Moon Knight. Steve had no choice. The head eggs didn't let him understand what was getting to him. Steve remembered everything, or he thought he did. He remembered having a friend named Bucky and loving a woman named Peggy. He remembered faintly that he had done something hideous and abnormal. Otherwise, why was he running all this way to Egypt to avoid them? Steve woke up, suddenly dressed in some hideous pajamas. He just had the strangest of dreams. He infiltrated a secret organization named Hydra. He killed and destroyed everyone in the facility. Laughing it off, he stepped down from the bed and went to prepare himself for the day's work at a museum when the headlines of the morning news from his television froze him. It read, "Secret Hydra facility in shambles after electrical blackout with no survivors to tell the tale." Just a slight change in the timing of a choice can change the entire outcome of the story of another man. Steve Rogers in this reality was meant to become Captain America, but a slight change of timing changed his trajectory entirely. He became Moon Knight. Date 2016. Location 10 Rings headquarters. It was an intense training session. 10 warriors of the 10 Rings battled a lone fighter, a 16-year-old. The hand-to-hand combat was impressive. This particular fight had been going on for the past 12 minutes and would not stop until either the 10 warriors decapitated the lone warrior or the reverse happened differently. Fighting styles were displayed: Kung Fu, Taekwondo, Muay Thai, martial arts, Krav Maga, Jiu-Jitsu, and boxing. The man on the ramparts looked down at the fight below, pride in his eyes. He knew the outcome of this particular fight. The 10 aggressors would soon be put down, and it began. One fell, and another, and another. 3 minutes later, one aggressor was left. Soon he fell, leaving the teenage warrior as the victor. The teenager tried to control his breathing as he bent to place his hands on his knees and catch his breath. A knife sliced through the air and past the place where his head was just a millisecond early. He didn't need to be told. It was either the death dealer's knife that had almost penetrated his skull. he wouldn't be enjoying his victory just yet, as the Death Dealer, his trainer, charged at him with a knife in each hand. Another fight ensued, a tense one. Even the man on the ramparts began to feel uncomfortable. Just as he was about to call off the Death Dealer, the teenager dealt him a blow to the right temple. Before he could react, the boy delivered another blow to the left temple. He swayed, and another crushing blow landed under his lower jaw. The blow knocked him out, and he fell to the ground. A rare defeat had just been dealt. The Death Dealer, the master trainer of the Ten Rings organization, had been defeated. The teenager, Shang-Chi, then kneeled and bowed his head at his father, Xu Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings headquarters. He nodded his approval to his son and bade him to come up. As Shang-Chi climbed the stone steps to meet his father, he knew he would have no rest as his dad was obviously calling him to brief him on a mission. That was the new normal. He only spoke to his father about business and missions. Xu Wenwu looked at his son proudly, not with the admiration of a proud father, but that of a boss who had produced an amazing employee. However, the admiration didn't show on his face or eyes. He had another mission for the boy, and he began briefing him about it. After Shang-Chi assassinated the leader of the Iron Gang in the USA, the organization didn't die with him. His closest adversary rallied the remaining warriors and revived the organization in secret. Ten Ring spies confirmed that they operated from a whaled company in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia. Since the fighters of the Iron Gang numbered only 7, Wenwu was convinced that Shang could handle the problem on his own, and even they were of a greater number. He believed with anger as his motivation, he could vanquish the enemy. Anger, that was how he controlled Shang. The Iron Gang had killed his mother before his eyes 9 years earlier. He sent the boy on a revenge mission to render the Iron Gang. Shang's mission, which was no-brainer acceptance, was to invade the compound and end the Iron Gang once and for all. Wenwu then batted him to go and get himself ready to fly to the US. He informed him that the coordinates of the compound will be sent to him when he arrives in Virginia. Location: Blue Ridge Mountains, Virginia. Shang drove to the rental SUV, down to the unmarked dirt road. These people had set up their compound in the forest at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was 9 a.m., and the humidity in the forest was thick. He knew for a fact that the trainings always happened at night, so that meant the members of the Iron Gang would be asleep. Creeping up on them while they slept was easiest. Location: Iron Gang headquarters, Virginia. Shang walked into the compound. There were 3 stone buildings in the compound. He decided to enter the middle building first, knowing that the leader would be there soon. As his foot moved to climb the first step leading into the middle house, he heard the soft whoosh of blades slicing through the air. He was caught off guard, and before he could react, the sharp blades penetrated his body and remained there. He could have looked down to take a stock of his injuries, but he couldn't. A knife was stuck in his neck, and he could feel blood running down his throat into his windpipe. He choked, but that didn't stop the blood. His attacker closed in. They were triumphed. The spies had done their jobs well, and the arrogant Xu Wenwu had sent his son to fight the Iron Gang. That decision would be forever regretted. Shang wondered what went wrong. Did his dad send him to his death? Was the Ten Rings compromised? He was sure of one thing: he was betrayed. He fell to the ground. He felt himself slipping away. He was dying. Somewhere materialized in his face. The leader of the Iron Gang proclaimed in Mandarin that this was the beginning of the end of the Ten Rings organization. All Shang could think about was his sister, his father, and he had neglected his sister while he had become his father's assassin. Shang closed his eyes and let his soul slip away, but not before he prayed to whoever was listening that he should be saved to go help his sister. What he felt was utter darkness and quietness. Shang's body was dumped at the foot of the mountain. He would look like a tourist who must have fallen to his death. In the silence, a voice called out to Shang and asked him if he wanted a second chance at life, if he wanted to avenge his own death, if he wanted to punish those that made his life a living hell. Shang replied with a desperate attempt, yes. A moment later, his eyes opened with a start, and he took a deep breath. He was alive again. He heard a loud whine of an engine, and the noise only kept coming closer. It was a motorcycle, and riding it was the devil himself. The motorcycle, the Hell Cycle, was left idling. The devil then kneeled on the soft forest earth and placed his hand on Shang's head, transferring the spirit of vengeance into him. Shang screamed in pain as he felt pure fire go through his soul. He was something else. He was not human anymore. He was the Ghost Rider. The devil then vanished and rode away, leaving Shang there to go hold up his end of the bargain by exacting revenge on those he deemed deserve of it. As the devil rode away, he could feel the rage building up in him. He could see the faint online of the Iron Gang compound in the distance. He would go there and finish what the mission his dad gave him. The gates to the Iron Gang compound was blown up, and in walked Shang-Chi, the Ghost Rider. He was no longer flesh but skeleton, with hellfire everywhere. Warriors of the Iron Gang rushed to defend their territory, but were immediately engulfed in the flames of the hellfire, which spewed from the hands of the Ghost Rider. The leader walked out and stood face to face with Ghost Rider, who promptly breathed hellfire on him, which incinerated him on the spot. The Ghost Rider then burned the 3 buildings and turned his back on the now defeated Iron Gang. And now the soulless Shang-Chi walked out of the building. He could feel the rage continue to burn inside him. His mission was not over. Someone had sent him to his death, and now he was going to find that person and go there. XU Killian sat on the floor, her eyes to the ground. She was worried Shang had said he would be back by now. What went wrong? I looked at her, knowing that she was too young to fully comprehend what had happened to her brother. But I knew that one thing was for sure. Shang-Chi's death was an aberration in the timeline, and someone had sent the Ghost Rider to save his life, or the devil. I wondered if Shang-Chi's death was also orchestrated by this being. But that was not all. Immediately I saw a familiar figure step into the room, standing behind the young sister. It was Mobius of the TVA. He sat on his throne as he examined the matter before him. A mercenary, Eric Stevens, claimed to be his cousin. Nobody believed him until he showed proof of his Wakanda heritage. T'Challa was not surprised. He already knew about him from Ziri. T'Challa was taken aback when Killmonger challenged him to a ritual combat for the throne, but rules were rules. He'd have to accept any challenge for the throne, and since he was an honorable king, he had no choice. After all, what was the worst that could happen? Everybody gathered around the waterfall to witness the fight between T'Challa and Killmonger. T'Challa had to drink a concoction to neutralize the powers of the heart-shaped herb. The herb made him more than any man. It made him the Black Panther. Now stripped of his powers, T'Challa squared off with Killmonger. They circled each other as they sized themselves up. Then Killmonger charged. The fight was a tough one for both men, proving to be equal opponents until Killmonger landed a deadly blow to T'Challa. Looking at T'Challa, Killmonger remembered how his father was taken away from him by T'Chaka. He decided that throwing him off the cliff would not be enough punishment for the mother and sister of T'Challa. He wanted them to go through the trauma of the loss and pain that he went through. His instincts also wanted him to be sure that all threats were exhausted. Killmonger turned to T'Challa towards his family and slit his throat while they watched. Shortly after, T'Challa and Ziri's bodies were thrown off the cliff. The Queen and Shiri and Ross, along with Nika, went to M'Baka's palace. They figured that there was one last hope. They wanted him to take the herb Nika stole and become the next Black Panther. When they explained their situation to him, M'Baka took them into a chamber. In the chamber, they saw the dead body of T'Challa. After much weeping and grief, they resolved to start a revolution with the Jabari tribe and M'Baka as their leader. The Queen met with Oki in secret to aid them in their secret cause, but Okioi refused. "My loyalty belongs to the throne and not the person that sits on it," Okioi said. The Queen was, however, given a package from Okioi. "It was given to me by a garden attendant that T'Challa was gracious to," she whispered to the Queen as she handed over the package. At M'Baka's palace, it was discovered that the package was a heart-shaped fruit. There was a chance for not just one Black Panther, but two. It was then decided that Shiri and M'Baka were to take the heart-shaped fruit to stand a chance against Killmonger and his entire army as they planned to take over the world. Both of them took the herb at the same time and entered into a trance. Shiri saw T'Challa in her trance and they talked. "Do not follow the footsteps of our father, just follow your heart. I know you have a good one," T'Challa told her. Killmonger and W'Kabi were all set on conquering the world by launching their ships when M'Baka, along with the Jabari tribe, halted their movements. Shiri, along with Agent Ross and Nika, were busy getting weapons from her lab. Shiri gave Nika some armor while she showed Agent Ross how to virtually operate a plane and shoot down the ships. Killmonger had already launched. Shiri went to a chamber hidden in plain sight inside her lab. When she opened the chamber, she got a necklace with a vibranium pendant. "I haven't tested you yet, but you should do just fine." She grabbed the necklace, and when she wore it, it activated the necklace. A white panther covered her. The ongoing fight was one-sided, and it wasn't even in the favor of M'Baka. He was using T'Challa's suit, but he was not yet accustomed to it. He was having a hard time fending off attacks and attacking others until Shiri arrived. Shiri handed him a sleek, black vibranium staff that completely matched his wooden one. The tide of the battle slowly began to turn in their favor. For the first time in the battle, M'Baka began to see a glimpse of hope. "For T'Challa," he cried as he charged. He could not believe he had made such a statement. Agent Ross was doing pretty well. He managed to shoot down a lot of ships without getting shot himself. The simulation reminded him of a video game he played when he was younger. He marveled at the technology of Wakanda and how it could change the world if they revealed themselves. He pushed all thoughts from his mind as he focused on the last ship. Using aerial movements that even surprised him, he managed to take down the ship before he went down himself. The battle was still in favor of Killmonger until Shiri focused all of her energy into her suit and blasted it out of the carved piece in her suit. She was surprised when her little scheme actually worked. M'Baka decided that if the king was dead, then the war would stop, so he ran straight at Killmonger. He blasted away the guards. M'Baka spun around and tried to use the momentum to strike his club on Killmonger, but missed. As he dodged, Killmonger quickly followed with some swipes of his own, but these were blocked by M'Baka. When Killmonger discovered that M'Baka's staff was made out of vibranium, he snatched it from him, spun around, and impaled him through the heart with it. M'Baka was dead. "Stop the fight now, or she follows him to the grave," Killmonger shouted as he pointed M'Baka's staff to the neck of the queen. Shiri and the rest of the Jabari tribe surrendered when they discovered M'Baka was dead, and the queen was captured. When they were all rounded up, Killmonger still went ahead with impaling the queen. These actions were followed by a loud cry from Shiri and Okioi. Years later, Shiri was at her lab, developing new weapons for Killmonger. When she was summoned, After the battle, she along with Ross and Nikai were captured and put into the dungeon with the rest of the Jabara tribe. She was only left out because Killmonger needed her to develop new weapons. Moments later, she knew why she was summoned. She was to help extract an Infinity Stone from Vision without killing him. All of these measures were to stop a mad titan called Thanos from destroying the universe. She understood all of these things, but what she didn't understand was why he was helping the Avengers. Nevertheless, she smiled on seeing two people, Steve Rogers and Wanda Maximoff. They were T'Challa's friends, sort of. It seemed like months of putting her head into work, and research panned out. She was able to get the Infinity Stone within a short period of time. When she did, Killmonger immediately turned on Steve and Wanda by putting a restraint collar on them. She should know she had one on too. She now understood why he helped them. He wanted to use the Infinity Stone for himself. Thanos suddenly invaded Wakanda in search of the Mind Stone, and Killmonger, with the stone embedded in M'Baku's staff, went to meet him with the army of Wakanda. Then, an intense battle began. During the battle, Thor arrived with the other Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy. Eventually, Thanos and Killmonger were left to face off each other. Killmonger and Thanos fought, but with speed and numbers on Killmonger's side, he impaled Thanos' heart with the staff. Thanos held him by his neck and snapped it. Thanos laughed and muttered that Killmonger should have gone for the... He was in complete shock when Thor flew down into the scene, cutting off the Mad Titan's hand along with the Infinity Stones. In a split second, he quickly used the Stormbreaker to chop off Thanos' head. Shuri stood in the tomb, fighting back tears as she looked at the graves of her father, mother, and brother. Okioi came and stood beside her, a hand on her shoulder. Nika came and stood at the other side, a hand on Shuri's other shoulder. "They're ready for you, my queen." Shuri gave a smile and nodded. With the world saved from the Mad Titan and Wakanda saved from Killmonger, she needed to lead Wakanda to a new age, and she was going to follow her heart, just like T'Challa had told her to do. Gwen was supposed to be exhausted due to the stress of the tour through the Oscorp facility, but she did not feel a thing. She felt only joy and energy from getting to show the people around the facility. She loved her job as an intern. Out of habit, Gwen scanned the faces of the people she was leading on the tour, and one of the faces looked strange. The person bearing the face was not strange, but it was quite eerie, seeing him here. He was Peter Parker, her somewhat crush. In a well-known reality, Dr. Connors stepped out at this point and dazed the crowd. What if Dr. Connors did not make it on time? What if he decided on sleeping in late, and this will cause him to be 30 minutes late for his presentation at the tour? Gwen was so glad she had a talent for handling tours, unless she would have lost the crowd 30 minutes ago. Dr. Connors was supposed to arrive 30 minutes ago, and she had to entertain the crowd until he came in, but she was running out of ideas. She prayed that he would arrive soon, as she already started noticing signs of boredom amongst the audience. Gwen's prayers were answered. A few seconds later, Dr. Connors rushed into the chambers, looking shabby. When Gwen deducted that he must have taken his bath and worn his clothes within less than 5 minutes before he rushed down here, the anger boiling inside of her was quickly evaporated and replaced with amusement. Gwen found it hard to feel anything but love for people who were quite passionate about their work, even their determination. Dr. Connors was the perfect example of such a man. He must have probably slept in late because of his research, she concluded as she eyed his missing limb. It was no secret that Dr. Connors was researching on regrowing lost limbs, and his motivation was pretty obvious. When Gwen handed it over to Dr. Connors, she scanned the crowd for Peter, but could not see him. Suddenly, she caught his jeans as he turned a corner to the facility, and she pursued him. She did not want anyone to mess with her job, not even Peter. Gwen caught Parker just as he was entering into another section of the building. It was good she did too, as hundreds of spiders were about to rain down on him. With a scream to alert him, Gwen jumped and pushed Peter out of the way. The spiders rained down on Gwen Stacy, but surprisingly, she only felt 2 stings of their piercers. She hoped they were not venomous. She was wrong. As Peter accompanied Gwen out of the lab, he thanked her profusely for pushing him out of the way. His face was vividly itched, with concern though, as he examined the bite marks on Gwen's skin. Gwen continuously assured him that she was okay. It wasn't as if she would black out in the middle of the facility. She told herself she was abruptly fainted the last second the thought left her mind. Dr. Connors examined the fast-dying Gwen. As he listened to Peter's tale, she was going to die, he concluded. It wasn't as if they had a regenerative life machine here at Oscorp. His mind came to a realization, of course, they had. The prototype exoskeleton, they have heard that the suit had healing factors. He and Peter carried Gwen to the lab where the suit was housed. When Gwen was successfully strapped in the suit, a major accident happened. When it was turned on, a huge electrical shock went through the suit, and it went into Gwen's body. With shrieks of horror from both Dr. Connors and Peter, the machine was immediately turned off. While Dr. Connors went to check her vitals and pulse, Peter delighted himself with the job of fixing the machine. It was just a basic electrical error. He was done in no time. While Peter fixed the machine, a spider from the laboratory that had latched itself onto him escaped the room into another chamber below it, through an opening in the floor. Mr. Osborn was in the middle of the room, and he was currently bedridden and connected to tubes and life support in a bid to save his life from hyperplasia, a deadly genetic disease. Norman was asleep when the spider crawled into the room. He was still asleep when the spider crawled into his bed on top of him. By the time the nurse allocated him, she discovered and killed the spider. But the damage had already been done. The venom coursed through the veins of Norman Osborn as his transformation to the Goblin began. One thing led to another, and Dr. Connors discovered that Peter Parker was the son of his late friend. It suddenly all made sense now. The boy had a great, significant mind. After grueling hours of research, helped by the notes of Peter's late father, they were able to discover some things. The spiders were modified to enhance the ability of only Peter Parker, and would have terrible effects on anyone else. The key was Peter's DNA. Dr. Connors screamed in his head. The missing piece of his own regeneration formula was Peter Parker's DNA too. He shuddered that he thought of a drastic effect of the regeneration formula would have on him without Peter's DNA. He would have become a monster. After several trials and late nights at the lab, the formula was complete and ready. Dr. Connors had called in a favor from the high-ranking officials at Oscorp, and Gwen's parents currently believed that she was away on official business. After injecting the formula into Gwen's body, Dr. Connors injected himself and abruptly fainted, with Peter there to catch his body. When they awoke, Dr. Connors had regrown his limb, and Gwen was back to normal. Or so they thought. When they underwent a series of exams from Peter Parker, mind-blowing discoveries were made. Gwen had spider-like qualities. She could stick to walls and shoot webs, fortunately out of her wrists only. She also developed something of a spider sense, a kind of sixth sense that alerted her of danger. Dr. Connors, on the other hand, could transform into a big, strong reptilian at will. They were scared at first, but after the intense lecture from Peter about great power and responsibility, they all looked at each other that they would become superheroes. When Peter went home, he discovered his building in shambles, and both his uncle and aunt were dead. Suddenly he heard a loud mechanical hum, and a loud cackle. As he turned around, he was sprayed with a green gas, which knocked him unconscious. As Peter faded out, the last thing that he could see was a goblin-like creature on a glider. Norman Osborn watched the city on his glider, waiting for both Gwen and Dr. Connors to come with a regeneration formula in exchange for Peter's life. The last days were like a blur to him. He had woken up in excruciating pain, and then he had donned the second and more advanced prototypes of the Goblin suit. It was already quite late, as the venom had done too much damage to his mind. He researched as best as his fragile mind could, and discovered that Peter Parker was the son of Richard Parker, the man he killed many years ago. Norman had disposed of him because he refused to give him his research. Norman reasoned that if there was anyone who knew how to cure him, it'd be Peter Parker. He got really excited when the boy confessed that he had already successfully created a formula after enduring so much torment from Norman. Now, all Norman had to do was to wait. Soon, he and his son will be free from the disease. When Norman met Dr. Connor at the apex of the 20-story building, he did not expect any surprises. He was quite shocked when Dr. Connors morphed into a giant lizard and swiped at him. Using his enhanced agility and easily sidestepped, suddenly something strong and hard collided with the side of his head, and he tumbled into the sky. When he regained his balance, he saw something that was of a woman, wearing a white spandex and pink suit, with lines designed like a spider on it. In a split second, Gwen shot a web at him, and with it came volts of electricity, which short-circuited the goblin's hoverboard. She swung him over to Dr. Connors, who punched him through a couple of buildings. She looked at her hands in surprise, and she didn't know she could do that. Gwen went to rescue Peter. When she discovered that the goblin was down for now, Peter was dead. As Dr. Connors examined him, he deduced that he perished from his tortured wounds. Gwen discovered a piece of paper folded neatly in his pocket. It read, "Impulse." She smiled as he remembered asking him to find a superhero name for her. Clearly, he already knew that he had electrical powers. Impulse would be her name, and with it, would fight all of the bad guys until there was no one left. She vowed silently as a tear escaped her eyes. Suddenly, she heard the now familiar mechanical hum and the loud cackle. It was the goblin, and he was escaping. Without missing a beat, Gwen jumped off of the building and shot webs while swinging in the order to catch up with him. As she did, a message kept repeating her in her head. With great power comes great responsibility. Planet Earth. Location: Shady Acres Care Home, USA. Odin, the king of Asgard, had finally recovered from Loki's spell, and why he was in the midst of old people and wearing a weird sweatshirt. He asked an attendant where he was, and she mentioned he was in Shady Acres Care Home in the United States of America. He was still confused and asked where the United States was. The attendant answered, "Planet Earth." She then walked away, shaking her head in dismay and smiling at the old man's crazy questions. But then again, she was used to this kind of stuff here. Odin slowly realized what had happened. His adoptive son had casted a spell on him and casted him aside to Earth. He wondered what had happened to Asgard, his kingdom, in the hands of Loki, the god of mischief. It wasn't beyond doing anything. But he wouldn't have waited long. He sprang up from his chair and called for Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard. The call would have made the gatekeeper open the Bifrost Bridge and transport him from Earth to Asgard. For some reason, Heimdall did not respond. Location: Himjord, Asgard. Scourge, gatekeeper of Asgard, was having the time of his life. He was entertaining two Asgardian women. He had just shown them his two rifles, which he had retrieved from Earth. However, one of them wasn't interested in the rifles. She pointed out to him that he had just been called to summon the Bifrost. He pulled out the sword and activated the Bifrost Bridge. The person that came through shocked Scourge and humbled his companions. It was Odin, king of Asgard, only that he was wearing a weird set of clothes and was supposed to be sitting with the Council of Godheads. Odin then sternly asked him where Loki was, and he replied that Loki had died honorably. He inquired about Thor, to which Scourge replied that he last heard Thor was traveling to the Nine Realms in search of the Infinity Stones. Odin then shook his head and walked briskly and looked out at the Rainbow Bridge. He then looked back, almost as an afterthought, and he asked about Heimdall, the original gatekeeper of Asgard. Scourge then replied that he was declared an enemy of the people and was on the run. He further inquired of Scourge, who was ruling the kingdom while no one of the royal family was available. Scourge replied that it was Odin who was ruling the kingdom. Odin then replied, sarcastically, that he was for sure he was. With that, he flew towards the royal palace. Scourge breathed a sign of relief and got back to entertaining his companions. Location: Royal Palace of Asgard. Odin found Odin, Loki, watching a play about the valiant death of Loki while lying about and being pandered by quite several women. Loki was caught off guard, and before he was able to react, Odin forced him to stop the act and reversed Loki's enchantment. Odin casted a quick look around and wondered if he had been absent long enough to expose Asgard to the horrors that were better left hidden. He then turned on Loki and asked him where Thor was. Loki said that he gave Thor the free will to travel all the 9 realms. The god of thunder had gone on a quest to find the Infinity Stones. He wondered why Thor had went on such a quest. Anyways, that wondering would be for later. For now, Loki had to be punished, and with that, he had Loki arrested and sent to the dungeons. Odin wondered if he should go in search of Thor, but then he decided immediately that staying and protecting Asgard was the best option. Thor was in trouble. He had dreams portraying the destruction of Asgard, his kingdom, and his people. In those dreams, he saw Asgard up in flames and in ruins, with Surtur at the center of all of it, which led him here. He was going to question Surtur on what it meant. At this moment, it didn't look like he was doing the questioning, for he allowed himself to be taken prisoner by Surtur in Muspelheim. Surtur then arrived and explained, rather triumphantly, that he was the doom of Asgard. That what Thor saw in his dreams was Ragnarok, the fall of Asgard, and the good news was that there was nothing Thor could do to stop Surtur, further disclosing that Ragnarok could be imminent by joining the crown of Surtur with the eternal flame. At that, Thor broke free from his chains and summoned his infamous hammer, Mjolnir. He then fought valiantly and defeated all of Surtur's minions and killed Surtur himself. He then relieved Surtur of his crown, and declared rather importantly that the crown won't be used to cause any such Ragnarok. Thor let out a sign of satisfaction. Now this crown had to be placed in the vaults of Asgard. He called on Heimdall to summon the Bifrost, and he was transported to the bridge, the gates of Asgard. He couldn't help but Heimdall looked like he had been beaten. He commented on the gatekeeper's appearance, who then replied that it was a story that was better told at a later date. He then informed Thor that his father had instructed him to appear in the throne room immediately after he returned. Thor noted and flew into the direction of the royal palace, leaving Heimdall, who thought that he could have just walked like a normal human being on the Rainbow Bridge, but then Thor wasn't a normal human being. He was the god of thunder. Heimdall then smiled. Location: Asgardian Royal Palace. As Odin set his eyes on his son, he immediately grew alarmed. What the hell was Thor doing with Surtur's crown in Asgard? He knew all too well what would have happened if the crown ever came into contact with the eternal flame, which had just happened to be lying in the vaults beneath the palace. Thor handed the massive crown to the guard, who struggled to hold it. He moved towards his father for a hug. Odin quickly spewed out on Loki for banishing him to Earth and upspringing the throne. Thor was just happy to have his father back. The reunion was, however, short-lived, for 6 explosions which had happened in quick succession. Rockets in the distance, and the palace began to rumble. Everyone in the throne room rushed into the window and saw the faint outline of the Sanctuary 2, the Black Order's ship hovering in the air. Asgardian defenses did not penetrate that armor. The ship had already set about to destroy Asgard, and it would reach the palace in little time. Thor couldn't help but think that Ragnarok would indeed happen, just not by the hands of Surtur. Odin quickly suited up, and the palace guards got themselves ready for battle. For some time, Thor's thoughts turned to Loki. He asked his father where he could find him, and Odin replied that the god of mischief was laughing in the dungeons. That the god of mischief was hanging out in the dungeons. Thor asked permission to release him, for if they were to fight off the invaders, they would need all the help they can get. He dashed off without getting an answer from Odin. In the dungeons, Thor freed Loki, who inquired about the explosions. Thor replied that invaders had arrived, and he might have an idea of what they were trying to get. Before letting himself get captured by Surtur, Thor had been traveling to the 9 realms to get information on the Infinity Stones. He believed that someone was out to take all of the stones. The duo moved to Odin's vault, from where Thor retrieved the Tesseract. In the palace, the Asgardian army and Odin watched as Thanos made his way down to the Rainbow Bridge. With him was Ebony Maw. Thor and Odin arrived and joined the others in battle. Loki seemed shuddered as Odin casted him a dark stare. As Thanos arrived, he was met by Odin, who demanded his immediate surrender. The Mad Titan made a counteroffer and asked for the Tesseract, and in return he'd let the Asgardians live. At this, Odin scoffed and pulled out his sword. The battle had begun. Jatari soldiers in their numbers attacked the palace, but they were matched by the Asgardian soldiers. Ebony Maw, with his superpowers of telekinesis, was making the fight harder for the Asgardians. As the fight reached a fever pitch, Loki saw the opportunity. He picked up a fallen Asgardian soldier's sword and drove it into Thor's chest. Thor fell, and so did the Tesseract. The silence that followed this act was drowned by Odin's loud cry. Loki picked up the beautiful cube and walked over to Thanos and bargained with him to join the Black Order. After all, he had betrayed his family. Thanos nodded and Loki handed him the Tesseract. He promptly crushed the object to reveal the Space Stone. He then placed the stone into the Infinity Gauntlet, gaining powers to transport himself across the universe in a heartbeat. Thanos used the Space Stone and transported himself, Ebony Maw, and his soldiers, and Loki to the Sanctuary 2, where they set a course for Earth. Back in the Asgardian royal palace, Thor had lost a lot of blood. Odin rushed to his son's side. He was heartbroken as he watched Thor's eyes tear up. He couldn't speak, so he could just look at his father. Odin held his son's hand tight and felt Thor's grip until his entire body was rigid. Thor was dead, and Odin came undone. He wailed and tore off his beard and clothes. As Loki stood in the dark corner of the ship, he looked shaken. He did not even notice when a figure stepped into the room, a figure that I recognized. The man revealing himself to be Mobius. Thor's sacrifice in this reality was necessary, and with that I knew that trouble was brewing. Gwen Stacy's death is inevitable in a lot of realities, but what if I told you that there is a reality that Gwen does not die, and all this is because of a slight change in plans by a third party? Come join me and watch. Spider-Man swung as fast as he could. He was late and he knew it. Today was his and Gwen's graduation. He was supposed to be there. He knew Gwen would kill him if he missed her speech. Heaving a deep sigh, he shot his web as far as he could to a story building and swung around the corner. He had arrived. Peter Parker caught up with Gwen really fast. She was the only one that understood his job. When Gwen invited him to her family dinner, yet another episode of her father. This was the second one today. The first one was when he was fighting the Rhino with his band of criminals. Peter instantly felt guilty about still dating Gwen, as he promised her father to stay away as far as possible. He shrugged the feeling off and continued to enjoy himself. He was waiting with some flowers in his hands. Several minutes passed, and Peter realized that Gwen was supposed to have been here a long time ago, but she wasn't. And she wasn't picking up her calls. This meant she stood him up. He had to admit that hurt. Peter knocked on Harry's door. He did not have anywhere else to go after Gwen apparently stood him up. Harry just arrived, and his father had just revealed that he had a genetic disease, so he was really glad to see Peter. 2 hours later, after pondering out their problems to each other, Harry and Peter were found in the club drinking and dancing, all in a bid to drown away their problems. Harry's disease and Peter's guilt about Gwen. A distraught Gwen was seen in her room in tears. She had forgotten to call Peter about the change of plans in the family dinner arrangement, and when she did, he had broken up with her on the phone. She suspected that he was drunk when she heard club music, but she did not care. Instead, it made her angry. She wiped away her tears and resolved not having anything to do with him. Dad was right all along, she concluded in her mind. It had been a few days since Peter broke up with Gwen. Even though she did not show it, she missed him. She had blocked out all of his attempts at apologizing and conversations on the phone. Right now, she was at a crossroads. Gwen remembered meeting Dylan at Oscorp's facility, then suddenly she heard about his mysterious death. She wanted to infiltrate one of the facility's computers and research about his death. As she wanted to take action, a thought crossed her mind. Are you Spider-Woman? This thought brought something to her tongue, and she hardened her heart and continued her usual intern job while she buried all of Dylan's thoughts. In the fabric of reality, one decision can change waves of the timeline. Gwen's breakup with Peter Parker owning to her careless mistake only set up a chain reaction that ensured she would not die, but this would not be the end. A few days later, Harry was surprised at how good he was at this, sneaking. Many events had occurred after his party with Peter. He had met with Spider-Man to give him a blood transfusion to help him survive his disease, but he was denied. He was also ousted from the position of CEO by Donald Meccan, who framed him for Dylan's death. In summary, he was in hell, both inside and outside. Everything was about to change, he told himself, as he continued into Ravencroft's institution. Harry had struck a deal with Dylan, now tagged Electro, to help him into breaking into Oscorp, and in exchange he would grant him the main electrical core of the city and revenge on Spider-Man. Their plan was going along very well. They had broken in quite easily into the Oscorp facility, all thanks to Electro. Now, Donald was trembling before him. He liked the expression on the man's face. Fear. He could get used to this. He ordered Donald to give him the spider venom. He was sure that it would be a cure for him. After a few threats, Donald injected the venom into his system, but something was not right. Harry's whole body felt like it was on fire. He could literally feel the venoms advancing the stages of the disease in his body. While his mind was broken into different fragments, he was sure that he would die. Harry's mind was in a disarray when he woke up. Then everything came rushing back to him. The venom and the total agony. He was surprised that he was still alive until he looked at the armor covering his body. He remembered now. He crawled into a regenerative armor that the Oscorp scientists were working on, and it was the armor that had saved him. Or did it? Harry asked himself. He felt different, and his reflection showed him that he looked different too. His mind became clouded with rage, and all of this rage was directed at Spider-Man. If he had received a blood transfusion from him, he would have been cured. Spider-Man will pay. Harry said with resolve, as he led Electro on to complete his end of the bargain. Peter Parker's life was in disarray. He needed Gwen. Even though she had told him to leave her alone, he still followed her and knew that she had gotten admission into the university in London. He had to get her back, he decided as he swung off. Gwen had forgiven Peter in almost an instant after she saw his grand "I love you" message on the bridge. As they chatted, there was a huge power outage, and the cause, Electro, was known to them pretty quickly. Even though Gwen was angry at Peter at the time, she had researched on how to make his web shooters shockproof, and she upgraded it before he went to battle Electro. Apparently, love is blind. Gwen went to help Spider-Man in his fight against Electro, against his wishes. It was good that she did, because Peter was getting knocked around the place. She quickly went into work on the power plant controls. "Together, we can overcome anything," she said in her head. Gwen was right. With her help, they were able to overload Electro, and he exploded, killing him, but giving electricity back to the city. Harry, now the Green Goblin, spotted Spider-Man on top of the building, with a somewhat familiar woman. He was not sure of her connection to Spider-Man, but he knew that Spider-Man was a hero, and he would use this to his advantage. Harry sped on his glider to Spider-Man, and with Gwen with a ticking bomb in his hand, he caught Spider-Man's eye, and he knew that Spider-Man knew what he was about to do. Harry tossed the bomb to Gwen, and as he planned, Spider-Man threw himself between the bomb and the girl. Spider-Man was knocked unconscious, and he used this opportunity. Harry opened his mask, and he was shocked to know that Spider-Man was Peter Parker. His rage was greatly multiplied. Peter was the solution to his father and his own cure, but he didn't accept to help them. He would take away every loved one Spider-Man had, and knew just who. He decided as he flew away into the night. Spider-Man sat on top of the building. His building. The one he came to reflect. He was doing a lot of reflecting now. He cried for the death of Aunt May. He was not fast enough, and Harry got to her first. Aunt May laid in a pool of blood beside Peter, while the Green Goblin flew around his glider, laughing manically. As the Goblin flew away, Peter cursed under his breath. He would make the Goblin pay. He would find him and kill him. And in his rage, he leapt off the building, with Gwen watching in shock as the Peter she knew was buried in hatred. For indeed, for one to live, another must die. Thanos wipes out half of the universe's population with the Infinity Gauntlet in a bid to stop all the new Celestials from emerging. This is how the story normally goes. What if Thanos takes another approach into stopping the plans of the Eternals? What if all he needed was a simple statement from a third party? Thanos had all of the stones in his possession, apart from the Mind Stone, and he was on his way to Wakanda to get it. Something bothered him. When he went to retrieve the Reality Stone from the Collector, he had told him something that unnerved him. The Collector had told Thanos that his ploys were just delaying the inevitable. The Collector was one of those few people that knew why Thanos was doing all of this. An emergence destroyed his planet and people he loved. He wanted to wipe out half of the universe's population to stop the emergence from ever happening again. If he was being truthful to himself, Thanos knew that it would change nothing. If he had wanted to stop the emergence, he had to target the creature emerging. Yes, that was it. He would kill the celestial spawns while they were still in their host planets. Armish could sense a change of events in the cosmos, but I too sensed the change in this reality. He knew all about Thanos' plan, to wipe out half of the universe's population. He chose not to interfere because he knew that it was just a blip in the grand scale of things. The universe's population would still grow back eventually, and the Celestials could live forever. Something was different now, and he felt it. Thanos wanted to destroy the Celestials, and he could not let that happen. The Eternals would have to interfere. He decided as he sent out a message to Ajak. I cringed as I knew the timeline was rapidly changing, and I had no idea why. Armish, who could see me, only chuckled and noted that someone was messing with time, as he never anticipated Thanos wishing to destroy the Celestials. It was then we both knew there was a bigger plot in motion. Ajax had received a message from Armish, and the Eternals were on their way to Wakanda. Finding and bringing all of them together was no small feat, but she had help from Ikari and Ikaris. Ajax briefed them on their mission. They were to destroy Thanos and retrieve the Infinity Stones. She wanted to reveal to them the whole truth, but decided against it. They were not ready. Thanos was in the process of retrieving the Mind Stone from Vision when the Eternals arrived. He was shocked to see them, but their presence meant that the Celestials were afraid of his plans, and it pleased him. Thanos was sure that he could take on just about anyone with the Infinity Stones. But time was of the essence. He did not know what the Essentials might send him next. He had a better plan. Using the Reality Stone, Thanos was able to cast a grand illusion, which expanded about the emergence to the Avengers and the members of the Eternals in the dark. After much explanation and confusion from Ajax, after the emergence and true purpose of the Eternals became divided in their purpose. Circe, Ajax, and Phastos supported Thanos because they had loved the people of Earth and had so many wonderful memories on the planet. Ikaris, on the other hand, supported the emergence. He was a loyal soldier to the end. He would carry out the orders of Armish and be rewarded for his obedience. Sprite teamed up with Ikaris because of her undying love for him. Thena and Gilgamesh supported Ikaris not because of their love for him, but because they felt that they owed it as a duty to Armish. Droog, Kingo, and Makari were neutral. They had different options about Earth, with most of them already fond of the place. They remained indecisions, because none of them wanted to fight with one another. The Avengers, on the other hand, were strongly united with Thanos in his quest to save Earth, after much deliberation. As a sign of their faith and trust, the Mind Stone was handed by Vision to Thanos. Nike was able to extract the stone without killing him because of the extra time the Eternals' distraction brought them. Sprite instantly casted an illusion of white bright light to distract them, but when it was over, Ikaris shot a laser beam towards Ajax to kill her. She was their trump card. If any of them got injured, she would instantly cure them. If she was dead, then maybe their confidence would waver, his reasoned. Makira, seeing Ajax in danger, instantly ran towards her and pushed her away at the nick of time. Unfortunately, time was out for Makari as the laser swerved her neck instantly. Seeing Makari murdered like that, with no remorse from Ikira, unnerved everybody. With cries of rage and grief for some, the war began. Team Earth had more numbers on its side, but they were dispatched quite fast. Sprite casted an illusion that fooled all of the Wakanda army into attacking the Avengers. Hawkeye and Black Widow were subdued real fast and killed by the Wakanda army. Scarlet Witch got into Sprite's mind and broke the illusion, but before she could do anything, real damage was disrupted from a punch by Gilgamesh. As he was about to finish the job, a shield from Captain America caught him off guard. When Captain America threw the shield at him a second time, Gilgamesh was not caught off guard again. He threw the shield back at Captain America, and he was instantly knocked out. Gilgamesh was not aiming to kill. He still had a soft spot for humans. Thena, on the other hand, was fending off Thor by herself, and she was sparring really well until it happened. She entered into the Maharal state, and this gave Thor an opening. He knocked her off her feet with Stormbreaker, and this greatly enraged Gilgamesh, who created a path of total destruction through the Wakanda and Avengers army to get to Thor. When Gilgamesh reached Thor, he contracted all of his cosmic energy into one punch and launched it at Thor, who luckily blocked it with the Stormbreaker. Thor was saved, but Stormbreaker was not. The force from the destruction of the Stormbreaker blasted everyone away. Gilgamesh stood up, his eyes still fixed on Thor. Murder and vengeance were clearly etched on his face. Drurg lay down by Makira's corpse in tears and pain. Ikira had done this. he would make them pay. Using his powers, he discovered immense powers coming from Bruce Banner in the Hulk smashing his suit. Contracting all of his efforts, he was able to unleash and control the beast, as Galmush raised his hand filled with cosmic energy to deliver the final blow to Thor. He was suddenly blasted away by the green monster. As Galmush stood up and examined Hulk, he smiled and heard a certain green monster before. Finally, a challenge he set in his mind as he charged. While the battle had been going on, Thanos had fled to use the Infinity Gauntlet to destroy Titanite. Icarus was kept busy by both Ajax and Sirius. When Icarus discovered the absence of Thanos, he discovered that he had been tricked and he flew away after Thanos. Phastos suddenly showed up with the Eternal ship to transport Ajax and Sirius to stop Icarus. Spider-Man also boarded the ride with them, while Iron Man and Strange, along with the rest of the Avengers, stayed back to combat Thanos' armies, because Sprite had used her illusions to trick them. When they arrived at the location, they discovered that Thanos was dead, and Icarus was about to destroy the gauntlet with his cosmic lasers. Spider-Man used his webs to snag the gauntlet from him. Spider-Man instinctively threw the gauntlet to Ajax before he was blasted away by Icarus' lasers. Sirius grasped in horror as she watched Icarus just kill a child. Icarus readied another laser and was ready to blast Ajax apart, but was stopped by Sirius, who stood between him and Ajax. Ajax wore the gauntlet and snapped her fingers. This action completely eradicated the Celestials' Titanite from Earth. After the war was over, a guilt-ridden Icarus was about to say something to both Sirius and Ajax, when suddenly they all lifted into the air and into space along with Phastos and Drux. After the Eternals were before Arsham, his cosmic abilities enclosed them in a sort of cage. I stood knowing the Eternals could not see me, but Armish could. In the original reality which I witnessed, this process led to a trial that never fully saw to the end. However, this was not a trial. Armish was well aware of that the timeline in this reality was changed, and now he intended to take back the Eternals away from this reality before things got out of hand. What will you gain by doing this? Loki asked Mobius as he stepped into the dark room. Loki clearly pointed out the first. Mobius had ensured one reality, Shang-Chi, was killed, allowing him to meet the other Ghost Rider and taking his cure. Then, Mobius had abducted somebody else. Next, Mobius had ensured Loki murdered his brother in his reality, and now, Mobius had made Loki use his Darkhold, strengthened god magic to influence Thanos of another reality into going after the Celestials, a clear shift in the timeline. Mobius smiled and noted that it would be painfully clear soon enough as he disappeared. I could sense that something was wrong brewing in the atmosphere, and this was only the beginning, but unfortunately I could not interfere with certain events. Tony Stark had seen death before, no doubt, but now that Ultron was defeated thanks to the combined efforts of the Avengers, he realized how empty he felt. A few meters away from him sat a grieving Wanda Maximoff. She had just lost her brother. Damn it, he had taken everything away from her, and now he was the reason her brother was dead. He had created Ultron. He had to bear the blame for this. Tony could not stand the pain anymore. The number of people Ultron had killed in his plans to raise Nova Grand into the sky and crash it into the earth was just unbearable. Even if people did not directly blame him for the events, he knew it was only a matter of time. He closed his eyes, powered up his suit, and flew away. The Hulk had just finished watching a live video sent to him from Natasha. As soon as he began to speak, he turned off the screen. He could not afford to hear her voice and let Banner out. As he sat in the Quinjet, he wondered where this unimpressive machine would take him to. He was shocked how the doors of the Quinjet opened and Tony stepped in. "Sorry buddy, but you'll heal," Tony chuckled and immediately blasted Hulk out of the Quinjet. The last thing Hulk saw as he flew away was Tony shutting the doors of the Quinjet. The Avengers sat in the room, contemplating on their current predicament. Steve sat at the center as his head bowed. A few meters away from him was Wanda, who looked increasingly worried as well. The rest of the Avengers wore similar expressions. The only people absent from the meeting were Natasha Romanoff and Bruce Banner. Ever since the war against Ultron, they had kept their promise to each other and run away together, starting a life in an undisclosed location. Right now, the Avengers were wondering what decision to take now that the United Nations were on them. There was pressure to sign the Sokovia Accords, which would only subject their every move to monitor an international panel. It was quite disturbing. But perhaps what bothered them the most was the apparent disappearance of Tony Stark since the war against Ultron. According to Banner, he had borrowed the Quinjet and fled. At that moment, he was untraceable. Helmut Zemo was disturbed by Karba's stubbornness. This man had refused to give him information on the 1991 assassination, and this disturbed him exceedingly. Since Karpa wasn't going to give in, Zemo decided that it was best to end him at once. Leaving the tap on would be a nice way to die. Before he could carry out the act, a black figure attacked him, knocking him to the ground. The figure pulled off his hoodie, revealing herself to be Natasha. But before he could speak, Natasha revealed that she had been looking for Tony Stark for the past few months, since he fled. And during her search, she had got wind of Zemo's suspicions and his activities, especially his act of killing the Hydra scientists that worked on the Super Soldier program, and his interest in the Winter Soldier program. With a gun pointed at Zemo, Natasha noted that now he was going to help her find Tony Stark, or she would turn him over to Nick Fury. A month later, Natasha stood in the circle, hoping if her attempts to search the God of Thunder had worked this time. She had been trying to reach him ever since Zemo and Banner had arrived at some interesting news. Apparently, their research made them discover Tony was sucked into a wormhole and eventually teleported into another realm. This was why he needed Thor's help. A flash of lightning and Natasha smiled when Thor stepped out of the lights. He quickly explained that Natasha had interrupted his quest for the Infinity Stones, and whatever reason she had to do it, it better be a good one. Natasha answered by noting that she had an idea of where Tony was, and she needed his help. After a while consulting with the gatekeeper of the Bifrost, Thor was able to locate Tony to Sakaar. Holding Natasha, Banner, and Zemo, he was able to transport all of them to Sakaar. One look at Sakaar and Thor signed. The place looked like a garbage dump. To make matters worse, a ship arrived and dangerous humanoid beings stepped out, immediately capturing Thor and his friends in a net. But before these beings could attack, a ship suddenly entered the atmosphere, opening itself to reveal a drunk Valkyrie who was able to rescue them using her amazing weaponry. Thor, Natasha, Zemo, and Banner could not hide their shock when they were brought before the new king of Sakaar. Before them was Tony Stark, who had a nice smirk and an odd set of clothes. Tony laughed and immediately ordered them to be released quickly, giving Natasha a hug. When she asked what happened, he said that he found his way to this place, with a lot of intellect had deposed the original king of Sakaar. With his intellect, he had disposed the original king of Sakaar. Now, he was living the best life he could ever have hoped for. Natasha was pained at this. She noted that everyone back on Earth was going through a lot, and they desperately needed Tony. But he was here, living a life that didn't belong to him. Banner also appeared disappointed and walked out with her. Nevertheless, Tony did not flinch. Thor stepped out of the room, and only Zemo and Tony remained. Tony immediately noted that the multitude of resources he had allowed him to watch a lot of his friends back on Earth. That was how he knew Zemo was after the perpetrator of the 1991 assassinations. Tony revealed that he knew Barnes was responsible for the assassination of his parents, and they were the victims. When Zemo questioned why Tony had not yet acted, Tony only smiled and said he needed the right champion. Outside, Thor was shocked to feel electricity coursing through his veins. He fell with a thud. Natasha tried to intervene, but suddenly Valkyrie stepped into the scene and knocked Natasha out. Seeing his lover hurt, Banner immediately transformed into the Hulk. But before the Hulk could attack, he was subdued by several forces. Tony stepped outside, noting that to come against Banner, the Avengers would be against him, as he would be acting out of revenge. Thus he needed the right army. And now with Zemo's help, he was going to figure out how Hydra brainwashed Bucky Barnes. He was going to brainwash Natasha, Thor, and Hulk to be his puppets. Then he would chase after Barnes and end anyone who tried to stop him. When Thor, Groot, and Rocket arrived at Nidavellir, they were rather surprised to find that once lively forges of the dwarves desolated. As they searched to understand what was going on, suddenly they were attacked from behind by a dwarf. The fight happened for a few moments. In a while, the dwarf named Eitri was able to realize he was battling none other than the god of thunder, and he quickly retreated. A concerned Thor asked him what had happened to this place, and Eitri responded by saying that Thanos massacred the entire dwarves' population, after forcing them to create the Infinity Gauntlet for him. Eitri was left as the sole survivor, and his hands were melted by Thanos to prevent him from designing another weapon ever again. Thor sympathized with the dwarf, but he noted that he needed to create a weapon now, so that he would be able to battle Thanos. However, Eitri thought that it was pointless trying to defeat him, and that they should all be comfortable with their imminent defeat. Thor noted that he was not just going to not give up, he was going to create the Stormbreaker, with or without Eitri's help. From the looks of things, Eitri was frightened of the possibilities of Thanos winning and returning to kill him. If Thor planned to battle Thanos, Thanos would find out that Eitri created a weapon for the god of thunder. He could not have that. Thor instantly became frustrated. It was clear that he had a temper now, but who could blame him? He had just seen Loki die, for real this time, and Thanos had to pay for what he did, and now, this dwarf was denying him justice. Thor could not have that. As soon as Eitri noticed Thor was taking menacing steps toward him, he picked up a mini containment case from a corner and moved it backwards. Groot stood in front of Thor and tried to reason with him to leave the dwarf alone. Groot, of course, was focused on his game. However, Thor wasn't ready to reason with Rocket. He enjoyed what he was doing. He knew that by moving toward Eitri, he was inspiring fear in him, and that fear would probably motivate Eitri to do what he wanted. He was so wrong. As he took another step forward, Eitri opened the case and threw its containments at Thor. A black figure immediately found itself on Thor's face, making its way into his body's system through his ears. Thor collapsed on the floor, with Rocket rushing to his side. Eitri used the opportunity to run away. Thor began to see dreams of events he would have rather forgotten. First, he could see himself destroying the Bifrost Bridge, holding on to Odin's staff as he held Loki. Before he could speak, Loki had to let go of Thor's hammer and fell into the abyss. Thor screamed as he witnessed this scene all over again. However, that was not all. Second, he found himself in a hallway. Here he could see his mother on the floor, with Odin crying over her. Thor could not contain the sadness he had in his heart, and he remembered her death. Why was he seeing this all over again? Then he found himself on a cliff with Loki. Sitting with them was Odin, saying his farewell to his sons, and once again, Thor held his breath as he watched his father turn into nothingness. The destruction of Asgard was the next thing Thor saw in his visions. He could see the fire raining down on Asgard, the large fiery demon destroying every structure in sight. The last thing he saw before he snapped awake was Thanos killing Loki. When Thor opened his eyes, he could see Rocket standing over him, very concerned. Rocket asked how he was doing, and Thor noted that he was feeling better than ever. "Are you sure?" a whisper voiced in Thor's ear. At that moment, Thor looked around sharply, wondering where the voice came from. He asked Rocket if he heard anything, to which Rocket responded in the negative. "I'm inside you, damn it," the voice said again, and Thor immediately opened his mouth in shock. Before he could respond, he realized a black-like alien form was growing out of his arms. They extended into a hideous face with tons of teeth. "A symbiote," Rocket gasped. When Thor asked what those were, the symbiote responded by noting that it was a biological weapon, merging with the right person and coexisting with the person. This symbiote had found the right host, for which host was better than for the God of Thunder. Eitri came out of his hiding place, surprised at what beheld him. A long time ago, the dwarves had tried to merge with the symbiote, but they had all died in the process. If the God of Thunder could contain the symbiote, then maybe he was strong enough to defeat Thanos. Eitri bowed, noting that he was ready to create a weapon for Thor. Thor smiled, his eyes white, as electrical volts began to circulate through his body. He said he had already found a new weapon, menacingly smiling. The war against the Outriders was getting more intense as time passed. The Avengers and the warriors of Wakanda knew at that moment they were outnumbered. It was only going to take a miracle to help them now. They were quite surprised when a bright light appeared, and soon enough, the God of Thunder was standing amidst the battle, the Stormbreaker in his hands. Perhaps what shocked them more, when Thor transformed into a hideous creature, using the Stormbreaker and his newfound abilities to face Thanos' forces. It didn't take long before Thanos arrived at Wakanda. On reaching, Vision quickly instructed Wanda to destroy the Mind Stone, taking his life. Before Wanda could do it, Thor immediately stepped into the picture, extending one arm to knock out Wanda, and another to take Thanos' gauntlet. With the full force of his lightning all over his symbiotic arms, Thanos could not resist. And in a shocking twist, Thor summoned all of the lightning he could, and he mustered all of his strength through Stormbreaker, enclosing it with the symbiotic arms, and sending it towards the Mad Titan. Thanos' head rolled on the floor swiftly. As Shuri examined Thor, she informed him that the symbiote had merged with him for good, and there was no way to take it off. Thor sighed, knowing that at least he was able to stop Thanos from achieving his goals. But he was a god with the power of Stormbreaker and the symbiote. He was a monster that people would soon fear. A monster that I would use if needed. Theatus Ross and Tony Stark stepped into the room, which earned them the attention of the other Avengers. Wanda was uncertain at this point, because she knew that any bad news would be her fault. After all, she had lost control of her powers and had killed relief workers from Wakanda. Ross began to speak, informing the Avengers that the United Nations had decided that the Avengers would sign the Sokovia Accords, a pact that would ensure that their movements would be supervised and policed by an international panel. Moreover, if they didn't sign the Accords, it would be considered treason. At this moment, the Avengers were shocked. Steve Rogers maintained that the Avengers could not sign the Sokovia Accords, as they could be infiltrated by enemies, the same way Hydra infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, on the other hand, maintained that their independence had cost a lot of lives. Steve went ahead to inform Tony that what happened at Sokovia was not his fault, but Tony could not hear it. He was certain that if the Avengers continued to operate alone, it would be disastrous for everyone. The argument continued for a very long time, and they didn't seem to be getting to any conclusions. Immediately, Steve received a notification that Peggy Carter died in her sleep, and she was to be put to rest today. Steve considered leaving the debate to attend the funeral, but then he decided against it. What was the point of going to her funeral? It didn't change their past, and it wouldn't make it any better. Therefore, he decided to stay and continue the debate. It is amazing how time flies in some universes. Indeed, one moment could change the trajectory of a man's course. For who would have thought that not hearing Sharon Carter's speech would leave Steve Rogers on a course that he would not be able to comprehend? Steve was pulled back to reality when he heard his bodyguards inform him that the press was waiting for him. He quickly straightened his tie and attached his dark suit. He coughed and got ready to step out when a familiar face stepped in. He was shocked. He had not seen Sam Wilson in 10 years. Not ever since he had broken his vow and agreed to signing the Sokovia Accords. "Hello, Mr. President," Sam Wilson greeted me. Steve's only response was an awkward nod. Steve questioned why Sam was here, and Sam asked if that was how Steve would greet an old friend. Steve noted that even if he was able to exchange something with Sam, he knew that Sam did not hear for all that long. After all, Sam must have hated him by now. And Sam had a good reason to, as they spoke. Sam recounted how he had been surprised when Steve had agreed to sign the Sokovia Accords on Tony's insistence. How Steve had been silent when Bucky Barnes was accused of launching an attack on the United Nations headquarters in Vienna. How Steve had allowed Wanda to be apprehended by the CIA military forces, and when Vision attempted to intervene, he was silent when Vision apprehended him too. The movement of the Avengers had been heavily restricted for 10 years, and rather than fight, Steve went for a political career. And once he became president, Sam had thought that he would fight for the revocation of the Accords, but here was Steve preparing to speak to the press on the relevance of the Accords. Steve was silent throughout the talk. When Sam finished, Sam noted that he was more hurt when Thanos had invaded Earth years ago. The Avengers were restricted in their battle against him, and Thanos' invasion led to the elimination of half of the universe's population. And the death of King T'Challa, Vision, Wanda Maximoff, Natasha Romanoff, and Stephen Strange. The likes of Bruce Banner, Thor, James Rhodes, Peter Parker, Bucky Barnes had all been dusted, but here was Steve in the aftermath, going to defend the Sokovia Accords, which was the reason they lost against Thanos in the first place. Maybe Steve wanted to fight the Accords at first, but after everything that happened to him, something happened in the shadows. Sam shook his head and said that he wanted to be sure this wasn't true. He had hoped that Steve was possibly fighting the Accords undercover. He was wrong. Sam left the room. Steve stood in front of the flashing cameras with smiles, speaking with all amounts of vigor and passion as he defended the Accords. He heard an uproar, but he was unbothered. As soon as he concluded, there was a very loud bang, and he fell to the floor. His guards quickly rushed to him, surveying the environment. In seconds, they surmised that an anti-Sokovia Accords American must have been sent to assassinate the president. All efforts to save him failed. Steve Rogers was dead. Even with half of the Earth's population gone, the funeral of Steve Rogers was rather large, despite his imperfections. The whole country honored him. Sam Wilson attended the funeral as well. He was saddened as he parted ways with Steve on a negative note. What was sadder was that Steve died unfulfilled, a disgrace to the Avengers. As he wept silently, a figure stood behind him. He opened his eyes to see Sharon Carter, her hands in her pockets. She told him that there was something Steve wanted him to know when he was ready, and now he was ready. Did it work? Steve asked as he came out of the containment pod. Yes, Tony Stark answered with a smile. Tony had designed a bullet capable of incapacitating Steve in such a way that he would appear dead. The bullet would render him comatose for months. He would be buried, and at the right time, Tony would dig him out. Everything worked according to plan. The whole world thought President Steve Rogers was dead. Now Steve and Tony were going to assemble their surviving Avengers, and they would find a way to reverse what Thanos did. Moreover, they would fight the Sokovia Accords till their dying breath. Peter Parker walked along the street with Aunt May, excitedly chatting about his day. Aunt May was talking about Peter's obsession for Tony Stark was eventually going to pay off, as the Avenger was surely considered his application to the intern at Stark Industries. Peter smiled and noted that despite his best efforts, Tony Stark did not seem to notice him. Besides, it seemed as if Tony Stark had found a better candidate to intern. May dismissed the thought immediately, noting that there was no one better than her Peter. However, Parker said that he would keep on trying to get Tony Stark to intern him. However, he had paused for now, especially as the Avengers had now broken up, due to Steve Rogers' instincts to defy the government. As they walked, suddenly a man stepped out of the shadows and pointed a gun at Peter and May. Peter and May webbed their hands in surrender, kneeling in fright. Before the man could advance, a web pinned his hand to the wall. May appeared shocked, though Peter was indifferent. In front of them stood Spider-Man, the YouTube hero everyone seemed to love. Mobius stepped into the dark room, unsurprised to see Loki, focused on the Darkhold. This Loki was from a reality where he had killed Thor. Thanks to Mobius, he had since gifted Loki the Darkhold for Loki to use and bring more of their plans into fruition. This Loki was now Dark Loki. Mobius asked Dark Loki whether he had any luck channeling powers from these new realities. Dark Loki noted that the power he was channeling was not enough. The TVA of Mobius's reality, Reality 444, had pruned one of the realities Mobius had created. This reality, which I was referring to as Reality 1080, was created from Reality 002, when Dark Loki had murdered Thor and sided with Thanos. The other reality that had been pruned by the Celestial Arham, in this reality 780, Dark Loki used the Darkhold to influence Thanos into attacking the Celestials, creating Reality 1081. With Reality 1081 and 1080 now pruned and destroyed, there was only one reality left for Dark Loki to channel power from, but he needed that timeline to solidify before the Time Variancy Authority pruned it and the reality disappeared. That was Reality 1082, and created from Reality 344, when Mobius had ensured Shang-Chi becoming the Ghost Rider. Mobius bit his lips and informed Loki to keep on with the spells. He was going to find a way to keep Reality 1082 alive, and he knew just the guy to use. As soon as Ned arrived at school, Peter punched his arm. Ned immediately asked Peter why he did that. Peter noted that Ned allowed Aunt May to see Spider-Man, and now she was convinced the YouTube superhero existed. Ned noted that Aunt May would never find out about his secret identity, or the fact that Peter was helping him. Peter noted that because Ned was bitten by a mutant spider, and was now the Spider-Man, didn't mean he had to be reckless. Just like when Tony Stark had recruited Ned Leeds to fight against Steve Rogers' faction during the Sokovia Accords issue. Ned noted that he saw an opportunity to save the world and he took it. Besides, as soon as he got his powers, he told Peter, who immediately developed web shooters for him. However, it seemed as if Peter was trying to shield him from the hero he was meant to be. Peter tried to explain such was not his intentions, but Ned walked away, dejected. Peter had never seen the school counselor before, but today he had sat in her office. He spoke freely, telling her how he truly felt about Ned. Honestly, all he ever wanted was a chance to intern with Tony Stark, and Ned stole that opportunity away from him when he became Spider-Man. If only. Ned stepped into the classroom and the students stopped to look at him briefly. Michelle Jones sarcastically laughed and Liz Allen seemed excited. Ned had quit the decathlon team a while ago. Today he seemed to be the prodigal son. They had a good time practicing until Peter stepped in. From Ned's expression, it was very clear Ned was upset with Peter. In seconds, they were all blasted to the floor by a sudden force. The students were hurled to a corner while Mobius walked around with his time stick. He kept on counting, talking aloud about how Spider-Man was late. Peter had noticed that Ned was not around, which was good. Ned would come and save them. In seconds, Spider-Man stood behind Mobius. "Welcome, Ned," Mobius said. All the students opened their mouths wide in shock. Ned immediately asked how Mobius knew, and Mobius said that he did his research. However, it was only harder for him since, in every dimension he visited, Peter was Spider-Man. The revelation shocked Ned, who asked what he meant. Mobius immediately laughed and noted that in every dimension, Peter Parker became Spider-Man. Ned was the Spider-Man in this dimension, only because Mobius had changed the timeline of another dimension. And in this dimension, he was not meant to exist, meaning everyone here would be erased from existence by his friends soon. Mobius offered Ned a place with him, so that Ned would remain Spider-Man no matter what happened. Peter immediately stepped in, trying to convince Ned not to do it. In anger, Ned used his web shooters to throw a chair towards Parker. The chair impaled Peter to the wall. Peter died shortly after. His eyes opened wide in shock. And with that, Mobius smiled and opened a time door, pulling Ned in with him. Ned sat down in shock as Mobius and Dark Loki discussed their next line of action. Peter dying in reality 1082 solidified that reality. Now, Dark Loki could channel it. When Dark Loki asked Mobius why he was making all these sacrifices, he said that his wife and daughter deserved it. Meanwhile, Ned remained on the floor, reimagining the death of his best friend over and over again. And in Miles Morales' story, it was rather a small thing, a growling stomach. The boy's metabolism rate was much faster, and this kickstarted a whole new tale. Follow me as we watch one more time. Miles knew there was something wrong with the weird counterpart he discovered, where his uncle and he used to hang out. His gut feeling could not justify what he saw. It was Spider-Man, and there was more. Spider-Man was supposedly involved in a fight with Green Goblin and the Prowler. Miles knew that he would later brag about this story later on in life, but right now all he felt was fear. As the fear engulfed in his stomach, it growled. This immediately caught the attention of Green Goblin and Spider-Man, who were battling it out. Green Goblin immediately threw a bomb at the location of the dark figure he saw, and Spider-Man dived to intercept it. The explosion knocked him out. When the villains went to investigate, they found nobody, but the Prowler caught sight of the intruder's sneakers and clothes. He knew it was Miles and shrugged it off as the thought of what could have happened to him if he had been caught. He would have had to set ground rules after visiting hours the next time he met the boy. With a sudden lurch, the particular collider brought forth Kingpin's wife and son. He suddenly beamed at them, but the smile on his face was wiped off clean when they collapsed at their entrance. After they were both fit into a life-regenerated machine, Dr. Olivia Octavius began researching with their blood samples of the cause of them fainting. When she discovered the reason for their rapidly deteriorating health, she gulped. Kingpin would not like this, she thought. Olivia was right. Kingpin didn't like it at all. She was currently being choked by him. She had just told him the truth. Mr. Fisk's wife and son would degenerate until they die, because their cellular buildup was not meant for this dimension. The news made Kingpin greatly mad, and she could understand. After the death of his wife and child, he stopped at nothing to get them back. He had spent a lot of money in funding Alchemax to poach them for another universe. All the time and money wasted, and he got this. He had every right to get mad. Dr. Olivia suddenly got an idea before all life was drained out of her. She signaled risk about it when she was gasping. When he finally let her go, she spurled all of it out to him. After telling them about her plans to Kingpin, he ordered her to act immediately. She had deduced that they needed to use any individual of this universe who had a regenerative power and transfer it into both Fisk's wife and son. Luckily for them, they had the perfect candidate. Spider-Man lay tied down to the machine that would be used to transfer his regenerative genes to Mr. Fisk's wife and son. The recipients of Kingpin's family lay in a cocoon-shaped chamber of the machine. It was time. Dr. Olivia pressed the button to kickstart the operation. The operation was a success, or so Olivia thought. Spider-Man's body had been completely stripped of all of his powers, while Kingpin's spouse and son got healthier and much stronger. They were let out of their pods and they were quite elated to see Mr. Fisk. Kingpin had strictly ordered that only a version of his spouse and child were the only ones sent here, and that no more variants should be brought into this universe. While they celebrated, Dr. Olivia discovered a complication, rubbing her neck. She decided that she would let it stay for now before telling Kingpin. She was not yet ready to have another close brush of death. Miles Morales, who discovered that Spider-Man was Peter Parker when he saw his face after the explosion, tore most of his suit away, searched for his family members. Miles discovered Peter's aunt's home, and when he visited the house, he saw Mary Jane with her. After he relayed every single incident to them, they took him to Peter's lab. They took him to Peter's suit laboratory and started training him with the help of Peter's notes. Mary Jane and Aunt May had so much hope in Miles to rescue Peter from Kingpin, and he picked up the lessons very fast. Within days, he had acquired the grace and perception of Spider-Man. Miles had taken his leap of faith this way, and because of this, he had a strong belief that Mary Jane and Aunt May had it in him. He was ready, or so he thought he was, to be Spider-Man. Fate seemed to have been in favor of Dr. Olivia when she had told Kingpin about the need for another regenerative human to finalize the genetic code of his wife and son. He was about to strangle her until the news came out that there was another Spider-Man in town. They were labeling him as the black-suited Spider-Man because of his suit. It almost looked like the original Ultimate Spider-Man suit. Kingpin had ordered her to gather the boys to go and capture him. They would use him to complete the experiment. Prowler had a very brief scuffle with Spider-Man, and the kid was sort of inexperienced in fighting, but Prowler let him get away while he waited for backup. One thing he learned in fighting was never to underestimate a fighter who did not know his strength yet, so he just put a micro tracker on his suit and let him swing away. All he had to do now was to wait. What Prowler saw on his computer sounded unbelievable to him, but it made complete sense. Miles Morales, his nephew, was Spider-Man. He figured it out when he tracked the suit on his brother's house, later to the college dorm Miles went to. Prowler quickly infiltrated the self-destruct button on the tracker and lied to Green Goblin, Dr. Olivia, and the others about Miles discovering the tracker. He had to get to Miles and fast. He would not be able to live without him if something bad had happened to the kid. Prowler, or Uncle Aaron to Miles, had met Miles at Aunt May's house when he revealed his identity and the state of Peter to them. He and Miles were quickly dispatched to rescue Peter Parker. They quickly took off to the facility to rescue Parker and put an end to Fisk's madness. Dr. Olivia Octavius and the other hired men of Mr. Fisk laid at the feet of the Prowler and Spider-Man. It turned out that Miles' invincibility and Venom Strike powers were perfect for infiltrating a secret and heavily guarded facility. Time for Fisk to pay. They agreed as they marched on into the facility. Kingpin quickly gathered his family to escape the facility with them, but he heard the alarms go off. As he led them on to a secret passage to escape with them, he was injected with a paralyzing liquid from behind. It was his wife. She confessed that she was the one that killed Mr. Fisk in her dimension to take over the crime business. She also thanked him for the regenerative powers and the ability to travel to both dimensions, as it would enable her to expand her crime business and influence. She had already stole the blueprints from the particle collider from the lab, and when she got to her dimension, she would build an even badder and an upgraded version of it. Mr. Fisk was in shock, but his facial muscles could not show. He was even in greater shock when his wife gave his son a gun to pull the trigger on him. His son pointed the gun at his face and he did not hesitate. When Miles arrived, he discovered Mr. Fisk's wife escaping with her son through the particle collider to her dimension, and the machine already counted down the self-destruction. He quickly caught up with Uncle Aaron, who went to rescue Peter Parker. Aaron knew a secret and short passage out of the facility, and on their way, they saw the dead body of Fisk. They had just escaped the building when it exploded, lighting up the night sky. Supporting Peter's weight amongst themselves, they escaped into the night and missed the sirens of the fire. Safely, the ambulance and the police came, and the collider was destroyed, and Peter Parker was saved. The fight in Wakanda was getting more and more intense, but one thing was clear. Thanos was quickly gaining victory, and that was not good for anybody. Now, Thanos had already killed Vision and obtained the Mind Stone. Now he had all 6 Infinity Stones. At that moment, Thor flew down from the sky with a Stormbreaker and began to attack Thanos just like the original timeline. He hit Thanos with so much, ensuring that the Titan felt the full force of his power. After they fought for a long while, Thor descended with the Stormbreaker on Thanos' heart. As he did this, the Mad Titan began to laugh. He just said, "You should have gone for the head," and with that, he snapped his fingers. Tony Stark, Peter Quill, Peter Parker, Stephen Strange, Nebula, Drax, and Mantis were all in confusion after Thanos had escaped them. By now, the Mad Titan must have reached Earth. If he did, it was up to the Avengers to stand up to him and ensure he did not get the last stone. However, Tony was shocked when Drax and Mantis began to experience pain. In seconds, they were both decimated into dust. As if that was not enough, Stephen Strange looked at him and raised one finger, before disintegrating into a million bits. In the end, only Tony, Nebula, and Peter Parker remained, and of all of them, Peter Parker was the most shocked. It had been 3 years since the infamous snap, and it had some consequences on its own. As far as Peter was concerned, the Avengers disbanded as each went into their own way in defeat. None of them were making efforts to figure out how to reverse what Thanos had done to the entire universe. Peter was dressed in a black jacket, looking at a picture of his best friend Ned Leeds, who had been one of the people that had been dusted from the snap. So was Aunt May in this timeline. So was everyone he loved. Now he was all alone. Natasha Romanoff stepped into the room wearing a black outfit. For a moment, Peter understood why they called her the Black Widow, and now he was dressed in black as well. Would they call him the Black Widower? Anyways, that was a very bad joke. Natasha took one good look at him and told him he wasn't supposed to be here. Peter immediately rebuffed her, noting that he had come for some information on the snap. Natasha responded by adding that this was not his fight. Peter immediately lost his temper, asking whose fight was it then? It was not like the other Avengers were doing anything about the snap. The world was in a pretty messed up state, and there was absolutely nothing anyone could do about it. As soon as he saw the hurt expression on Natasha's face, he quickly apologized. He added that she was the only one who was going to do anything. Every other Avenger had abandoned her to work alone, and it wasn't fair. Natasha noted that they had moved on. Peter asked her why she hadn't moved on then. Natasha responded by saying she had hope. Peter moved forward and held her hand. He told her that he had no one left. School was unappealing because most of his friends were gone. He was going to stand by her, and they were going to find a way to save their world. And for the first time in their entire conversation, Natasha smiled. Time flies by pretty much a mysterious way. For the next 2 years, Peter Parker and Natasha had worked hand in hand to find a way to bring everybody back. During this process, Natasha had learned to trust Peter, telling him everything about her past, especially her younger sister, a topic she clearly didn't like discussing. Also, Peter had discarded his regular Spider-Man outfit, making some adjustments and becoming the black-suited Spider-Man. It only seemed fitting that the Black Widow would team up with him. As in the original reality, Dimension 616, Scott Lang had eventually emerged from his quantum prison, and with his new knowledge he had gathered the Avengers to find a way and save Earth. On the proper research, they had realized that they could use a time machine and retrieve the Infinity Stones at different points in time. Natasha, Clint, and Peter agreed to go to Vormir to retrieve the Soul Stone. It would be their most dangerous mission yet, but even in this mission, Peter could tell that something was off. 5 years ago, he had heard Thanos talking about the Soul Stone when he admitted to killing Gamora at Vormir. Peter knew he had to prepare for the worst. When they arrived, Peter cringed on seeing a red skulling figure emerging from the shadows. Red Skull wasted no time to inform them that in order to get the Soul Stone, they had to sacrifice someone they loved. A soul for a soul. It was then that Peter's nightmare came to pass. He sat in a corner and watched Natasha argue with Hawkeye on who should make the ultimate sacrifice. In seconds, Natasha had Hawkeye on the floor, vibrating with electricity. Before Natasha could jump, she was shocked to realize a web had held her leg. She tried to get free, but couldn't. Then it hit her. She had modified Peter's web shooters a year ago. It would be impossible for her to break free. Peter walked towards the edge, staring at Natasha. At that moment, tears welled up in his eyes. Natasha screamed, telling him that he deserved to live. He had a greater life ahead of him, an aunt, a best friend, so much. Peter responded by saying his life has always been promising. Natasha, on the other hand, never had the best of life. It was unfair to her. She had a sister she had to go back to, and that she needed her. He noted that the last 2 years of training with Natasha were the best. In this period, he had grown to care for her. He had grown to love her, and now he could decide that Natasha deserved happiness for once. Peter's last words were, "Tell Aunt May that I love her." He closed his eyes and jumped off the cliff. Natasha opened her eyes, finding herself in a body of water. She looked down to discover she was holding the Soul Stone. At that moment, she began to cry her heart out. Even months after Thanos was successfully defeated, Natasha could not stop visiting Aunt May. She knew that May would take a while to recover, but one thing she always did that made Aunt May happy was she always told Aunt May stories of Peter's clumsy days working with her. And Dark Loki continued to study the Darkhold, paying no attention to his surroundings. As he did this, Mobius groaned. For a split second, he wondered if giving the Darkhold to Loki was the best option. Nevertheless, he needed Dark Loki's help, and giving him the Darkhold was the only way to improve his power. He turned to see Ned, sitting on the floor, still traumatized for another split second. Mobius immediately regretted what he made the boy go through. He knew that Ned was not a killer by heart. This was all Mobius's fault. He had made Ned kill Peter Parker. At least all he could do now was comfort the young lad. He sat down by Ned and touched him on the shoulder, asking him if he was okay. Ned admitted that he was far from okay, but he was trying to be strong. He turned to Mobius and asked him what now. Mobius noted that he would have to find another reality to damage so that Dark Loki could channel its power. Ned noted that while Dark Loki seemed like a power-hungry maniac, Mobius seemed like a pretty nice person. Then why is he doing all of this? Mobius admitted that his story was a very long and sad tale. Ned said that he would be okay with the story at that moment. After all, Mobius' story would distract him from his own grief. And with that, Mobius began to tell his story. But to tell his story, he would have to retrace it from the day all of the madness ended. Reality 444, 2 years ago. Loki and Sylvie could not believe it. They were finally standing in front of He Who Remains. While they admired the astonishing citadel at the end of time, He Who Remains immediately informed them that he had orchestrated their infiltration into the citadel, an act which earned him a scuffle from the two. Loki and Sylvie had just encountered Miss Minute, who had given them a tempting offer to stop their quest of discovering the founder of the Time Variancy Authority. However, they had seen past it, and now they were here. This was now the moment of truth. He Who Remains immediately informed his visitors of the origins of the TVA. There had been a multiversal war brewing as a result of some power-hungry variants of him. Kang the Destroyer created a sacred timeline. He was able to banish these variants. As he spoke, He Who Remains turned to me and winked. Of course, I knew that there were other variants of He Who Remains in multiple realities, but all these variants had the same goal: to prevent the emergence of the Kang the Destroyer. With the sacred timeline already compromised thanks to the ridiculous actions of Sylvie in the original one, I knew that Kang the Destroyer had breached some realities already. Nevertheless, some realities like this one were still safe and sound, and I hoped it remained that way. But if the Sylvie did what many of her counterparts did, another variant of Kang the Destroyer would be released into millions of realities. As expected, He Who Remains gave the ultimatum, once again. Kill him and unleash his variants, or take over the Time Variance Authority. To my relief, the duo agreed to spare his life. Reality 444, a year ago. Loki walked around the TVA headquarters, arranging his uniform. Several soldiers saluted him as they passed by, and he gave them an acknowledging nod. Hunter B-15 smiled at him as she passed as well. He was sort of their leader now, and they owed him that respect. Even since he took over the TVA, Loki had decided to do things differently. Ravonna had gotten people to stay by suppressing memories of their lives on Earth. However, Loki had ensured the TVA of this reality went to several realities, finding variants who felt lost and alone. Loki had given them purpose in the TVA. Several times they encountered their counterparts from other realities. With a salute, they always continued their jobs. Things could not have been better. To Loki's amusement, Renslayer had found life as a school teacher back on Earth. Mobius had found love, gotten married, and adopted 2 girls. Of course, Loki still had Sylvie and Hunter B-15 by his side. Nothing could go wrong. Reality 444, 6 months ago. Loki had not expected Mobius to visit him anytime soon. When he had given Mobius a tempad, he was rather convinced that Mobius would not use it. He was wrong. Mobius looked torn and dejected. Something was clearly amiss. Loki asked Mobius what was wrong, and Mobius bursted into tears, noting that his family was gone. Reality 444, 6 months ago. Hunter B-15 and Loki looked at the hologram of the breaking sacred timeline. After a brief study of the timeline, Loki realized that Mobius's family was meant to die in the war against Ultron. Sad casualties of the Sokovia incident. When a dejected Mobius asked what could be done, Loki noted that there was nothing they could do and nothing that they would do. When Mobius asked why, Hunter B-15 responded by noting that Mobius's family was a fixed point. It had to happen in that reality, and there was absolutely nothing the TVA could do to prevent it. It was an absolute point. Mobius looked at Loki and began to remind Loki of the god's instance that humans could determine their fate. After all, they had free will. Loki nodded his head in agreement, but nodded that there was nothing he could do. Mobius added that Loki is the head of the TVA. With one command, he could have the entire TVA finding a way to change the timeline, even fix an absolute point. But Loki's mind was dead set, and he wasn't changing it. With anger, Mobius stepped out of the room, swearing that he would have his revenge. Reality 444 in the present. Loki stood in his chambers, his eyes staring at the new statue that had been eradicated for him. The TVA had been very busy for the past few weeks. Pruning the multiple realities Mobius had created was rather difficult, especially as Mobius had a variant of Loki on his side. "You shouldn't be in here," Loki said. Mobius emerged out of the darkness, asking if Loki would call for his arrest. Loki noted that he did not want to hurt Mobius, But if Mobius did not stop his madness, he would be forced to stop him by any means necessary. Mobius noted and asked Loki why he didn't change the timeline for his sake. Loki responded by noting that he was past cheating destiny, and with that Mobius walked away. What Loki didn't tell Mobius was that I personally instructed him not to change the timeline for anybody's sake. Even as I couldn't interfere, I could render caution. Ever since Loki took over the TVA, he gained the ability to see and communicate with cosmic beings like me and Armish. As I looked at Loki now, I told him that he did the right thing. Loki only signed and informed me to contact Armish to barricade the doors between realities. We cannot have Mobius in his grief attempt another stupid ploy. Mobius and Dark Loki discussed their next move while Ned sat down on the floor, still reminiscing about Peter's death. They had a problem. All their realities had been pruned except one, and it was still not enough to feed Dark Loki's power. Mobius had been researching, and he had discovered a way to solve their problem, and most especially his own. When he told Dark Loki his plan, they both smiled and turned to face Ned. When the cosmic beings had discovered their moments around reality, and now they could not get into anyone. They could not, but Ned could actually get into these realities. After all, these cosmic beings had not recognized Ned as a threat. Dark Loki gave his ring to Ned to keep an eye on him, and also granted him some level of protection. What Dark Loki didn't tell Ned was that the ring would allow him to control the mind of the young lad. Ned entered this new reality and smiled. Immediately the ring got into action, and he realized that he was now controlled like the God of Mischief. He looked exactly like Peter Parker. This was exciting. He had to admit impersonating Peter was something he could do. As he prepared to move, he felt a sudden pain in his head. He could not understand what was going on, but when he heard whispers in his head, he knew the God of Mischief was up to no good. In seconds, Dark Loki took over Ned's mind. His spell would ensure that Ned would do anything he wanted to. Just about anything. Thor had started getting irritated by these shadow monsters. They were just too much. Thankfully, he had Valkyrie and the other Asgardians to help him. He also had Jane. She had his hammer now, and he had to admit that it made her look more cool. He wanted her back deep down, and he could not deny it. A shadow monster snuck up on Thor while he had his wishful thoughts about him and Jane. As the monster was about to impale Thor from the back, Spider-Man swung in, snatched Thor away. When Thor landed, he looked at the now unmasked face of Peter Parker and smiled. He was happy to see a familiar face, but was confused why he was even here. Suddenly, Thor felt it. He felt Loki's magic, and he spun around looking for Loki, or any manifestation of him. But just as it came, the feeling was gone. Thor was shocked. He knew how Loki's magic felt, because they had been very close, and Loki particularly liked practicing all of his magic tricks on Thor. Thor blamed the feeling of the deep and empty hole he carried inside of him, since Loki had died. He still missed him even after what Loki had done to him. He even tattooed Loki on his back after his death. Casting all thoughts from his mind, Thor jumped into battle with Spider-Man to defeat the last of the shadow monsters and Gore. Dark Loki sat cross-legged and drenched in sweat. When he pulled out of his meditative state, he gave Mobius the progress on the mission. His idiot brother was close to busting them, and he would have to be more careful in using his magic to conceal Ned's real face and mind-controlling him. Besides, Ned was trying to fight his compulsion. When Dark Loki had finished reporting to Mobius, he sat down and signed. Aware of using too much magic and fighting through the walls, laid by cosmic beings themselves, were finally catching up to him. He hoped that Mobius's plan worked because he was draining way too much energy from reality 1082, and if Ned failed, then they might lose everything. However, Mobius said that he should get back to work. Dark Loki cursed on seeing that Mobius's paranoia to get his family back was clouding his judgment. Dark Loki dragged his body up as he aimed to return to his other state. He had work to do. Thor had gone through a series of adventures since he and the others fought off Gorr and the shadow monsters. They had gone to the gods for help, but they were promptly turned down. Thor was baffled at the arrogance and the lack of love the gods displayed. Looking down at his hand, he smiled. At least he got something out of it, he thought. When they invaded the Optimum City, Thor had just Stormbreaker. When they left, he had both Stormbreaker and Zeus's lightning bolt. He had stolen the lightning bolt after using it to impale Zeus himself. He felt like the real god of thunder now. They had ditched the Guardians of the Galaxy and Korg, but Spider-Man for some reason still stuck with them. He had tried to get rid of the kid, but he was too insistent on saving the kids. Looking at the boy, he smiled. If only there was more selfless heroes like him. Thor prayed to the stars that they would be successful in their mission, rescue the kids that Gorr captured, even as they summoned the Bifrost to take him, Jane, Valkyrie, and Spider-Man to the Shadow Realm that Gorr helped them captive. Thor had a very bad gut feeling about the Shadow Realm, and he was right. There was a trap. Valkyrie had deduced that Gorr lured them here with the kids to capture Stormbreaker. Gorr had swiftly overpowered them, and now Valkyrie was gravely injured. Thor gave no second thoughts about as he summoned the Bifrost to take them to safety. This action also turned out to be a mistake. Gorr captured Stormbreaker. When Thor landed safely with the others, he discovered that it was not only Stormbreaker that was missing, Spider-Man was missing as well. Thor wasted no time in using Zeus's lightning bolt to teleport himself to the Shadow Realm, but not before warning Jane not to come after him. He had a really cool idea of bestowing the power of Zeus on all of the children to enable them to defend themselves. But when they arrived in the Shadow Realm, he met a morbid and horrific scene that destroyed all of his plans. All of the children were dead, and currently Gorr was about to impale Spider-Man with the Necro Sword. Using his rage and anger, Thor lashed out lightning at Gorr, saving Spider-Man. Thor took one last look at the bodies of the children and thought he sensed a kind of familiar magic, but he had no time to confirm as Gorr swung the Necro Sword down on him. Thor was brought to his knees. Jane Foster sensed that something was wrong with Thor, and as she was about to power up Mjolnir, she felt a vision gradually fading. She was losing consciousness and fast. A memory came to her mind at the last wince of her consciousness, dangled in the balance. Peter Parker had given her a cup of coffee before they went to the Shadow Realm. With a tear she shed for Thor, all went dark in her mind, as her body slowly transformed into golden dust that was carried away by the wind. Thor was still in shock by what he had just saw. Spider-Man had displayed godly powers, and combined with Zeus's lightning bolt, they had been able to destroy the Necro Sword. There was no hiding it now. He knew who the powers belonged to. He was right all along. Spider-Man was Loki, or an agent of his. Thor stood up to confront him, but suddenly the two of them, along with Gorr, were pulled into Eternity's chambers. Gorr was rapidly dying. The Necro Sword that was keeping him alive had been destroyed. Gorr looked on as Thor and the other disgusted gods traded words and blows. He was quite surprised when Spider-Man turned on the kids and killed them all, until he sensed godly powers emanating from him. The killings were then justified in his mind, as the gods were ruthless and had no love for their worshippers. The sight of the disgust God killing the children brought back the memory of his daughter, Love. With the pain and agony of losing her brought back afresh in his mind, he made his dying wish to eternity. He wished for all of the gods to die. Thor stared, fading away, as eternity granted Gorr's wish in tears. He cried out to Loki, his brother, and asked him the reason for all of this havoc. A portal suddenly opened into Eternity's chambers, and before Thor faded into nothingness, he saw a strange man emerging from the portal, and Loki inside the portal. The Loki he saw was not his brother. The Loki he saw had 3 eyes. The Loki he saw was dark and evil. As Thor faded away completely, he was relieved because it was not his brother that caused all of this destruction. It was something more horrific. Mobius was the strange man Thor saw, using the ring Ned wore as an anchor Loki was able to open a portal to Eternity's chambers. Loki released Ned from his compulsion, and Ned immediately looked in horror at all he had done. He had killed the children. This was not what he had signed up for. This was completely wrong. Mobius wasted no time in making his wish known to Eternity, and it was swiftly granted. He was filled with extreme joy and emotion in the reunion between him and his family. He had suffered in his inhumane things. He had to endure the unbelievable things too, but finally he had reunited with them. It was worth it, he said in his mind, as all of them, along with Ned, entered the portal back home. So you could have your family back, Dark Loki said as Mobius met him. Mobius responded accordingly, and said that now his wife and daughter were back, they did not need to continue their mission. At that moment, Dark Loki began to speak of the possibilities they could accomplish if they only continued with their mission. But Mobius would hear none of it. He was done, and he meant it. With a sign, Dark Loki whispered that he wished it would not come to this. He raised his hand, and immediately Mobius began to gasp for breath. Mobius fell to the floor. A few seconds later, lifeless, and Ned witnessed everything. Thanos had wasted no time in rendering Thor's ship almost lifeless. His forces had attacked the ship, killing half of its inhabitants and leaving the rest of them alive. Amongst one of them were Loki, Bruce Banner, Thor, and Heimdall. Heimdall was seriously injured, but he knew he had to do something immediately. Bruce had activated the Hulk and tried to duel Thanos, but Thanos had defeated him instantly. However, this time, Thanos landed a killing blow and the green monster was impaled, and with that, the Hulk reverted to a very dead Bruce Banner. Thanos began to question the inhabitants of the ship for the Tesseract, and of course, he did not receive any response. Before he could cause more damage, Loki immediately arose and noted that he was with the Tesseract. At that moment, Heimdall knew he had to strike. With his dying breath, he summoned the power of the Bifrost to use it to transport Loki out of the ship. He had a metal blade impaled into his chest in retaliation. Thor screamed and moved to attack Thanos, but Thanos quickly twisted his arms, breaking his bones in a rather unpleasant manner. He held Thor's neck and applied pressure to it, breaking it instantly. And with that, the God of Thunder was dead. Reality 002. Dark Loki continued to behold the Darkhold, absorbing all of its power he could get. He could feel his powers getting stronger from his last attempt to messing up the timeline, and he savored it all. It was rather sad that Mobius was not here to stop him. Nevertheless, Dark Loki did not regret killing Mobius. It was rather fun and twisted, he noted. Ned Leeds stood beside him, shaking in fear. When Dark Loki noted the boy's presence, he asked why Ned was disturbing him. Ned only asked why Dark Loki still needed him. Dark Loki explained that Ned was useful because he represented the new reality they had created, and to channel that reality efficiently, Dark Loki needed Ned around him. If Ned was not serving as a channel, Dark Loki assured him that he would have been dead a long time ago, and this, Ned gulped. Knowing the boy would still be inquisitive, Dark Loki said that he was now looking for a new reality to tamper with, so that he could create a new timeline. The more branched timelines, the more powerful he would become. And to that, he was going to use a dangerous but yet powerful technique. Again, Ned gulped. When Loki landed in New York, in the Sanctum Sanctorum, Stephen Strange and Wong had immediately put themselves in a fighting stance. Loki raised his hands in surrender, which made Strange and Wong back down. Strange got mad, noting that he had thought he would never have been seeing the Asgardian anytime soon. Loki said that unfortunately he would be sticking around for a long time, especially as the Mad Titan would be coming to Earth soon. When Strange asked why, Loki removed the Tesseract and held it in his hands. Immediately, Strange held his belt, the Eye of Agamotto, revolving in the belt. They both knew what was going on. Thanos was coming for the Infinity Stones, and they had to prepare for his arrival. Dark Loki continued to concentrate. As soon as his mind was set, he smiled. It was time to strike now. Loki had informed Strange that he needed to contact Tony Stark and the other Avengers if they had to survive this onslaught. However, as he stood alone, he began to hear whispers. Soon enough, he saw a darker version of himself laughing at him. At that moment, Dark Loki possessed Loki, using the Darkhold to dreamwalk. With the Space Stone in his hand, Dark Loki knew that he also needed the Time Stone. He would use the power of the Infinity Stones and the Darkhold to continue manipulating time, creating more realities to channel. This god of mischief was power hungry. He moved towards Stephen Strange and began to converse with him. As he spoke, Strange noticed something was wrong. At that moment, Strange told him he was sorry for his brother's loss, to which Dark Loki accepted his apology. However, Strange blasted him away, clearly stating that Loki of this dimension did not know his brother was dead. Dark Loki laughed and charged at Strange. A pretty gruesome fight followed. As they fought, Dark Loki overpowered Strange using the Space Stone and power of the Darkhold to his advantage. As Strange fell, he began to cough. At the rate Dark Loki was going, Strange knew he would be dead soon. Ned continued to watch the distracted Dark Loki. At that moment, he began to think of what his dead friend Peter would have wanted him to do. Then he held his breath and used his webs to pick up the metal rod. He sent the rod towards Dark Loki's chest. Dark Loki coughed. He knew something was wrong in his original body, but he could not stop fighting now. Strange, realizing that this was his chance, immediately removed the Time Stone and brought out the full force of his power, blasting Dark Loki away. Loki opened his eyes to see Dark Loki standing in front of him. They were in a shining environment, unable to do anything else. Dark Loki seemed to be getting weak. He immediately laughed, saying that if he was going down, he would take his variant with him. However, Loki felt a hand on his shoulder, turning to his brother Thor. Thor immediately said that he was proud of Loki, and Loki was strong enough to do the right thing. And with that, Loki ordered Dark Loki to get out of his head. A portal opened and sucked Dark Loki away. Dark Loki opened his eyes, finding himself in a dark chamber. He could feel the power of the Time Stone flowing through his body. He was fading away from existence, and fast. He looked at Ned, who was smiling with anger. Dark Loki summoned the power of the Darkhold and blasted Ned out of the ship. The young boy did not survive the attack, and with that, Dark Loki disintegrated into a million bits. Loki moved to Strange and thanked him for saving his life. Strange noted that he wanted to tell him something. Loki noted that he knew Thor was dead as he saw Thor's spirit in his mind state. Now they were going to avenge Thor, but first they had to contact the other Avengers. Thanos was coming, and he was coming fast. Ned floated in space. His deceased body began to burn up in the atmosphere. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, but he was no longer Ned. He was a zombie, created by the dark magic Dark Loki had blasted him with, as one last-ditch effort to cling to life. Miles was shocked when the door opened and Olivia Octavius walked into the room with Prowler, Scorpion, and Tombstone. They all looked evil and ready to kill. Peter B. Parker, Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man Noir, Penny Parker, and Spider-Ham readied themselves, ensuring that their enemies were intimidated by their fighting stance. Miles looked around, scared. He knew what they were here for. They were here for the flash drive. The fight immediately broke out. Peter immediately screamed that Miles should pick up the drive and flee. After a while of confusion, Miles did pick up the drive, and he ended up leaving. Prowler noted that the lad escaping and immediately chased him. It was a hot-head chase, taking them from building to building. At a point, Prowler finally caught up with Miles. For a second, Miles imagined that this was it, but he wasn't sure Prowler was capable of killing anyone. After all, Prowler was his beloved Uncle Aaron. He just couldn't believe it. However, the expression on the Prowler's face showed that he was most certainly going to finish Miles off, if he didn't think of something fast. Before Prowler could descend, Miles pulled off his mask. Prowler couldn't believe it, that he was staring at his nephew's face. This could not be. Miles was the new Spider-Man. How could it even be? He was just a kid. He wasn't supposed to be getting involved in all this stuff. Prowler let down his weapons, knowing that he would not be able to strike a killing blow. Suddenly, Miles' quick spider sense got into action. Miles leaped, pushing Prowler out of the way. There was a loud bang as Miles gasped in shock. He was bleeding out of his chest extremely. Below, Wilson Fisk blew the tip of his gun, which was smoking. He had been aiming for the Prowler, but Miles just saved his life, getting shot in the process. Before Prowler could turn and attack Wilson, Peter Parker came into the scene and battled him. He had witnessed what Miles had done, and all he wanted to do was instruct Prowler to get Miles out of there. Prowler did so instantly. Jefferson Davis was extremely hurt when he came back to see Miles lying on a bed, unconscious. While Aaron Davis, his brother, kneeled by the bed, Jefferson immediately asked what happened, and Aaron mumbled, searching for an explanation. Jefferson was rather impatient, as the police officer that he was. He wasn't exactly used to patience. He needed an explanation now. He grabbed Aaron by the collar and asked him why Miles was seriously injured. Aaron had no choice but to pull out his blanket covering the Spider-Man costume Miles was wearing. Jefferson was in shock. He stood transfixed, trying to understand what to do next. However, he simply decided to put his shock aside and act. He immediately asked Aaron why he had not taken off the costume. Aaron said that the extent of Miles' injury was great. He could not have anyone moving Miles again. With that, Jefferson decided that they would seal the room to ensure that no one got into it. Miles was very vulnerable now. If anyone wanted, they could kill him. The Spider Team was rather hurt after learning of what happened to Miles. He was such a young boy and he didn't deserve what had happened to him. Gwen was the most hurt of all. She had taken a liking to Miles, thus his injuries hurt her more than she would ever naturally cared to admit. They had regrouped at Miles' dorm. They were trying to figure out their next strategy despite being extremely distraught. As they analyzed their situation, Peter made the ultimate decision to sacrifice himself to destroy the Collider and get the other heroes back to their dimensions safely. Saddened at the prospect of another imminent death, Gwen tried to argue, but when she saw his mind was dead set, she resigned to arguing. The rest of the heroes did so too. They were going to follow through until the end. The heroes had expected a multitude of surprises today, but the last thing they expected was for the Prowler to arrive at the dorm, wishing to join the team and take down Wilson Fisk's machine. When Gwen asked why he wanted to join them, he admitted that Wilson wanted him dead, and now he was going to return that favor. Peter noted something was off about Prowler. He seemed saddened. It seemed as if beef with Wilson wasn't just about trying to kill him, and then Peter popped the big question. He asked the Prowler how he knew Miles. Prowler signed, letting down his mask. He revealed his name to be Aaron Davis, and he was Miles' uncle. He said this. There was a defining silence in the room. When the heroes and the Prowler finally arrived at Wilson's lair, a fight broke out immediately. Wilson was unsurprised to see that Prowler had quickly changed sides. This is why he wanted him dead. Too bad that boy had ruined it. They continued to fight while Prowler battled off Wilson. He had a score to settle. As they fought, he was surprised to note that someone else had joined the fight too. From the gunshots he could hear, he knew that Jefferson had joined this fight. They were going to avenge Miles. The massive fight had ended when the Prowler used the new driver he had retrieved from Miles to send the other heroes home. He fought with Wilson, and with Jefferson's help, after a while, Father and Uncle were able to throw Wilson at the kill switch, defeating him and destroying the collider. Miles opened his eyes to see his father and uncle smiling in front of him. He looked at his wounds and realized he was healing. Jefferson was happy, bending down to kiss his son's forehead. Aaron stood afar, smiling. Miles looked down and realized Aaron was in handcuffs, and then it hit him. Aaron had told Jefferson he was the Prowler, and now he was ready to go to jail and pay for his crimes. Miles smiled and nodded. His uncle was doing the right thing, and that's all what mattered. Thor couldn't believe it. This day had finally come. He was dressing up, preparing himself for this marvelous opportunity. It was not every day that you could get to be crowned the future king of Asgard. His father Odin was so proud of him as he prepared himself, gradually to take this step. Loki stepped into the chambers, a smile on his face. Loki coughed, noting that Thor should really work on his hairdo, as it was preventing him from having that crown prince flair he was looking for. Thor chuckled and hugged his brother. Thor was really excited to be getting this position. Loki informed him that he would always be by his side, and Thor should not be afraid of anything. One thing he knew for sure was that Thor was going to nail it. Besides, Thor would be an amazing king. Loki hugged his brother one more time. Thor was excited as he had his brother's full support, and Loki had meant the world of what he had said. The ceremony had gone smooth, and Odin could not have been so proud. His son Thor was now formally recognized as the heir to the Asgardian throne. Of course, Odin could not help but recall his boy's childhood, where he informed them that both of them were worthy of bearing the title of king. Odin decided that it was about time he told Loki the truth. Loki needed to know why he was not selected. When Odin called Loki into his inner chambers, Loki looked rather frightened. He was not used to being summoned by his father like this. The only person that could summon him, and he would be rather unmoved, was his mother Frigga. Those two had a relationship Odin and Thor could not sometimes understand. Odin informed Loki that he needed to tell him something, only that Loki needed to sit first of all. Loki sat down, wondering what was going on. Odin immediately cleared his throat, noting that Loki had not achieved the throne because he was not truly an Asgardian. A shocked Loki sat unable to move as Odin identified his heritage as the Frost Giants. Odin noted that Loki has always been a good man, and Loki would always be by his side. However, Thor was a bit rash, and had tendencies to make decisions that would not benefit Asgard. And with that, Odin made another shocking revelation. He was going to grant Loki the power to render judgment on Thor, in case Thor had stepped out of line. Loki immediately asked that such responsibility be taken away from him. He would not want to have to hurt Thor. Odin smiled, and finally falling into his Odin's sleep. When Loki reached the Bifrost, Heimdall was rather surprised. He did not understand why the young prince had come here. Loki immediately revealed what Odin had told him, noting that he needed to reach Jotunheim to have a confrontation with his past. Heimdall swiftly advised Loki against such course of action, noting that the power Loki now possessed would not have him being influenced by random emotions. However, Loki said that he would be fine. When Loki had reached Jotunheim, he was shocked to see a crumbling wasteland. This was horrible for him to behold. Using his abilities, he was able to conceal himself from sight, ensuring that he had a little contact with the Frost Giants around. But one thing was clear. Even if they had once tried to kill innocent people by using the casket of ancient winters, they need help, and Loki knew who to meet. Loki was shocked when a drunk Thor said to his proposal. Loki insisted that these people needed help, and such a step was a move forward to building a positioned relationship, the gods and the Frost Giants. However, Thor would not hear of it. He insisted that he was the king now, and a king could do whatever he wanted. For some reason, that scared Loki a lot. Some years after, Loki could only behold in shock the rapid changes Thor had undertaken in the kingdom. Power had somehow found a way to get into Thor's head, and he had become ruthless, only doing things that benefited himself. Loki could not count the number of realms Thor had just attacked for no reason. And yet, every day Loki wondered if it was time for him to use Odin's power. When the Asgardians discovered an item as powerful as the Ether on Earth, Thor knew that it had to be retrieved immediately. He decided to go to Earth and get the item, which was identified to be a Tesseract. Loki asked him to accompany him. He had said this because he wanted to watch Thor. He wanted to make sure Thor would not do something foolish. Dr. Jane Foster, Dr. Eric Selvig, and Darcy Lewis were surprised and impressed at their breakthrough in the past few years. Somehow, they were able to be recruited by one of the most powerful bodies in the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D., to study the powerful Tesseract. Phil Coulson was supervising their work, joined shortly by Tony Stark, Clint Barton, Natasha Romanoff, and Steve Rogers. As they worked, a lightning strike knocked them off balance. Thor stepped into the room, and his goofy fashion walked towards the Tesseract. Mjolnir in his hands, Tony and Clint immediately tried to attack, but they were knocked immediately. Steve Rogers engaged the god, but he was definitely getting a beating. Loki was hurled into a corner, seeing the things that Thor was doing. He knew that Thor needed to learn important life lessons, and he needed to render judgment on Thor now. He quickly looked at an unconscious Jane Foster and smiled, deciding on what his judgment would be. And in all amount of godly powers, Loki sentenced Thor to a human life on Earth, noting that whoever would be worthy would possess the power of Thor. As Loki assumed his position on the Asgardian throne, he was sad that he had left his brother on Earth. However, he knew that Thor would one day find his peace again and reclaim his hammer. He hoped for everyone's sake. Immediately, Sif stepped in with news that the Mad Titan Thanos was heading towards Earth immediately. Loki stood up from the throne and told Sif to prepare the Asgardian forces. They would go to war soon. Reality 002. The deceased body of a reality displayed Ned Leeds still floating in space as the Spider-Man. As this body floated, the magic of the Darkhold continued to infect the body, slowly turning the boy into one of the undead. As the zombie floated in space, it immediately eradicated itself and growled heavily. In seconds, the zombie collapsed its hands together, and a portal opened. The zombie stepped into the portal laughing at the destruction it would soon cause. I, MissedThePart, a watcher, continued to discuss with Arsham of Reality 780 on the intending chaos that was befalling in some realities. The power of the Darkhold had killed Ned Leeds, and it had affected him to the core, so deep that his undead mind could travel through realities. Armish could sense my concern, and I could tell he was concerned too. With such a monster at large, there was no telling what it could do. While my hands were bound, I told Armish that he could find a way to offer assistance. We needed to rid ourselves of this Ned Leeds. Armish immediately thought of a way, but he informed me that I would not like it. However, I listened carefully. Reality 369. A young Thanos was more than surprised when he received a telepathic message from Armish. He had not heard from the Celestials or the Eternals in a very long time, so he was rather amused. However, he noticed that there was something different about Armish. He was right. He quickly surmised that this Armish was from a completely different reality. Armish carefully instructed Thanos that, while they had their differences, there was a dangerous monster in this universe, and he had to destroy it. Turns out, Dark Loki had been killed. He had been shot with the full force of the Time Stone, while holding the Soul Stone. That power had erased him from existence. Even with his independence on the Darkhold, Armish was certain that such power was enough for Thanos to use and destroy this new monster. But to do that, the Mad Titan would have to launch his invasion way earlier than he could have ever anticipated, and he would have to do things very differently. The Ancient One closed her eyes, ensuring that she was soaked deep in meditation. She was so lost that she would have almost not noticing the tyrant that sneaked up behind her. But she was the Sorcerer Supreme, and no being could outsmart her. She immediately opened her eyes and put herself in a fighting stance, facing off against a pretty determined alien. However, the alien immediately noted that his name was Ebony Maw, and he was not here for a fight. However, he was here for the Time Stone, which he would get whether or not the Ancient One resisted him. The Ancient One noted that she would resist him to the end, as she knew who the stones were for, and then Maw telekinetically sent 2 rods flying towards her, immediately changing her position. The Ancient One used her magic to deflect the rods. She immediately taunted Ebony Maw, asking him if this was all he could do, and with that, Ebony Maw attacked her with full force. Meanwhile, the sorcerers were also facing off against members of the Black Order. For the past year, Steve Rogers and his formidable team had been putting an end to the majority of Hydra's operations, a feat that upsetted the Red Skull. Steve was rather impressed when Howard Stark gifted him with a vibranium shield to help him in the war effort. Steve was glad that he was finally getting the recognition he had deserved. They were at war against Red Skull, who was also a super soldier just like Steve. Steve only hoped that they would not be entangled in another war against this one, and if they were, it would be over. They were wrong. To their greatest shock, a ship appeared above the environment, revealing a rather frightening alien beast. Thanos had wasted no time to massacre majority of the soldiers, leaving only Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, and Bucky Barnes alive. As he took them into his ship, he revealed that he also abducted the Red Skull to get the Space Stone. Then he had to abduct the Ancient One for the Time Stone. He used the next minutes to give them a rather tense briefing, noting that working together was their best shot at destroying this new monster that they were going to soon face. If they were distracted for any reason, it would mean imminent doom. His captives wore long faces, apparently distraught as his method of communication. He had just wiped out a great percentage of random people they cared about. Worse still, he didn't seem to care. They had finally arrived at the desert place, facing the zombified Ned Leeds, who stood before them. For hours, zombie Ned Leeds had been walking without direction, looking desperately for someone to consume. As it saw these heroes and villains from a distance, it immediately shot a dark magic-influenced web at Thanos. It acts immediately and wanted a fight. The fight against the zombie was rather intense. The zombie had the agility of a spider, the strength of an undead man, and the dark magic that flowed through its systems. The Ancient One was still able to encase the zombie in a shield spell, allowing Thanos to take out his weapon and strike zombie Ned. Steve, Peggy, and Barnes gathered around as the Ancient One began to chant, using her magic to channel both the Space Stone and the Time Stone. She was finally about to kill zombie Ned when a spell from zombie Ned's mouth broke her concentration. She fainted, allowing the zombie time and rushing up to Peggy Carter and bit her. To everyone's horror, Peggy painfully transformed into another zombie, hunger for destruction in her eyes. With 2 dark magic-powered zombies, it didn't take long before Steve, Barnes, and the Ancient One were dead. Thanos looked frightened at the 2 zombies. He wondered why they had not killed him, or why they had not made him one of them. But one thing was clear, they needed him for a bigger purpose. I was downcasted as I realized Armish's plans failed. With Thanos and the Infinity Stones at the mercy of the zombies, I knew that someone had to do something else to end the fight that was brewing, and I knew how to do it. When Bucky Barnes opened his eyes, he was surprised to see rather strange-looking equipment around him. As he looked around and realized that he did not recognize anything, he got into a frenzy. However, he calmed down when a man entered the room. Bucky asked the man where he was, and the man answered by saying that Bucky had been trapped in the ice for 70 years. Barnes was in a room with very strange faces that he could not understand. They identified themselves as Fury's new team. This team comprised of Clint Barton, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, and Bruce Banner. Fury had gathered them together when he started having flashes of impending destruction. Quite oddly, Bucky had the same dreams while he was trapped in the ice. The entire scenario did not make sense for any of them. What was going on? Little did they know that one of the Watchers had tampered with the fabric of time in Reality 555, using my powers to switch the lives of Bucky Barnes and Steve Rogers by ensuring that Steve Rogers was involved in the train accident, and Bucky Barnes strove to fight Hydra, eventually crashing his plane into the ocean. By doing this, I created a new reality, Reality 1084. However, as one of the Watchers, I was not meant to interfere. My interference had led to some unexpected consequences. Now, some people in this new reality had flashes of the reality that once existed. But there was something I knew would happen that no one else did. In time, my newly created reality would collapse, and when it did, it would destroy the new reality that was created before it. I would destroy the reality where the zombies reside. Bucky had tried his very best to convince the Avengers to give Steve Rogers a chance. When he revealed that he had been having dreams of his best friend, Steve, Natasha noted that Steve Rogers was now an agent of Hydra. This, of course, had been extremely shocking to Bucky. He would have not believed that Steve survived that train accident, or that he was now a tool for Hydra. He begged them and the team to work together to free Steve, whom he was sure was brainwashed as he had been kidnapped and experimented on by Hydra before. The team was still uncertain. As they had just met Barnes, he wasn't exactly in the position to make demands. However, to their shock, a portal opened, and a female figure stepped inside. Before they could put themselves in a fighting stance, the figure raised her hands and pulled off her hoodie. She introduced herself as Sylvie, of the TVA of Reality 444, and right now she had to warn them something. After this strange warning, the Avengers knew better than to rescue Steve. According to Sylvie, who was against my plans to annihilate two realities at once, she noted that once Steve was saved, their reality would be solidified, and it would collapse on itself, destroying reality that came before it. Barnes would not hear of it. He was going to save his best friend, and it seemed as if the new team did not want to assist him. In that case, he would not mind going to rescue Steve on his own. Before he could move, Natasha quickly zapped him, apologizing in succession. When Sylvie had made her poor attempt to stop my plans, I had not been moved. After all, I had a backup plan, just in case Bucky Barnes was unable to convince the Avengers to help him save Steve. Loki of Reality 444, using the godlike powers, infiltrated the Hydra facilities. Steve was in. After an intense battle with Steve, Loki used his magic to restore Steve's memory, and then Loki had a tempad to escape this already collapsing world. And thus my plans worked. Reality 1084 was destroyed, and with it, Reality 1083, where the zombies resided, was destroyed as well. I smiled, knowing that I had done my duty to multiple realities. Loki of Reality 444 met Sylvie back in their reality and began to explain why he helped me complete my plans. Though Sylvie had opposited it, however, a hurt Sylvie would not hear of it and she walked away. As she walked away into the hallway, she felt a sudden pain in her head. She cried out loud, realizing that she was transforming into a horrible undead creature. I realized too late that the zombies had a backup plan. Using their captive, Thanos, they used magic to channel his army using their power combined with the Infinity Stones to start infecting people in every reality with the zombie virus. Then they escaped Reality 1083 before it had collapsed. It was then I knew that the real zombie apocalypse had begun. What if a zombie apocalypse happened before Loki had came to Earth? During Fury's big week. Reality 287. Thor stood in front of the destroyer, standing still after he had made his appeal that Loki should not harm those innocents anymore, just taking him. For a moment, the destroyer stopped in his tracks, automatically suppressing the heat vision that it had prepared. It moved away, only to return a surprising comeback slap, which knocked Thor out immediately. Of course, his humble sacrifice awokened the powers of Mjolnir, and his hammer came back to him, allowing him to wield the mighty powers of lightning. Thor immediately engaged the destroyer in a fight, where he came victorious instantly. As he defeated the destroyer, he went back to Jane and his friends, celebrating his win. What they did not notice in their excitement was that a man nearby had just collapsed, completely transforming into a hideous zombie. It had taken a very long time, but with the TVA and the Celestials of each reality, they were able to locate their respective zombies and put an end to them, including the original zombies, Spider-Man aka Ned Leeds, and Peggy Carter. However, the Watcher knew that in one reality, ending the zombie virus would be extremely difficult, because unlike other realities, the zombie virus had eaten deep into reality 287. I only hoped that there was a way to end this mad virus, but I had to leave it to the warriors of Earth to find a way. Reality 287. When Steve finally awoke, he was quite unsurprised to hear the radio, talking about a game. However, he noticed something was strange about the game. Soon enough, a woman stepped into the room to talk to him. When he discovered that the room was faked, he immediately broke out, running into a random street. As he reached the street, seeing no cars and no lights, he was immediately shocked when an alien being dropped in front of him. She smiled at him and introduced herself. Her name was Carol Danvers, aka the Captain Marvel. Reality 287. Learning that he was asleep for 70 years, it was shocking on its own, but learning there was a zombie apocalypse that shook the entire world was more shocking for Steve to understand. For the past few years, Steve had been just like the others, fighting hard to survive in a zombie-infested world. Perhaps what hurt him the most was the loss that had already been incurred in those few years. Most recurrent on his mind was the death of Tony Stark, a man who Steve had just started to know. Steve would never forget the day they tried to rescue a team of health workers from these zombies. Of course, these superpowered zombies had pinned Tony down and bit him, instantly infecting him. But for the timely assistance of Captain Marvel, Steve knew that he would have been lost as well. Reality 444. Time Variance Authority. Headquarters. Ever since he lost Sylvie to the zombie virus, Loki had been researching back-to-back on ways to reverse such a horrible curse. With his team, he knew that such power was granted by the Darkhold. He wondered what sort of magic was strong enough to erase the Darkhold effects in one entire reality. And then it finally occurred to Loki. There was only one way he could get rid of all of the zombies in the affected reality. But such a way would cost a sacrifice. Nick Fury was surprised when the zombies had finally managed to breach S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses and attack the facility. The superpowered undead proceeded to wreak havoc on the facility, killing and turning as many people as possible. While Nick Fury struggled to find another way out, Captain Marvel, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, the Hulk, and Captain America all stood their grounds and prepared to fight those monsters. They fought valiantly, ensuring they had killed every zombie that had even come an inch close to them. However, luck began to run out for them. It didn't take long for the Hulk to be bitten, and he began to painfully transform. As he transformed, Natasha screamed in horror, but Clint held her from reaching to the big guy. He was gone now. As the tides had turned against the heroes, there was a surprise when a portal opened, and Loki of Reality 444 stepped through it. Using a rather fancy stick to annihilating several zombies, Thor was shocked. Thor fell from the sky, and without wasting time, he began to fight the zombies. Thor had since considered coming back to Earth, but since the Bifrost was destroyed, he couldn't. His surprise was unimaginable. Heimdall had suddenly announced that he had the power to fix the Bifrost, allowing Thor to arrive at this moment. The heroes retreated for a while, taking deep breaths. Loki immediately noted that the dark magic that created the zombies was from the Infinity Stones. Thus his plan was to use the 6 Infinity Stones and the Infinity Gauntlet to erase every zombie from this reality. Before he could speak further, the Infinity Gauntlet was retrieved by the zombies. However, the heroes fought hard to get it back, going through as many zombies as possible. As they battled strongly, Clint also fell in battle. Loki got bitten by a zombie and he immediately used his time stick to prune himself, giving one last smile before blasting himself into nothingness. At this point, the remaining heroes knew that they were outnumbered and would soon be overpowered. How were they going to go through this? As they continued to fight, everything finally reached a tipping point. Steve Rogers holding the Infinity Gauntlet and ready to use it. However, the God of Thunder knocked him away, seizing the gauntlet and snapped his fingers immediately. And just like that, the zombies began to cry in pain, all fading away. Thor fell to the floor, dying as the gauntlet had used up most of its energy to dispel this reality of the Darkhold's influence as well. Natasha, Steve, and Carol kneeled by him, noting that the God of Thunder needed peace now, and with that, Thor closed his eyes, dying. With that, I had a heavy sign for this epic battle. The nightmare that Mobius had begun had finally ended. However, I knew that it was far from over. In fact, everything was only the beginning. For humans and aliens are capable of choices, and these choices could be influenced, and this influence can either make or destroy nations. I am one of the Watchers MissedThePart, and it is my responsibility to watch everyone. And that is going to be it for What If Season 1, Episode 21. If you guys do enjoy these Marvel's What If videos and want to stay all up to date with the latest content, do make sure to subscribe, like, share, and turn those notifications on so you and your friends are all up to date with the latest content. That being said, take care and have a fantastic day.